Ever since I was a teenager, I've been fascinated by true crime stories, the kind that make your skin crawl and leave you wondering what you would do if you found yourself in the same situation. Over the years, I've devoured countless documentaries, podcasts, and books, always drawn to the darker side of human nature. But it wasn't until recently, when I started reading forums and social media threads about Uber horror stories, that I realized just how close to home some of these terrifying experiences can be. Most people take Uber rides for granted, assuming they're just a quick, convenient way to get from point A to point B. The app makes it feel so safe and controlled. You see the driver's name and photo, the car's make and license plate, and you can share your trip details with friends or family. For the most part, rides go smoothly, and the worst you usually have to deal with is awkward small talk or a driver who swerves a bit too aggressively. Still, lurking beneath those ordinary rides are stories that make you question everything. Tales of strange passengers, eerie destinations, and moments when the normal rules of safety seem to break down entirely. What struck me most was how many drivers and passengers have shared their encounters online, some almost too unbelievable to be true. These aren't just urban legends or creepy rumors whispered in the dark. They are real stories, shared in detail by people who lived through them, and whose lives were profoundly affected by what happened. I spent nights scrolling through these accounts, feeling a mix of fascination and unease. What I found was a pattern of encounters that started innocently enough, but quickly descended into something chilling. Tonight, I want to share 4 of the most haunting Uber horror stories I came across, stories that stuck with me long after I finished reading them. They reveal how quickly a routine ride can turn into a nightmare, how drivers and passengers alike can find themselves vulnerable, and how the very technology meant to keep us safe can sometimes fail us in the most disturbing ways. The first story comes from a driver named Marcus, who started his night shift like any other. He'd been driving for Uber for a few years, mostly working late evenings when the city was quieter and the tips were better. Marcus prided himself on being friendly and professional, always checking his mirrors and making sure his passengers felt comfortable. But on this particular night, something fell off from the moment he accepted the ride request. The app notified Marcus of his next pickup, a man waiting alone at a gas station on the edge of town. The man's name was Greg, and his profile was unremarkable. No ratings, no reviews, just a single photo that looked like it had been taken years ago. When Marcus pulled up, Greg climbed into the back seat without saying a word. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, the kind that makes you glance in the rearview mirror more often than usual. Greg's eyes were fixed on the window, but his expression was blank, unreadable. Marcus tried to break the ice with small talk, asking about Greg's plans or where he was headed, but the only response was a quiet, almost monotone, "Just get me there." The route took them through dimly lit streets, and then onto a stretch of highway that Marcus rarely drove. The GPS showed their destination as a small, rundown motel, far from the bustling downtown area. As they approached, Greg suddenly directed Marcus to pull over near a strip of trees beside the road. "We're here," Greg said simply, opening the door before Marcus had a chance to ask questions. Marcus watched as Greg disappeared into the shadows, leaving the car door open behind him. Unease crept up his spine. He sat there, engine running, waiting for a sign that Greg would return. Minutes passed, and the stillness around him grew oppressive. Something about the way Greg had exited the car, so abruptly, so detached, didn't sit right. Then, out of nowhere, Marcus heard footsteps crunching on the gravel behind the car. A voice whispered from the darkness, "You shouldn't have stopped." Startled, Marcus looked over his shoulder but saw nothing except the faint outline of trees swaying in the night breeze. Heart pounding, he locked the doors and hit the gas, pulling back onto the road without another word. When Marcus checked the app later, the trip had been canceled, and Greg's profile vanished without a trace. He reported the incident to Uber, but the company said there was no record of the ride, as if it had never happened at all. That night haunted Marcus for weeks. He couldn't shake the feeling that something dangerous had brushed against him, something lurking just beyond the reach of his headlights. He began to question every passenger, every silent moment, every shadow he'd ignored before. As unsettling as Marcus's story was, it was just the beginning. The second tale came from a woman named Lisa, who had taken an Uber ride alone late one Saturday night after a concert. Lisa was used to rideshares, She worked in the city and often relied on Uber to get home safely after late shifts or nights out. But this ride was different. It started harmlessly enough, but ended with her feeling like she was being followed. Lisa's driver was friendly at first, chatting about the weather and the city's nightlife. But as they drove through quieter neighborhoods, Lisa noticed the driver kept glancing at her through the rearview mirror in a way that made her skin crawl. When she tried to focus on her phone, the driver's eyes didn't leave her face. At one point, Lisa asked the driver to pull over so she could get out and take a shortcut home. He agreed, but then insisted on waiting in the car. As she walked away, Lisa kept looking back, feeling a growing sense of dread. When she reached her front door, she turned to see the driver's car still parked across the street, the engine running but empty. Lisa's phone buzzed with a notification. The Uber app showed the trip was still active. Confused and scared, she called Uber support, but the driver never responded to her messages. That night, Lisa stayed inside, locking every door and window, wondering if the driver was still out there, watching. These stories, along with the others I discovered, share more than just moments of fear. They reveal how quickly a seemingly normal ride can spiral into something unrecognizable. How the people we trust to keep us safe can sometimes be the source of our deepest anxieties. They remind us that behind every app notification and every shared location pin, there is a human being vulnerable to the unexpected. As I continued to read, I realized that these Uber horror stories weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a larger pattern of encounters that challenge our assumptions about safety and control in the digital age. And while technology offers convenience, it also opens doors to new kinds of risks that drivers and passengers alike must learn to navigate carefully. With that in mind, I want to share the next stories I found, accounts that escalate in tension and reveal just how unpredictable and dangerous some Uber rides can become. But before I get to those, I think it's important to understand the atmosphere of uncertainty and unease that sets the stage for these nightmarish experiences. Because sometimes, the scariest part isn't what happens inside the car. It's what you sense lurking just beyond the headlights. The uneasy feeling that settled over Marcus and Lisa wasn't unique. As I dug deeper into the stories shared by drivers and passengers, I found accounts that grew increasingly tense and unsettling, each one a reminder of how quickly a ride can shift from normal to nightmarish. One of the earliest stories I came across was told by a driver named Jenna. She was used to late-night rides, the kind where the city's energy felt different, quieter, but more unpredictable. On a chilly autumn evening, Jenna accepted a request from a man named David. His profile showed high ratings and a friendly photo, so she didn't think twice about picking him up from a downtown bar. David got in the car with a slight smile, but Jenna immediately noticed a tension in his posture, the way his eyes darted around nervously. As they pulled away, he was mostly silent, occasionally muttering under his breath. Jenna tried to keep the mood light, asking about his night, but David's responses were curt, almost hostile. The GPS directed them to a neighborhood Jenna barely recognized, streets lined with closed businesses and a few flickering streetlights. Without warning, David's demeanor shifted. He slammed his fist on the window and demanded Jenna stop the car. Confused and alarmed, Jenna pulled over, asking if everything was okay. David's eyes glinted with something dark, anger, desperation, or something worse. He leaned forward and whispered, "I need you to get out. Now." Jenna's heart pounded. She refused and tried to reason with him, but David suddenly lunged toward the front seat, grabbing the steering wheel. The car jerked violently as Jenna struggled to regain control. She managed to push him away and threw the car into gear, speeding down the street with David yelling behind her. By the time she reached a busy intersection, Jenna was shaking, her hands trembling on the wheel. She called 911 as she pulled over and waited for the police. The officers arrived quickly and took David into custody. It turned out he had been involved in a bar fight earlier and was trying to escape. Jenna's ordeal was terrifying, but it was also a stark reminder of how vulnerable drivers can be when they're alone with strangers. Another story I found, this time from a passenger named Rachel, was no less disturbing. Rachel had taken an Uber home after a late shift at a restaurant. The driver seemed normal enough, polite, quiet, and focused on the road. But as they drove through unfamiliar parts of the city, Rachel noticed something unsettling. The driver wasn't following the route she had requested. When she asked about it, he shrugged and said, "Just a shortcut." But the shortcut led them down dimly lit streets, past abandoned buildings and empty lots. Rachel's unease grew with every turn. Then, as they neared her neighborhood, the driver slowed down and started to drop off other passengers, except for Rachel, who realized he was following her home. She told him to stop several times, but the driver insisted they were almost there. When they finally pulled up outside her house, Rachel hurried out, locking the door behind her and peering through the window. To her horror, the driver didn't leave. Instead, he parked across the street and stayed there, watching. Rachel called Uber and the police, but by the time officers arrived, the driver had vanished. She was left shaken, realizing how exposed she had been in what should have been a safe, routine ride. These stories share an unsettling pattern. Moments of silence filled with tension, eerie destinations, and passengers or drivers who suddenly reveal a dangerous side. Whether it's a driver who becomes violent or a passenger who feels followed, the vulnerability of being alone in a car with a stranger is palpable. I came across another driver's experience that perfectly captured this sense of dread. Tom, a part-time Uber driver, had just picked up a passenger named Mark late one night. Mark was quiet, speaking only when necessary, and Tom noticed he held his phone with the flashlight on, illuminating his face in an eerie glow. The destination was a remote, wooded area outside the city, an unusual place for a rideshare drop-off. As they neared Mark's destination, he asked Tom to pull over near an old, abandoned house. Tom hesitated but complied. Mark got out and told Tom to wait in the car. Minutes passed. Then Mark suddenly returned, agitated, instructing Tom to drive to the other place. Tom asked for clarification, but Mark refused to explain. The tension in the car was thick, and Tom's instincts screamed at him that something wasn't right. Eventually, Mark demanded to be taken back to where Tom had picked him up. The drive back was silent and heavy, each mile filled with a creeping sense of unease. When they reached the original pickup spot, Mark leaned forward and asked Tom, "Have you ever thought about how you'd die?" The question hung in the air, chilling Tom to his core. Mark then exited the car and disappeared into the night. Tom later found that Mark's profile had vanished just like Greg's from Marcus's story. Uber had no record of the ride, leaving Tom with nothing but a haunting memory and a gnawing suspicion that he'd picked up someone far more dangerous than just a lost passenger. Each of these stories highlights how quickly situations can spiral out of control, how a simple ride can become a trap, a test of survival, or a psychological nightmare. Drivers, alone at night in their cars, can be targeted by passengers with violent intentions or unstable mental states. Passengers, especially those traveling alone or at odd hours, can find themselves vulnerable to drivers who blur the line between protector and predator. What struck me most was how these encounters often happened in isolated or unfamiliar areas, places where help was far away and the normal rules of safety felt suspended. The dark streets, empty parking lots, and abandoned buildings became backdrops for moments of fear and danger, magnifying every glance, every silence, every unexpected turn. As I reflected on these stories, I realized that the fear wasn't just about physical harm. It was about the psychological toll of being trapped in a confined space with someone you don't know, someone who might be unpredictable or hostile. The anxiety of wondering what will happen next, whether the driver will take a sudden detour, whether the passenger will lash out, whether the car will stop in the middle of nowhere and leave you stranded, hangs over every ride like a shadow. These stories also made me think about the systems in place, or the lack thereof, that are supposed to keep us safe. How effective are the background checks on drivers? How well does Uber monitor the behavior of passengers? And how much can an app really do when a situation turns dangerous in a matter of minutes? The answers aren't simple, but what these stories undeniably show is that despite all the technology, the ratings, and the safety features, the human element remains unpredictable. Trust has to be earned in those moments, and when it's broken, the consequences can be terrifying. As I prepared to share the next part of this collection, I was struck by how these stories reflected a broader reality, one where isolation and vulnerability can turn everyday situations into nightmare scenarios. The tension builds not just in the moments of confrontation, but in the quiet, unsettling silences and the eerie, unfamiliar places where these rides take place. The rideshare world is convenient and efficient, but behind the screens and apps lie real people with real fears. And sometimes, those fears come true in the most unexpected and chilling ways. The stories I'd uncovered were already chilling, but then I came across one that took the tension to a whole new level. A story so intense it felt like something out of a thriller movie rather than a real Uber ride. It was told by a driver named Alex, who shared a harrowing experience that began with an ordinary pickup and escalated into a desperate fight for survival. Alex had been driving for Uber for a couple of years and was familiar with the late-night shifts that often brought in a mix of passengers, some friendly, some quiet, and some just downright strange. One night, he received a ride request from a man named Jimmy. The app showed Jimmy's profile as average, with decent ratings, so Alex didn't hesitate to accept. Jimmy climbed into the back seat, looking nervous and fidgety. As they drove toward the outskirts of the city, Alex noticed Jimmy constantly glancing over his shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper when he spoke. When Alex asked if everything was okay, Jimmy hesitated before admitting that he was on the run, that he'd been involved in something bad and needed to get away fast. The destination wasn't on the app. Instead, Jimmy directed Alex to take a series of back roads, winding through dark neighborhoods and abandoned industrial areas. Alex's unease grew as the streets grew emptier and the night deeper. Then, suddenly, Jimmy pulled a knife from his jacket and pressed it against the back of Alex's head. "Don't say a word," Jimmy hissed. "If you try anything, I swear I'll hurt you." Alex's heart pounded. He forced himself to stay calm, pretending to comply as Jimmy ordered him to drive faster, away from the city limits. Every turn was calculated, every stop avoided. The car's interior felt like a prison. After what felt like hours, they reached a desolate warehouse district. Jimmy told Alex to park and get out, warning that he wouldn't hesitate to use the knife if Alex made a wrong move. As Alex stepped out, he realized he was completely alone, miles from any help, with a man who had no qualms about violence. But Alex wasn't about to give up. He noticed a security camera mounted above the warehouse entrance. Summoning every ounce of courage, he made a break for the camera, shouting for help. Jimmy lunged after him, but before he could reach Alex, the security guard appeared, alerted by the commotion and the flashing red light on the camera system. Police arrived moments later, and Jimmy was arrested. Alex's quick thinking had saved his life, but the memory of that night stayed with him, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking beneath seemingly routine rides. Just when I thought the stories couldn't get any more intense, I found another account. This one from a passenger named Megan. Her experience wasn't violent in the traditional sense, but it was disturbing in a way that cut deep into the psychological realm. Megan had taken an Uber home after a late shift at a downtown cafe. She was tired but relieved to be heading home in the early hours of the morning. The driver was quiet, polite, and professional, which put Megan at ease. But halfway through the ride, she noticed something strange. Her phone, which she had been holding just moments before, was suddenly missing from her bag. She asked the driver if he had seen it, but he claimed he hadn't. Megan's panic rose as she realized she had no way to contact anyone or call for help. Then, the oddest thing happened. As the driver continued down the road, Megan's phone lit up with a series of disturbing messages, texts sent from her own number. The messages were cryptic and threatening, filled with unsettling phrases that Megan couldn't understand. She demanded to know what was happening, but the driver only smirked and said, "You'll find out soon enough." The rest of the ride was a blur of fear and confusion. When Megan finally got out and ran into her apartment, she immediately changed her passwords, contacted Uber, and reported the incident. The police traced the messages and found that the driver had been manipulating her phone remotely, accessing her personal information and sending those threatening texts to unsettle and intimidate her. Megan's story was a chilling example of how the danger of an Uber ride isn't always physical. The psychological torment, the invasion of privacy, and the feeling of being hunted can be just as traumatic, if not more so. Both Alex's and Megan's experiences revealed a deeper, more unsettling truth about Uber horror stories. The danger isn't always obvious or immediate. Sometimes it hides in the shadows, in the unexpected twists that turn a simple ride into a complex nightmare. What struck me was how these incidents exposed vulnerabilities not just in the physical world, but also in the digital one. The technology that connects drivers and passengers, the very app that's supposed to make rides safe and transparent, can be exploited in disturbing ways. Whether it's a passenger with a weapon or a driver with malicious intent, the risks are multifaceted, blurring the lines between physical safety and digital security. These stories also highlighted how quickly the context can shift. One moment, you're just another rider or driver going about your day. The next, you're caught in a situation where every decision could mean the difference between escape and harm. And it's not just the immediate threat that lingers. The aftermath for those involved can be just as devastating. Alex was left with nightmares and a newfound wariness he couldn't shake. Megan felt violated, not just by the driver's actions, but by the sense that her privacy had been shattered in a place where she should have felt safe. Reading these stories made me think about the invisible dangers that often go unnoticed in the gig economy. The flexibility and convenience of ride-sharing come with a hidden cost, a vulnerability that can be exploited by those with ill intent. And while companies like Uber have introduced safety features, the human factor remains unpredictable and sometimes unmanageable. As I prepared to share the final stories I uncovered, I realized that these terrifying experiences are more than just cautionary tales. They're reflections of a system struggling to keep pace with the realities of modern life, where technology and human nature intersect in complex and sometimes dangerous ways. The unpredictability, the psychological twists, and the physical dangers all serve as stark reminders that even the most routine Uber ride can hold hidden threats. Threats that demand our attention, our awareness, and our respect. But before I move on to the aftermath and what these stories mean for the future, there's one more tale that left me unsettled long after I read it. A story that underlined just how deeply these encounters can affect those involved, both physically and mentally. The aftermath of these terrifying rides lingered long after the cars had pulled away, leaving scars far deeper than any physical injury. Drivers like Marcus, Jenna, Tom, and Alex all shared one thing in common. Their encounters left them shaken, wary of every passenger and every quiet moment behind the wheel. For many, the trauma didn't fade with time. It settled in, turning routine drives into anxiety-filled experiences. Marcus told me that after his encounter with Greg, he found it nearly impossible to drive at night without feeling a knot in his stomach. Every passenger's silence made him tense. Every unfamiliar face sparked a flicker of fear. He began double-checking the rearview mirror obsessively, his mind replaying Greg's ominous words. "You picked the wrong guy up tonight." The memories haunted him, altering the way he approached his job and his life. Similarly, Lisa's experience of being followed by her Uber driver changed how she navigated the world. She stopped taking late-night rides alone and became hyper-aware of her surroundings. The feeling of being watched, of someone's eyes tracking her movements, didn't disappear overnight. It was a constant undercurrent of fear that shadowed her every step. The psychological toll on passengers was just as profound. Megan, whose phone was manipulated by her driver, described feeling violated on a level she hadn't anticipated. The invasion of her privacy, the messages sent from her own number, made her question the safety of her personal space, a space she assumed was protected by the ride-sharing service. Her trust in the system was shattered, replaced by a lingering sense of vulnerability. Even drivers who faced physical threats, like Jenna and Alex, grappled with the emotional aftermath. Jenna recounted nights when she would wake up drenched in sweat, reliving the moment David lunged at her. Alex spoke of a persistent hypervigilance, a feeling that danger could emerge from the shadows at any time. For them, the line between work and personal life blurred, as the trauma seeped into their everyday routine. These stories revealed a common thread: isolation. Whether it was a driver alone in a car late at night or a passenger traveling through empty streets, the sense of being utterly vulnerable was overwhelming. There was no one to turn to in those moments, no immediate help nearby. The confined space of a car became a trap, and the dark surroundings amplified every fear. The theme of helplessness also stood out. Many drivers and passengers felt powerless once the situation spiraled out of control. Attempts to call for help, to reason with an agitated passenger or driver, often failed. The technology meant to provide safety, the app's tracking, emergency buttons, or customer support, sometimes lagged behind the immediacy of the threat. This gap between expectation and reality pointed to systemic issues within the ride-sharing industry. Background checks on drivers, while thorough to some extent, couldn't always predict momentary lapses or concealed intentions. Passengers, too, sometimes used the service to mask dangerous behavior, knowing the anonymity the app provided. The sheer volume of rides happening every day made it challenging for companies to monitor or intervene in real time effectively. Moreover, safety features built into the apps, such as sharing trip details with trusted contacts or emergency buttons, relied heavily on users' awareness and willingness to activate them. In high-stress situations, where fear can cloud judgment, these measures might not be enough. The stories also underscored the blurred boundaries between driver and passenger roles. Both groups could be victims or perpetrators, sometimes switching roles depending on the circumstances. This complexity made it difficult to establish clear protocols or safeguard mechanisms that addressed all possible scenarios. Reflecting on these experiences, it became clear that the ride-sharing ecosystem operates in a delicate balance between convenience and risk. While technology has revolutionized transportation, it has also introduced vulnerabilities deeply tied to human behavior and unpredictability. There's also the broader context of the gig economy at play. Drivers often work long hours, sometimes late into the night, in isolated conditions. The pressure to accept rides for income can lead to situations where personal safety is compromised. Passengers, too, rely on the service for its accessibility and affordability, sometimes overlooking potential risks in the moment. These dynamics create a perfect storm where safety can be compromised despite the best intentions. The stories I encountered aren't just about isolated incidents, but reflect ongoing challenges in managing human factors within a technological framework. Yet, the responses from those involved reveal resilience and a growing awareness. Many drivers have adopted personal safety routines, avoiding certain neighborhoods, keeping doors locked, installing dash cams, or using apps designed to alert others during emergencies. Passengers have become more cautious about sharing trip details, checking driver profiles more carefully, and trusting their instincts when something feels wrong. The ride-sharing community, both drivers and passengers, is learning hard lessons from these incidents. Conversations about safety have become more prominent, pushing companies to enhance features and reconsider policies. But as these stories show, no system is foolproof, and vigilance remains crucial. Perhaps the most striking takeaway is the human cost behind these horror stories. The fear, trauma, and lasting impact aren't just statistics or headlines. They are lived realities. For those who've endured such encounters, the world feels less safe, and trust is harder to come by. Understanding these experiences helps to foster empathy and highlights the need for stronger protections and better support systems within the gig economy. It's a reminder that behind every rating and review, every trip shared on an app, are people navigating risks that can be invisible to the casual observer. As I prepared to delve into the final part of these stories, I kept thinking about the importance of vigilance, empathy, and systemic change. The tales of fear and resilience are a call to action, to listen, to learn, and to push for a safer environment where convenience doesn't come at the cost of security. In the wake of all these stories, one truth stood out clearly. Vigilance is the most crucial tool for both drivers and passengers. The convenience of ride-sharing services like Uber comes with inherent risks that no app can entirely eliminate. What these harrowing experiences have taught me is that awareness, preparation, and trust in one's instincts are the best defenses in an unpredictable situation. For drivers, this means setting clear boundaries and safety protocols. Many now recommend always keeping doors locked while driving, refusing rides that seem suspicious, and using dashcams to record interactions. Sharing trip details with friends or family members has become a common practice, allowing others to monitor the ride's progress in real time. Drivers are also advised to familiarize themselves with safe drop-off points, especially in unfamiliar or isolated areas, and to trust their gut if a passenger's behavior raises red flags. Passengers, too, have learned to take extra precautions. Confirming the driver's identity before getting into the car is essential, matching the license plate and the driver's photo with the app's information. Sharing trip details with trusted contacts and using the app's emergency features can provide an added layer of security. Perhaps most importantly, passengers are encouraged to trust their instincts. If something feels off, it's better to cancel the ride or ask the driver to pull over in a populated area. While these personal safety tips are vital, the stories also highlight a pressing need for systemic improvement. The gig economy operates on a model that prioritizes flexibility and efficiency, but it must also evolve to prioritize safety more robustly. Enhanced screening procedures, real-time monitoring of rides, and quicker response protocols could make a significant difference. Uber and other ride-sharing companies have introduced various safety features over the years, including in-app emergency buttons, ride tracking, and the ability to report drivers or passengers quickly. Yet the limitations of these tools become clear when faced with rapidly escalating situations where seconds count. There's also a call for better support systems for those affected by traumatic incidents, acknowledging that the aftermath can be just as challenging as the event itself. These true stories serve as sobering reminders that no technology can fully replace human caution. The convenience of summoning a ride at the tap of a screen is undeniable, but it comes with a responsibility to be alert, to prepare, and to protect oneself. At the same time, it's important to remember the human element on both sides of the ride. Drivers are not just service providers. They're individuals who often work long, isolated hours and face risks many don't see. Passengers, likewise, are people seeking safe and efficient transportation. Empathy and understanding are crucial in building a safer ride-sharing community. Ultimately, awareness and education can empower riders and drivers alike to navigate these risks more effectively. Sharing stories like these isn't about instilling fear, but about fostering understanding and preparedness. It's about recognizing that while ride-sharing is a modern convenience, it exists within a complex web of human behaviors and vulnerabilities. I hope that by sharing these accounts, more people will approach their rides with a blend of trust and caution, armed with practical steps to enhance their safety. Whether you're behind the wheel or in the back seat, staying alert, trusting your instincts, and using the tools available can mean the difference between a routine trip and a frightening ordeal. In the end, these stories stand as a testament to resilience and the need for ongoing vigilance. They remind us that safety isn't guaranteed by an app or a rating system. It's something we all have to actively pursue. As ride-sharing continues to evolve, so too must our commitment to protecting ourselves and each other. So, the next time you open your Uber app or get behind the wheel, remember these tales. Let them serve as a quiet warning and a call to action. To be cautious, to be prepared, and above all, to value safety above convenience. Because in the world of ride-sharing, that balance can sometimes be a matter of life and death. I moved to New York City a little over a year ago, mostly because the job offer was irresistible and the idea of living in such a vibrant, bustling place seemed thrilling at the time. My apartment was modest, a one-bedroom on the 5th floor of an aging building in the East Village. The street below was alive day and night with honking cars, chattering pedestrians, and the occasional street musician trying to make a living. From my living room window, I had a clear view of the sidewalk and the storefronts. But what caught my attention wasn't the street itself. It was the old fire escape that clung to the brick wall just outside. It was strange, really. Everyone seemed to ignore that fire escape. I'd never seen anyone use it, at least not during the day, and the neighbors never seemed to glance its way. It was rusty, and some of the metal steps creaked ominously whenever the wind picked up. I assumed it was just a relic that was there in case of emergencies. But over time, I began to notice something unsettling. The fire escape never seemed quite empty. The building's layout meant my apartment was directly adjacent to it. I worked from home most days, so I spent hours sitting near the window, laptop open, headphones in, sipping coffee while tapping away on the keyboard. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I started catching fleeting shadows on the fire escape. At odd hours, sometimes late at night, sometimes early in the morning, I would see movement. A silhouette, just out of clear view, shifting behind the bars, disappearing whenever I looked directly. One evening, I'd been working until nearly midnight, the city's noise dimming into a distant hum. I glanced up, and there it was again, a shadowy figure crouched on the landing above mine. My heart jumped, and I froze, unsure if I was imagining things. I blinked hard, and it was gone. I told myself it was probably just a homeless person taking shelter or a rat. But something about the timing and the way the shadow moved felt deliberate. I started locking my windows, even though I'd never considered it necessary before, and I made a point of not sitting by the window after dark. Still, the feeling persisted. I began hearing subtle noises, too. Soft tapping against the glass, like knuckles rapping lightly, or the faint scrape of metal against brick. It was never loud enough to be certain, but enough to set my nerves on edge. One night, I decided to test my suspicions. I left the apartment in complete darkness, turning off every light and pulling back from the window. I sat silently in the living room, straining to hear any sound from the fire escape. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Then, as soon as I turned the lights back on and moved closer to the window, I heard it again, a soft tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. I pulled the curtain aside cautiously, expecting maybe to catch a glimpse of someone trying to get my attention. Instead, I saw nothing but the empty metal stairs glinting under the street lamp. The building across from mine had windows that looked directly onto the fire escape, but all their curtains were drawn tight. I wondered if the person was hiding somewhere else, using the fire escape as a vantage point. My mind started racing with scenarios. Could someone be living there? Was the landlord turning a blind eye? Were my neighbors even aware? I messaged a few friends about it, half expecting them to tell me I was being paranoid. But no one had ever mentioned anything about the fire escape. The silence felt heavier than any reassurance. The next day, I called the landlord's office. I tried to keep my voice steady, asking casually if anyone had access to the fire escape or if there had been any reports of break-ins. The receptionist seemed evasive, brushing off my questions with vague promises to look into it. When I pressed harder, she said, "The fire escape isn't supposed to be used except in emergencies, and we don't have any tenants with permission to access it." That answer didn't sit well with me. I knew old buildings like this often had cracks in security, but I hadn't expected the landlord to be so dismissive. I began to check the fire escape more deliberately, peeking out whenever I could. Sometimes, I found small signs of activity. A cigarette but tucked into a corner, a scrap of paper caught in the railing, even faint smudges on the metal steps, as if someone had been climbing them recently. One afternoon, while I was working, I heard the tapping again, but this time it was accompanied by a faint scratching noise. My heart pounded as I approached the window cautiously. Peeking out, I saw a flash of movement followed by a glint of something shiny just out of reach. I reached onto the windowsill and found a tiny folded note, damp and crumpled. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The message was scrawled in messy handwriting. "I see you." No signature, no explanation, just those 3 words. I froze. 1,000 thoughts ran through my head. Who was watching me? How long had this been going on? And what did they want? I debated calling the police, but hesitated. What if it was a prank? What if I was overreacting? Still, the note confirmed my worst fears. I was not alone, and someone was using the fire escape as a secret lookout into my life. That night, I installed a small webcam by the window, facing out toward the fire escape. I wanted to catch whoever was doing this, but the footage was inconclusive. The camera caught nothing but empty stares and flickering shadows. It was frustrating and terrifying all at once. I started changing my routines, closing the curtains early, avoiding the window, even leaving the apartment at odd hours to throw off whoever was watching. The city around me never felt so claustrophobic, the usual hum of life replaced by the constant echo of unseen eyes tracking my every move. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. It was a creeping dread that settled deep in my chest. The anonymity I'd once enjoyed in this urban jungle was gone, replaced by a suffocating sense that the fire escape was no longer just a forgotten relic, but a gateway for someone's intrusion. Days blurred into nights, and I found myself unable to relax in my own home. Every noise, every flicker of light outside the window, set my nerves alight. I began to wonder if anyone else had noticed the strange presence, or if I was truly alone in this nightmare. The fire escape loomed just beyond the glass, silent except for the faintest whispers of movement. And I was left to wonder how long this had been happening, and what might come next. After that note appeared on my windowsill, everything changed. What had once been an uneasy suspicion turned into a gnawing obsession. I couldn't ignore the fire escape anymore, not when it had become a silent witness to something I couldn't quite understand. Night after night, I sat by the window, eyes darting to the dark metal stairs, waiting for some sign of movement. And more often than not, I got what I dreaded. The first few times it was just shadows again, barely more than vague silhouettes disappearing when I looked straight at them. But then, the tapping started to get more persistent. A steady rhythm, almost like someone counting seconds or trying to send a message. At times, I thought I heard faint whispers, but it was impossible to tell if that was real or my imagination running wild. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a resident from another floor who had somehow gotten access, or a homeless person seeking shelter on the fire escape when the weather got cold. I even convinced myself the tapping was just city noises, echoes bouncing off the brick walls. But none of those explanations fit the small objects I kept finding on my windowsill. One morning, as I opened the curtains, I noticed a tiny, folded piece of paper tucked behind a flower pot I kept on the sill. I unfolded it carefully, heart racing, and saw a crudely drawn smiley face staring back at me. Beneath it, scribbled words, "Watching you always." The handwriting was shaky, almost childlike, but the message was chilling. I stuffed the note into my pocket and scanned the fire escape. No one was there, but I spotted faint footprints in the dust, leading up the stairs and then vanishing on the landing above. Whoever it was, they were bold enough to leave these little tokens as if daring me to notice. I started leaving my apartment door unlocked for a few minutes when I left for work, hoping to catch someone inside or at least hear signs of unauthorized entry. Every day, I returned to find another small item, a cigarette butt, a handful of pennies, a scrap of fabric that hadn't been there before. It felt like a twisted game, and I was the unwilling player. Trying to get some answers, I reached out to the landlord again. I called the office and explained my concerns more firmly this time, mentioning the notes and objects left behind. The receptionist was less evasive but still offered little help. "We've had no complaints about the fire escape," she said flatly. "It's secured, and tenants don't have access unless there's an emergency." I pressed her for details on security measures. "Are there cameras? Any recent break-ins?" She hesitated. "The building is old, but we take safety seriously." That vague response only made me more suspicious. One afternoon, I decided to take a closer look at the fire escape during daylight. I slipped outside onto the landing, heart pounding as I stepped onto the rusty metal. The surface was cold and uneven, with patches of peeling paint and rust spots. I examined the railing and stairs carefully, looking for signs of tampering or hidden compartments. Near the bottom step, I found a small pile of cigarette butts, some crushed and some fresh. A few feet away, a scrap of folded paper poked out from under a loose plank. I unfolded it and found a simple drawing of my apartment window, with an arrow pointing at it and the words, "I'm close." I shivered and tucked the note into my jacket pocket. The fire escape wasn't just a forgotten emergency exit anymore. It had become a staging ground for whoever was watching me. I realized then that they must have been coming and going unnoticed, slipping past any security that was supposed to be in place. Back inside, I installed a motion sensor near the window in the hopes of catching movement on the fire escape. The first few nights, it was quiet, but then the sensor beeped repeatedly around 2 a.m. I grabbed my phone and peeked through the curtains. There, crouching on the landing, was a figure dressed in dark clothes, their face obscured by a hood. I froze, heart hammering. The figure didn't move for several minutes, just sat there silently, staring at my window. Then, without warning, they reached up and tapped 3 times on the glass, as if sending a message. I wanted to scream or call for help, but I was too terrified. After those taps, the figure slipped away, disappearing into the shadows along the fire escape. I checked the motion sensor footage the next day and saw the blurry image of the person, but it was impossible to identify them. I began to dread nightfall. The tapping and shadows became part of my routine, a constant reminder that I was being watched. I avoided sitting by the window, pulled curtains tight before sunset, and stopped leaving anything valuable near the sill. I even changed my habits, taking different routes when I left the apartment, varying the times I came and went, hoping to throw off whoever was lurking nearby. But the feeling of being monitored only deepened. One evening, while I was working late, I heard a faint scratching noise at the window, slower and more deliberate than before. I approached cautiously and saw a hand pressed against the glass, pale, thin fingers with chipped nails. I jumped back in shock, but when I looked again a moment later, the hand was gone. I called a friend, Jamie, and told her everything. She was horrified and insisted I call the police. I hesitated, worried about being dismissed as paranoid or overreacting. But when I mentioned the notes and the figure on the fire escape, she convinced me to at least file a report. The police came by the next day, taking statements and inspecting the building's security. They said they would increase patrols in the area and check for any suspicious activity. But they also warned me that without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to act. I felt caught in limbo, aware of the threat but powerless to stop it. I started locking every door and window obsessively, installing extra locks and even a small alarm system. The landlord finally agreed to install a security camera pointing at the fire escape, but the damage was already done. The psychological toll was immense. Sleep eluded me, and anxiety gnawed at my every waking moment. Friends tried to reassure me, but I saw the worry in their eyes. The city had lost its charm, and my apartment felt less like a home and more like a trap. Despite all the precautions, the tapping and shadows never ceased. Sometimes, I thought I caught glimpses of someone's face reflected in the glass, watching silently from the fire escape. The notes kept coming, becoming more cryptic and unsettling. It was clear whoever was doing this knew my routines, my habits, and where to find me. The fire escape was no longer just an architectural feature, but a stage for a sinister game that I couldn't escape. And every night, as darkness fell, I wondered what they would do next. The discovery of the camera changed everything. It happened on a morning like any other. I woke early, bleary-eyed, and shuffled over to the window to let in some fresh air. That's when I noticed it, a small, glinting object taped to the underside of the fire escape landing right outside my window. It was subtle, easily missed if you weren't looking for it, but there was no mistaking what it was, a camera lens, pointed directly at my apartment. My hands shook as I peeled back the tape and held the device up to the light. It was crudely hidden, but functional. Someone had been recording me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. All those nights of shadows, tapping, the notes, they hadn't been mere games or threats. They had been surveillance, a deliberate invasion of my privacy. I immediately called Jamie, my closest friend, and told her what I'd found. Her voice was sharp with concern. "You have to call the police," she said. "This is serious. You need help." I hesitated, overwhelmed by fear and confusion, but I knew she was right. I dialed 911 and explained the situation. The officer who arrived was empathetic but cautious. He took the camera as evidence and promised to investigate. But he warned me that these cases were difficult. Without catching the culprit in the act, proving who was behind it could be nearly impossible. The landlord was less cooperative. When I confronted him about the camera and the ongoing harassment, he grew defensive. "I told you, this building has had break-ins before, but we've increased security. I don't know who's doing this, but I'll look into it." His tone was dismissive, and I could tell he didn't want to get involved. Determined not to be a victim, I took matters into my own hands. I installed extra locks on all the windows and doors, bought motion-activated lights for the fire escape area, and set up my own security cameras inside the apartment, one pointed at the window facing the fire escape. Despite these precautions, the feeling of being watched never left me. Every creak of the building, every flicker of streetlight became a trigger for anxiety. I was hyper-aware of every sound at night, every shadow crossing the window. One evening, around midnight, the motion sensor by the window beeped frantically. I grabbed my phone and peeked through the curtain. There, crouched on the fire escape just outside, was a figure dressed in black, face obscured by a hood. The person was motionless, staring directly at my window. My heart pounded wildly. I wanted to scream, to call out, but fear rooted me in place. After several tense minutes, the figure raised a gloved hand and tapped 3 times on the glass. The deliberate pattern sent chills down my spine. Then, as silently as they'd appeared, the figure vanished into the night. I called Jamie again, my voice trembling as I described what had happened. She insisted I stay with her for a few days, but I refused. I wanted to reclaim my space, to prove to myself I wasn't afraid. The police increased patrols around the building, but it didn't help. The intruder was always one step ahead, slipping away before anyone arrived. The notes kept appearing on my doorstep, each one more cryptic and disturbing. One read simply, "You can't hide." The psychological toll was crushing. I stopped inviting friends over, stopped opening my curtains during the day. My world shrank to the confines of my locked apartment. Sleep became elusive. I found myself awake for hours, staring at the window, waiting for the next sign. One night, I heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping against metal. I grabbed a flashlight and edged toward the window. Outside, faint footprints led up the fire escape, and on the landing was a single metal folding chair facing my window. It was out of place, disturbing in its intentionality. I called the police immediately. They arrived quickly and took photographs. The chair was removed, but no fingerprints or clues were found. The officer admitted it was likely left by the person watching me. A taunt, a way to say, "I'm here." I felt trapped in a nightmare. The city that once felt alive and vibrant had become a prison. I thought about moving, but the idea of leaving everything behind was overwhelming. One afternoon, after weeks of sleepless nights, I finally confronted the landlord again. I demanded he show me the fire escape and the neighboring apartments. Reluctantly, he agreed. The place was dusty and neglected. The fire escape stairs were covered in dirt and debris, but what caught my eye was the metal chair, identical to the one found on my landing, folded up and hidden in a corner of a vacant apartment next door. It was clear someone had been using that space as a hideout. The police were called back to investigate the neighboring unit, but it was empty. No signs of recent habitation, no evidence of the person who'd been watching me. I installed more security cameras, changed all the locks again, and tried to reclaim some sense of safety. But the damage was done. The feeling of being watched lingered, a shadow always lurking just out of sight. I started seeing a therapist to help cope with the anxiety and paranoia. She told me what I was experiencing was common in cases of stalking and harassment, feelings of helplessness, fear, and isolation. Despite all efforts, the intruder was never caught. The police files went cold, and the landlord refused to take further responsibility. I was left with an apartment that felt invaded, a life that felt uncertain. Some nights, I still think I see shadows moving beyond the curtains, or hear the tapping on the glass. I wonder how long this had been going on before I noticed, and whether the person watching is still out there, waiting for their next chance. I don't know what their intentions were, or why they chose me. All I know is that for a long time, I wasn't alone in that apartment, and the fire escape wasn't just an emergency exit. It was their vantage point to watch my every move. After weeks of sleepless nights and mounting anxiety, I finally made the decision to move. The apartment that once felt like an exciting new chapter had become a prison, each creak and shadow a reminder of the unseen eyes that had invaded my privacy. I found a place in a quieter neighborhood, far from the city's chaotic pulse, and, hopefully, far from whoever had been watching me. The new apartment was in a small suburban complex, surrounded by neatly trimmed lawns and tree-lined streets. It was a far cry from the gritty urban landscape I'd left behind. I was relieved to trade the constant buzz of the city for the relative calm of suburbia. The neighbors were friendly, waving hello as I moved boxes inside, and the backyard opened onto a patch of dense woods that stretched beyond the property line. At first, I felt a fragile sense of safety, but that comfort was short-lived. The woods at the edge of the backyard felt oddly foreboding. Dense and dark, they seemed to swallow sound and light. I'd never been one to be scared of nature, but there was something unsettling about how still it was, how the trees seemed to loom like silent sentinels. I found myself avoiding the backyard at dusk, the shadows growing longer and more oppressive. Then the strange things began. It started with small noises, footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway when no one should have been there, the flicker of porch lights turning on and off without explanation. I'd been careful with locking doors and windows, but the feeling of eyes watching me seeped back in. One evening, I was sitting on the couch when I noticed a flicker from the porch light outside. I glanced through the window and saw a figure standing just beyond the edge of the yard, partially hidden by the trees. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I told myself it was my imagination, but then I found footprints in the soft earth near the tree line. Barefoot prints, oddly shaped, and circling the house. They led nowhere, disappearing into the dark woods. The next day, I found strange symbols carved into the bark of the trees bordering the backyard. Jagged lines and circles, etched deep enough to draw blood. I took pictures and showed them to a neighbor, who looked uneasy but said she'd never seen anything like it before. At night, the porch light flickered again, and I found notes slipped under the door. One read, "We see you," in the same messy handwriting that had once haunted my city apartment. The sense of being watched was no longer a figment of paranoia. It was undeniable. I called the police, explaining the strange symbols, the footprints, the notes. They increased patrols in the neighborhood and promised to investigate. But like before, there was no solid evidence, no suspects. One night, I heard movement outside the window. I peeked through the curtains and saw a tall figure standing just beyond the backyard fence, partially illuminated by the porch light. The person held something in their hand, a knife, gleaming faintly in the darkness. I froze, heart pounding. The figure spoke softly, voice barely audible but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. "I'm watching you." I backed away from the window and called 911. Police arrived within minutes, but the figure had vanished. They scoured the woods and surrounding streets, but found nothing. The experience shattered any remaining sense of safety. I installed motion-activated lights around the house, security cameras pointing into the yard, and reinforced all locks. Still, the feeling of being watched clung to me like a second skin. Friends urged me to consider moving again, but I was exhausted. The pattern was clear. No matter where I went, this presence followed, lurking just beyond reach. I sought help from a therapist, trying to untangle the fear from reality. She listened patiently as I recounted the events, validating my feelings and helping me develop coping strategies. But even with support, I couldn't shake the dread. One afternoon, I caught my reflection in the window and saw eyes behind me, eyes that weren't my own. I spun around, but the room was empty. That night, more footprints circled the house, and the notes grew more threatening. I realized that the woods weren't just a backdrop. They were a hiding place, a veil for whoever was watching. And the watchers were no longer content to remain unseen. The presence had moved closer, crossing the boundary from distant observer to active threat. I knew I couldn't stay here safely, but the thought of leaving again filled me with despair. The city, the suburbs, it didn't matter. The feeling of being watched had become woven into my life, an inescapable shadow. I was left questioning where safety could ever be found and whether it even existed anymore. In the summer of 2018, a group of friends and I decided to escape the unease that had settled into my life with a camping trip in the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to breathe mountain air and forget the shadows that seemed to follow me. We pitched our tents in a clearing surrounded by dense forest, far from any town or road. The first night was peaceful. The crackling campfire, the stars overhead, and the sound of crickets lulled us into a sense of calm I hadn't felt in months. But on the second night, that calm began to unravel. Marcus, one of my friends, claimed he saw something moving in the woods. He was sitting by the fire, staring into the darkness, when he suddenly stood and said, "There's someone out there." We laughed it off at first, thinking it was just nerves or maybe an animal. But as the night deepened, unease crept in. I lay in my tent, the thin fabric doing little to muffle the sounds of the forest. That's when I heard it. Heavy breathing, slow and deliberate, just beyond the tent flap. I held my breath, heart pounding. The breathing stopped. Then, footsteps, barefoot, soft but unmistakable, circled the perimeter of our campsite. I whispered to the others, but they heard nothing. The next morning, we found footprints around the tents. Most were boot prints, but one was a bare human foot, muddy and oddly large. The discovery unsettled us all. We debated leaving, but the forest was vast and our supplies limited. Later that day, while gathering firewood, I caught sight of a naked man crouched behind a tree, watching us. His eyes were wild, unfocused, and when he saw I noticed him, he vanished into the underbrush. That night, the terror escalated. As we sat huddled in our tents, a voice whispered, "I see you guys." The words seemed to come from every direction, carried on the wind. Then, someone began unzipping my tent. I screamed, and my friends shouted in alarm. Whoever it was fled into the darkness, disappearing among the trees. At dawn, shaken and exhausted, we packed up quickly. On the way out, we stopped at the ranger station and told them what had happened. They nodded grimly and shared reports of a man living in the woods, someone who had been stealing from campers and lurking near campsites for months. The experience left me rattled, the feeling of unseen eyes more real than ever. I realized that no matter where I went, the watchers were out there, waiting, watching, and sometimes stepping just beyond the edge of sight. The forest, the suburbs, the city, they all held their own secrets, their own threats. After that trip, I knew I couldn't ignore the terror anymore. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a reality. And it was one I would carry with me wherever I went. I worked the late shift at a small-town diner somewhere in the Midwest. The kind of place where the neon sign outside buzzes and flickers like it's one bad storm away from dying for good. I'm 27, and this is my first real job after college, mostly because it was the only place hiring on such short notice. The diner sits on the edge of town, the only light for miles, with a cracked parking lot and a few rusty picnic tables out front. Inside, it's all chrome and vinyl booths, the smell of frying bacon and burnt coffee hanging in the air like a familiar ghost. Most nights, it's quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the kind that presses on your ears and makes every creak and drip louder than it should be. You can hear the steady hum of the grill, the clatter of dishes in the kitchen, and the occasional drip-drip of rain hitting the roof. The rain is almost always there these days, like it's trying to wash the place clean, but never quite succeeding. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting a pale, sickly glow that makes the grease-streaked windows look like they're holding back some kind of darkness outside. It's the kind of place where the few customers you get are either regulars who come in every night or strangers passing through town, looking for a place to stretch their legs and grab a hot meal before heading back onto the road. The regulars often sit in the same booths, nursing their coffee and talking in low voices about things that don't quite sound right when you listen closely. I've learned to keep my head down, smile politely, and not ask too many questions. The diner feels like a comfortable routine, almost like a safety net in this otherwise empty stretch of highway. But sometimes, that safety net feels thinner than I'd like. I moved here from a bigger city down south, where the late-night diners were loud and crowded, full of life until the early morning. Here, it's different. People are kind but distant. They don't make small talk. They don't ask about your day. Instead, they slide into a booth, order their meal, and stare out the window like they're waiting for something or someone that never comes. It took me a while to get used to it, the way the silence can feel heavy, like it's waiting to swallow you whole. On one of my first shifts, I remember standing behind the counter, wiping down the already shiny surface when the rain started coming down harder. The neon sign outside flickered erratically, casting long, thin shadows across the diner's linoleum floor. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, and I was alone except for the old man sitting by the window, staring into his cup of black coffee. The hum of the fridge and the distant rumble of thunder were the only sounds breaking the silence. That night, like many others, I thought about how diners have this strange duality. To the people outside, they're cozy refuges, places where you can grab a bite, warm up from the cold, or just watch the world go by. But inside, behind those greasy counters and battered menus, strange things happen. Moments that don't make sense, shadows that don't belong, and stories that customers never tell. It's like the diner is a stage for secrets, and every night brings a new act. I learned early on that the regulars don't just come for food. They come because the diner is one of the few places left where they can be seen and not judged. But it can also be a place where loneliness turns into something darker. Sometimes, when the rain beats harder against the windows and the neon sign sputters like it's about to give up, you start to feel like you're part of something bigger, a story that's been playing out here long before you showed up. The kitchen is small and cramped, with a grill that's seen better days and a coffee pot that's been on almost nonstop for years. The cooks move with a kind of tired efficiency, flipping eggs and flipping off the clock at the same time. The smell of grease and burnt sugar clings to everything, and the fluorescent lights above the stove buzz in tune with the old jukebox in the corner. Some nights, the jukebox plays songs nobody seems to want, looping the same sad melodies over and over. I remember one rainy evening, standing behind the counter, tracing the condensation on the window with my finger as I watched the headlights of cars passing by on the empty road. The diner felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. And that's when it hit me. This place, for all its warmth and familiarity, is also a kind of trap. A place where people come to hide, or forget, or maybe even disappear without anyone noticing. Sometimes, a customer will come in, look around like they're searching for something they lost long ago, and then sit down quietly, as if they've been coming here every night for years. They order the same thing, say the same words, and leave the same emptiness behind. The diner becomes a kind of mirror, reflecting the shadows of those who pass through. And me? I'm just the one who keeps the lights on, the coffee hot, and the stories unfolding in the silence. Most nights, the rain keeps falling, the neon sign buzzes, and the diner hums with the quiet rhythm of routine. But underneath it all, there's a feeling, a faint, creeping sense, that the diner holds more than just memories and meals. It holds secrets, dark ones. And sometimes, when the night stretches on and the world outside feels far away, you realize those secrets are watching you back. A few weeks into working the late shift, I started to notice a regular who unsettled me more than most. His name was Mr. Hayes, or at least that's what the others called him. He was an older man, probably in his 60s, with thinning gray hair and a face that looked like it had been weathered by years of hard living. He wore a worn-out coat, buttoned up tight even though the diner was warm inside, and he always sat alone at the booth closest to the back door. At first, Mr. Hayes seemed like any other customer, quiet and unassuming. He'd order a black coffee and a slice of pie, and spend hours staring out the window, lost in thought. But over time, I noticed something strange. He started muttering under his breath, whispering words I couldn't catch, like he was talking to someone no one else could see. His eyes would dart around the diner, watching the other patrons with this intense, almost predatory gaze that made my skin crawl. One night, I was wiping down tables when I caught him staring directly at me. Not just a glance, but a full-on, piercing stare that felt like it was trying to look right through me. I smiled nervously and asked if he needed anything else. He didn't respond, just nodded slowly and went back to staring at the door like he was waiting for something or someone. As the weeks went on, his behavior grew more erratic. He'd lean closer to the kitchen door, whispering phrases that didn't make sense, like, "They're coming," or "It's almost time." Sometimes, he'd refuse to leave even after closing, sitting there in the darkened diner with the neon sign flickering outside, his coat collar pulled up against the cold that wasn't there. My coworkers started to get uneasy, but no one said anything, probably because no one wanted to confront him or risk whatever mood he was in. One night, a few of us stayed late to clean up after closing. I was stacking plates when I heard a strange rustling from the booth where Mr. Hayes usually sat. I looked over and saw him hunched over, his coat pulled tight, as if he were hiding something underneath. I asked if he needed help, but he just shook his head without looking up. Curious and a little nervous, I glanced at the edge of his coat and caught a glimpse of something metal, something cold and sharp. My heart raced. I wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't feel right. I told one of the other employees, who suggested we call the police, but I hesitated. Mr. Hayes had never been violent before, just strange. I didn't want to make things worse. But then, the night took a darker turn. As we were about to lock up, Mr. Hayes suddenly stood up and moved toward the kitchen door, his coat flapping open just enough to reveal the glint of a knife tucked inside. He was whispering louder now, almost chanting, and his eyes looked wild, like he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. I froze behind the counter, heart pounding, unsure whether to run or call out. Another employee quietly dialed 911 while I kept an eye on him. Mr. Hayes reached the door, paused, and then turned slowly to face us, his expression unreadable. He said nothing, but the tension in the air was suffocating. The police arrived minutes later, though it felt like hours. They approached cautiously, asking him to put the knife down. Mr. Hayes didn't resist, but didn't explain anything either. After a brief search, they found nothing else hidden on him, just the knife and a small, folded piece of paper tucked inside his coat pocket. One of the officers unfolded the paper and read aloud, a series of cryptic phrases that made no immediate sense. Mentions of the Watchers, the coming darkness, and the last signal. It felt like a puzzle written in code, something out of a horror novel rather than a small-town diner. Mr. Hayes was taken away quietly, without protest, but the unease lingered long after he was gone. The booth where he used to sit felt colder somehow, like the diner had absorbed some of his restless energy. For days, I kept checking the back door, half expecting him to return or someone else to take his place. The other employees whispered about him in hushed tones, sharing rumors about his past. Some said he'd lost his family, others that he'd been a soldier with secrets too heavy to carry. None of it really mattered to me. What stuck with me was the feeling that Mr. Hayes wasn't just a man with strange habits. He was a warning, a sign that something darker could be lurking beneath the surface of this quiet diner. After that night, I started paying closer attention to the regulars, noticing how some of them would glance nervously toward the back door or suddenly stop talking when a shadow passed outside. The diner felt less like a refuge and more like a thin barrier between us and something we couldn't fully understand. One evening, a few days after Mr. Hayes' arrest, I was closing up when I heard a faint tapping coming from the kitchen. It was slow and deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention without making noise. I called out, but no one answered. When I checked, the kitchen was empty, the grill cold, and the coffee pot silent. I shrugged it off as my imagination until I noticed the back door was slightly ajar, even though I was sure I'd locked it. The rain had stopped, but a chill ran down my spine as I closed the door and double-checked the locks. That night, I didn't sleep well, haunted by the feeling that Mr. Hayes' presence hadn't truly left the diner. Since then, I've kept a closer eye on the shadows that seem to gather near the back door, the whispers that sometimes drift through the air when the diner is empty, and the regulars who seem to carry invisible burdens heavier than the meals they order. Mr. Hayes was just the beginning, a glimpse into the unseen threats that hide behind the neon glow and the hum of the grill. I don't know what the cryptic note meant or what Mr. Hayes was waiting for, but I can't shake the feeling that the diner holds more secrets than anyone realizes. Some nights, when the rain pounds harder and the neon flickers like it's struggling to stay alive, I swear I can hear the faintest whisper, calling out from the darkness just beyond the back door. One night, about a week after the incident with Mr. Hayes, the diner was quiet, too quiet, even for a late shift. The rain had stopped, but the air outside felt heavy and still, like the calm before a storm. I was wiping down the counter when the front door creaked open, and a woman stepped inside. She looked out of place, tall, with sharp features and eyes that didn't quite meet mine. Her coat was soaked, though the rain had stopped, and she clutched a small purse close to her chest. She glanced around the diner, her breath visible in the cold air, and said in a clipped voice, "I'm lost. Can I use your phone?" The words were polite but distant, like she was reciting a line she'd said 1,000 times before. I nodded, pointing to the wall phone near the kitchen. She moved slowly, eyes flicking to the corners of the room as if expecting something, or someone, to appear. I watched her from behind the counter, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. There was something off about her, not just the way she spoke, but the way she moved, stiff and guarded, like she was on edge. She didn't order anything, just stood by the phone, dialing a number but not speaking when it connected. Instead, she listened, her jaw clenched tight, and after a few moments, hung up without saying a word. As she lingered near the phone, I started to notice strange noises from the back of the diner, soft thuds and faint scraping sounds coming from the storage room and the old employee locker area. The lights flickered for a moment, casting long shadows across the walls, and the jukebox in the corner crackled, playing a warped version of a song nobody had selected. I asked if she wanted coffee or something warm, but she shook her head, eyes fixed on the back door. "I shouldn't stay," she whispered, more to herself than to me. The tension in the diner thickened, the air growing colder despite the heaters humming quietly. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to check the source of the noises. I told her to wait behind the counter, which she did, still clutching her purse like a lifeline. I stepped toward the kitchen door, the sound of dripping water echoing faintly beyond. As I opened the door to the storage room, the smell of damp wood and something metallic hit me. The scraping sound stopped abruptly. I flipped the light switch, but the bulbs flickered and died, plunging me into near darkness. Heart racing, I fumbled for my phone to use its flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing overturned boxes and scattered tools. Something had clearly been rummaging through the supplies, not long ago. A sudden creak from the locker room made me jump. I shone the light that way and saw the door slightly open, swaying as if someone had just stepped out. I called out, but there was no answer. The silence that followed was heavy, pressing in on me from all sides. I hurried back to the front, where the woman was still standing, pale and tense. "Did you hear that?" I asked quietly. She nodded but didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on the back door, which remained tightly shut. Just then, the neon sign outside sputtered and went dark, plunging the diner into near darkness except for the soft glow of the emergency exit lights. The power flickered back on moments later, but the atmosphere had shifted. The warmth I'd felt earlier was replaced by something cold and unsettling. I asked if she wanted to leave, but she hesitated, then said, "I'm waiting for someone. They said they'd come." Her voice was barely audible, almost lost in the hum of the kitchen appliances restarting. I wanted to believe she was just a lost traveler, caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as the minutes dragged on, the strange noises returned. Soft footsteps pacing just beyond the kitchen door, faint whispers I couldn't make out. The jukebox played a low, distorted melody that didn't match any song on the playlist. The woman kept glancing nervously at the clock, tapping her foot as if the wait was unbearable. I tried to distract her with small talk, but she gave only short answers, her eyes never leaving the door. Then, suddenly, the back door creaked open a crack, and a cold draft swept through the diner. The woman stiffened, her face paling even more. I moved toward the door, ready to check again, but before I could reach it, she grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and whispered, "Don't go back there." Not yet. I stopped, heart pounding, torn between fear and curiosity. She looked at me with an urgency that was impossible to ignore. Something was wrong. Whatever she was waiting for wasn't just a person, it was something else. Something dangerous. We stood there in the dim light, the rain starting up again outside, tapping rhythmically against the windows. The diner felt smaller, the shadows longer, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The strange noises from the back grew louder, scratches, whispers, the faint sound of breathing that wasn't ours. I glanced back at the woman. She was trembling now, eyes wide and searching the darkness beyond the kitchen. "They're here," she said, voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, the jukebox cut off, and the diner was silent except for the rain and our breathing. The neon sign outside flickered back to life, casting eerie red and blue hues across the floor. Then, without warning, the back door slammed shut with a force that made the windows rattle. The woman let out a sharp breath and sank into a booth, burying her face in her hands. I wanted to ask what was going on, but the words caught in my throat. The diner had transformed from a safe haven to a place where unseen threats lurked, and I wasn't sure if we were the hunters or the hunted. That night, I realized the diner wasn't just a backdrop for lonely souls or restless travelers. It was a threshold, a thin line between the ordinary and something far more sinister. And sometimes, visitors like the woman weren't just lost or scared. They were warnings. Messengers from the edge of whatever darkness was creeping closer. I stayed with her until the night ended, watching the back door and listening to the strange noises that never quite stopped. The diner's flickering lights and whispering shadows kept me awake long after closing, reminding me that some nights, the most terrifying visitors aren't the ones who come through the door. They're the ones who bring the darkness with them. A few days after the strange woman's visit, the diner felt heavier than usual, like the air inside had thickened with something unseen. The rain had finally stopped, but the dampness clung to the walls and floors, making the place feel colder than it looked. The usual hum of the grill and clatter of dishes was there, but there was an edge to everything, a quiet tension that I couldn't shake. That night, a man I hadn't seen before walked in just before midnight. He was middle-aged, with a worn leather jacket and tired eyes that scanned the diner like he was searching for something or someone. He sat at the counter, ordered a coffee and a sandwich, and then settled into silence. Unlike the others, he didn't seem interested in the usual small talk or the comfort of routine. He was distant, almost haunted, and when I brought him his meal, he barely touched it. He stayed for nearly an hour, occasionally glancing at the door, as if waiting for a sign. Then, without warning, he left the diner without paying or saying a word. I stood behind the counter, watching him disappear into the night, an uneasy feeling settling in my chest. The next morning, the diner opened to an unusual sight. His belongings were left behind, a wallet, a pair of gloves, and a worn notebook filled with scribbled notes and maps. Nobody knew who he was, and when I called the police to report the abandoned items, they told me a man matching his description was reported missing under suspicious circumstances just a few days earlier. The thought that he might have come here seeking help or answers sent a shiver through me. The diner, it seemed, was more than just a place for meals. It was a crossroads for lost souls and unfinished stories. Over the following days, strange things started happening around his usual spot, the booth near the window where he had sat. The air felt colder there, even when the heaters were on full blast. The lights flickered sporadically, and sometimes, when I passed by, I could swear I felt a presence, like someone was watching me from the shadows. One evening, as I was closing up, I heard a faint whisper coming from that booth. I stopped, heart pounding, and scanned the empty diner. There was no one there, but the whispering grew louder, a soft murmur of words I couldn't quite make out. I sat down in the booth, clutching a cup of coffee to steady my nerves. The air was icy against my skin, and the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. I tried to focus on the quiet hum of the fridge and the distant rumble of thunder, but the feeling of being watched lingered. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the notebook the man had left behind. The pages were filled with frantic writing, names, dates, coordinates, and references to the watcher and the forgotten. It read like a journal of someone chasing shadows, trying to piece together a puzzle that didn't want to be solved. As I flipped through the pages, a chill ran down my spine. One entry mentioned a diner much like ours, a place where the lost gather and the walls remember. It was as if the man believed this diner held some key to whatever darkness had been following him. After that night, the booth became a quiet reminder of the man who disappeared and the mysteries he carried. The cold spots remained, and sometimes the lights flickered in patterns that didn't match the wiring. Other employees whispered about strange noises, footsteps in empty hallways, the soft clinking of dishes when no one was around. One night, I was closing alone when I heard the unmistakable sound of a chair scraping against the floor near that booth. I turned quickly, expecting to see someone, but the diner was empty except for me. The echo of the scraping lingered, and for a moment, the air felt thick with something unspoken. I sat down in the booth again, notebook in hand, trying to make sense of the man's frantic writings. The words seemed to blur and shift, as if the pages themselves were alive, resisting the truth they held. I felt a strange connection to him, a shared sense of being caught between the ordinary and something far darker. The diner, I realized, wasn't just a place where meals were served. It was a vessel for stories left unfinished, memories trapped in the walls, and souls who never quite found their way out. The presence of the forgotten customer lingered, a silent specter in the background of every quiet night. From then on, whenever I passed that booth, I'd pause and glance around, half expecting to see the man's shadow watching from the corner. The flickering lights and cold spots were reminders that some stories never end, and some customers never truly leave. The diner had become a place where the lost were remembered, or maybe where they were trapped, waiting for someone to hear their story and set them free. And every night I worked, I felt the weight of those stories pressing in, reminding me that beneath the neon glow and the smell of stale coffee, there was something far more haunting waiting just beneath the surface. After all the nights I've spent behind the counter, the late shifts filled with flickering neon lights and whispered secrets, my view of this diner has changed completely. What once felt like a safe, familiar place, a refuge from the cold and the quiet town outside, now feels like a thin veil stretched over something much darker. The diner is no longer just a stop for coffee and pie. It's a crossroads where the ordinary and the unsettling collide, and where hidden horrors unfold in plain sight. I've learned to trust my instincts here, even when everything seems calm. There's a strange energy that lingers in the air, a tension beneath the surface that warns you to stay alert. It's in the way the lights flicker without cause, the cold spots that creep into the booths, and the faint whispers that drift through the empty corners when no one else is around. You feel watched, even when the diner is empty, like the walls themselves hold memories of things better left forgotten. The stories I've lived through, the man with the knife, the lost woman waiting for something unseen, the forgotten customer who vanished without a trace, have all left their mark on me. They have taught me that danger doesn't always shout. Sometimes, it hides in plain sight, in the quiet moments between customers, in the shadows cast by a flickering sign, or in the silence after the last dish is washed. I've come to see that these stories are warnings as much as they are mysteries. They remind me that the world isn't always what it seems, and that the places we think are safe can be the very ones where darkness gathers. The diner, with its cracked windows and humming grill, is a stage for those hidden horrors, moments where the ordinary slips away and something else takes its place. Working here has also taught me the importance of awareness. It's easy to get comfortable, to let the routine dull your senses, but out here, that could be dangerous. I've learned to listen closely, to the sounds that don't belong, to the silences that feel too heavy, to the people who come in with stories they don't tell. Trusting those instincts, even when no one else does, has become my way of staying safe. And yet, despite the fear and the unease, there's a strange pull to this place. Maybe it's because the diner holds stories that need to be heard, or because it's a refuge for those caught between worlds. Or maybe it's just the desperate hope that by shining a light on these shadows, we can keep the darkness at bay. But the truth is, I don't know if the diner will ever be truly safe. There will always be those nights when the neon sign flickers just a little too long, when the rain pounds harder against the windows, and when the quiet feels like it's waiting to swallow you whole. Those are the nights I remember Mr. Hayes, the woman who waited without a visitor, and the man who disappeared but never left. They are reminders that sometimes the scariest stories happen right under our noses, in the most ordinary places. And that sometimes, the real horror is knowing that what we can't see might be watching us back, waiting for its moment to step out of the shadows. So, I keep working the late shift, pouring coffee, wiping down counters, and keeping the lights on as best I can. I watch the door, listen to the whispers, and try to stay one step ahead of whatever's lurking just beyond the glow of the neon sign. Because in this diner, the line between comfort and fear is thinner than I ever imagined. And sometimes, that line is all that stands between us and the darkness. This topic has always fascinated me. True horror stories that people have lived through right after moving into their new homes. You know, those moments when what's supposed to be a fresh start turns into something utterly terrifying. Before we dive into it, I want to give a quick shout out to Betway for sponsoring today's video. If you enjoy sports betting, Betway's platform is incredibly user-friendly, and they often have some pretty generous welcome bonuses if you're new. Just check them out if you're interested. Now, let me take you to the beginning of one such story, something that really stuck with me because it's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things happen when you least expect them. Picture this. A family moves into what they thought was their dream home. It's their first night there, and everything should be perfect. New house, new memories, a fresh start. But instead, things go horribly wrong. This family, let's call them the Reynolds, had been searching for months. They finally found a charming old house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with creaky wooden floors and big bay windows that caught the morning sun just right. The deal was sealed, and after moving all their belongings, they were ready to settle in. But the moment they stepped inside, something felt off. Not immediately, not in a way you could point to, but just an unshakable feeling that something wasn't quite right. The first night was supposed to be about unpacking a few boxes and getting some rest. Instead, it became a night full of unease. The house was unusually cold, even though the thermostat was set to a comfortable temperature. The air felt thick, heavy, almost as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The children were restless, clutching their blankets tighter than usual. The parents tried to ignore it, chalking it up to first-night jitters. As the night deepened, strange noises began to creep in. At first, it was subtle, a faint creaking here, a soft thud there. But then came the whispering. Not the sort of whispering you might expect from the wind outside or the house settling. This was different. It was faint, like a secret being passed just out of earshot. The Reynolds could hear it softly, almost like someone was murmuring from inside the walls. At first, they told themselves it was their imagination. Old houses made noises, right? Pipes clicked, floors creaked. But the whispers didn't fade. Instead, they grew more distinct, more purposeful. It felt like the house was trying to tell them something, but in a language just beyond comprehension. The words weren't clear, but the tone was unmistakably menacing. The parents huddled together, trying to comfort their kids, but even the youngest seemed unsettled. Their usual bedtime stories and lullabies felt hollow against the backdrop of those eerie murmurs. Sleep was impossible. The whispers seemed to echo in every room, following them, growing louder in the dead of night. The next morning, the family was exhausted and on edge. They joked about selling the house before moving in properly, but deep down, they were terrified. What was lurking behind those walls? Why had no one mentioned these strange sounds when they bought the place? They decided to investigate, hoping to find a logical explanation. Faulty pipes, maybe, or old wiring. But as they searched, they found nothing unusual. The house was structurally sound. No signs of animals nesting inside the walls. No drafts that could create strange noises. It was as if the whispers had no source at all. Yet the feeling of being watched, of something unseen lurking just beyond the edges of perception, remained. That night, the whispers returned with a vengeance. They weren't just murmurs now. They sounded like voices, urgent, demanding, and angry. The family could make out fragments of words like leave, gone, and danger. The atmosphere in the house turned oppressive, the air thick with dread. The kids refused to sleep in their rooms, clinging to their parents for comfort. The Reynolds tried everything, turning on every light, playing music to drown out the whispers, even sleeping in the living room together. Nothing helped. The house seemed alive with a dark presence that refused to be ignored. The family's joy about their new home was quickly replaced by fear and uncertainty. At one point, the father decided to record the sounds on his phone. When he played it back, the whispers were faint but definitely there. It was chilling to hear voices when the house was supposed to be empty and silent. Yet, no one else could see anything unusual. The neighbors were polite but distant, and no one had any stories about the house. The Reynolds felt trapped, caught between wanting to stay in the home they had worked so hard for and the overwhelming fear that something sinister was taking hold. They began to question their own sanity, wondering if the stress of moving had finally pushed them over the edge. But deep down, they knew this was something else. Something far darker than stress or imagination. They had moved into a house with secrets, and those secrets were waking up, right beneath their feet, whispering from the walls, and waiting for the family to listen. This was just the start of what would become a nightmare they couldn't have prepared for. A chilling reminder that sometimes, the scariest part of moving into a new home isn't the packing or the unpacking. It's what you find inside that you never expected. I've always been drawn to stories about moving into a new home and suddenly realizing that things aren't as they seem. Before we get into this next part, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring this video. If you're into sports betting or just want a fun way to try your luck, Betway offers a smooth platform and some solid welcome bonuses for new users. Definitely worth checking out if you want to add a little excitement to your day. Now, picking up where we left off with the Reynolds family. After that first night filled with eerie whispers and an overwhelming sense of dread, things only got stranger. They had hoped the unsettling noises would fade away, maybe be chalked up to old house quirks, but instead, those whispers evolved into something far more disturbing. A young couple, the Reynolds, had moved into a charming old house, the kind that looks like a postcard from the outside. But the moment they settled in, strange things started happening. At first, the noises were just faint whispers coming from the walls late at night. Nothing you could clearly make out. More like faint murmurs that raised the hairs on the back of your neck. They tried to explain it logically. Maybe the house was settling, or the wind was sneaking through cracks. Maybe old plumbing pipes were causing the sounds. But the whispers didn't act like normal noises. They were rhythmic, almost deliberate, and sometimes seemed to form words. The couple would lie awake at night, trying to listen, straining to catch even a hint of meaning. But the more they listened, the more it felt like the house was trying to speak directly to them. The whispers weren't random. They were insistent and persistent. Sometimes, it was as if multiple voices spoke at once, overlapping in a way that was impossible to understand but impossible to ignore. It was a low hum, a symphony of secrets the walls were desperate to share. At first, the couple tried to dismiss it as their imagination or nerves. Moving is stressful, after all, but the whispering grew louder, more urgent. It wasn't the subtle creaks or groans of an old home anymore. It was an unnerving presence that filled the silence with something sinister. The voices seemed to echo through the house, bouncing off the walls and growing stronger in the dead of night. They tried to pinpoint the source, walking from room to room, pressing their ears against the plaster, but the whispers seemed to move, always just out of reach. It was as if the entire house was alive, breathing secrets through its very foundation. Sometimes, the family caught fragments of words, soft, indistinct syllables that sounded like warnings or cries for help. But the meaning was always elusive. The couple's nights turned restless. Sleep became a luxury they couldn't afford. Their minds raced with fear and confusion, wondering if they had made a terrible mistake. The children were scared too, clinging to their parents and refusing to stay in their rooms alone. The house, once filled with hope and promise, now felt like a prison. They tried everything to get some relief. Night lights, music, even white noise machines, but nothing could drown out the whispering. It was always there, just beneath the surface, filling the air with a cold, unnatural energy. The couple even considered moving out, but the idea of abandoning their dream home without answers felt impossible. One evening, they invited a trusted friend over to see if someone else could hear what they were experiencing. As the house grew quiet, the whispers began again, soft, urgent, and chilling. Their friend pressed an ear to the wall and nodded, confirming they could hear the faint voices too. That validation was both a relief and a terrifying confirmation. The Reynolds began to keep a journal of the strange occurrences, noting the times when the whispering was most intense. It seemed to follow a pattern, mostly late at night, just as the house settled into silence. Sometimes, the voices seemed almost conversational, as if entities trapped within the walls were trying to reach out, begging to be heard. They even tried calling local historians and neighbors, hoping to uncover any past tragedies or stories tied to the house. But no one had any explanations. The house's history was clean on paper, but the atmosphere told a different story. It was as if the secrets were buried deep beneath the surface, hidden in the very fabric of the home. As days passed, the whispers started to affect the family's daily lives. They became jumpy, easily startled by the smallest sounds. The once warm, inviting house now felt cold and hostile. The parents debated whether to bring in paranormal experts, but hesitation and fear held them back. What if the house was already too far gone? What if acknowledging the presence made things worse? One night, the whispers escalated to a point where they could no longer be ignored. They filled the rooms with a cacophony of voices, some pleading, others angry. The family huddled together, feeling overwhelmed and frightened. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, the house itself vibrating with some unseen force. The couple tried to communicate back, speaking softly into the silence, asking what it wanted or why it was there. But the voices only responded with more whispers, unintelligible yet filled with anguish. It was as if the house was haunted not just by spirits, but by sorrow, pain, and unresolved stories trapped in time. In the days that followed, the family noticed other subtle changes. Objects felt heavier, shadows seemed to flicker just beyond the corner of their eyes, and the temperature dropped inexplicably in certain areas. The whispering was now a constant presence, a soundtrack to their lives that they couldn't escape. The Reynolds realized they were living with something much darker than a creaky old house, something that wanted their attention, something that wouldn't let them go quietly. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, the walls we build to protect ourselves carry the echoes of the past, and those echoes can be louder and more terrifying than we ever imagined. This chapter in their lives was just beginning, and the whispers were only the first sign of the horrors yet to come. The story of the Reynolds family never ceases to haunt me, and before we get deeper into what they experienced, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring this video. If you enjoy sports betting or just want to try your luck with a platform that's easy to use and offers some solid welcome bonuses, Betway is a great choice. Now, let's continue with where we left off, because things for the Reynolds were about to get even more unsettling. After enduring nights filled with whispering voices seeping through the walls, the family started to notice something else. Personal belongings began disappearing. At first, it was small things, keys misplaced, a favorite toy vanished, or a jacket missing from the coat rack. They assumed it was the usual chaos that comes with moving into a new home, but as time went on, the missing items piled up in a way that felt deliberate. What made it worse was that these things didn't just go missing. They often reappeared in odd places. A child's shoe might be found tucked inside a kitchen cabinet, or a wallet left on the dresser would turn up in the basement. It was as if someone, or something, was playing a cruel game, toying with the family's sense of security. Alongside the vanishing belongings, strange cold spots began to appear throughout the house. These weren't the normal chilly drafts you might expect in an old home. No, these cold spots were localized, intense patches of freezing air that seemed to follow them from room to room. Standing in one of these areas sent a shiver down their spine, and the hair on their arms would stand on end. The family became increasingly anxious, especially at night. One evening, the father was walking down the hallway when he caught a glimpse of something moving out of the corner of his eye. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, but then he saw a shadowy figure dart across the room and disappear into the darkness. His heart pounded as he called out, but there was no response, just silence and the lingering cold. Other times, the family heard footsteps echoing through the hallways, even when everyone was accounted for and the house was empty. These footsteps were heavy, deliberate, and sometimes slow, as if someone was pacing or lurking nearby. The uncertainty was maddening. Who, or what, was in their home, and why? Despite the fear, the Reynolds family tried to maintain some normalcy. They debated installing security cameras, hoping to capture evidence of these strange happenings and maybe finally get some answers. But then doubt crept in. What if the cameras picked up something even more terrifying? What if watching the recordings only deepened their fear or confirmed their worst nightmares? The emotional toll was immense. Arguments sparked over how to handle the situation, and sleepless nights wore down their resilience. The children became withdrawn, afraid to explore the rooms alone. The parents felt trapped between protecting their family and the overwhelming urge to leave. One night, the mother awoke to the sound of a soft thud, followed by the unmistakable creak of a door opening somewhere in the house. She reached for her phone but hesitated, unsure if she wanted to confront whatever was causing these disturbances. The house seemed to hold its breath as she moved cautiously down the hallway, every step echoing in the stillness. As she turned a corner, a shadow slipped past her vision, disappearing into the living room. Her heart raced as she flicked on the lights, but the room was empty. Nothing was out of place, yet the sense of an unseen presence lingered like a fog. She called her husband, who arrived moments later, and together they scoured the house, finding no signs of intrusion. The family began to suspect that they were not alone, that the house harbored something beyond their understanding. The strange cold spots, the missing items, the footsteps and shadows, all pointed to an unseen occupant who wasn't ready to reveal itself fully, but made its presence known in unmistakable ways. In their desperation, the Reynolds turned to local experts, hoping that someone with experience in the paranormal could shed light on their plight. The experts listened carefully, took notes, and recommended setting up discreet cameras and audio recorders to capture any unusual activity. They warned, though, that documenting such phenomena could be emotionally exhausting, and sometimes the truth was harder to face than the unknown. Despite the warnings, the family agreed. They wanted proof, not just for themselves, but for anyone who might help them understand what was happening. The first few nights with cameras brought nothing but silence, which was a relief but also unnerving. It felt like the presence was watching, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. Then, one night, the security footage caught movements that defied explanation. Shadows would flicker across rooms where no one was supposed to be, and objects appeared to shift slightly from one frame to the next. Audio recordings picked up faint whispers and footsteps, just as the family had described. Watching the footage was both validating and terrifying. It confirmed that they were experiencing something real, something beyond the natural world. But it also raised more questions. Who or what was haunting their home? What did it want? And was it growing stronger? The emotional strain became unbearable. The Reynolds family found themselves walking on eggshells, afraid to disturb the entity, but also terrified of what might happen if they didn't. The house, once a symbol of hope and new beginnings, had become a source of constant fear and uncertainty. The children stopped playing freely. The parents were exhausted from sleepless nights filled with anxiety, and the sense of safety they once enjoyed was shattered. The family realized they needed to make difficult decisions soon, but for now, they were trapped in a home that no longer felt like theirs. As the days wore on, the strange occurrences continued with no sign of abating. The missing items, the cold spots, the footsteps, and the shadows were constant reminders that something was living with them, something unseen but undeniably present. The Reynolds were caught in a nightmare they couldn't wake from, haunted not just by a house, but by whatever secrets it held deep within its walls. This was no longer just a story about a family moving into a new home. It was a story about what happens when the past refuses to be buried and the unknown refuses to stay hidden. The Reynolds journey was far from over, and the horrors they faced were only beginning to unravel. This story has been haunting me for weeks now, and before I continue, I want to remind you that Betway is sponsoring this video. If you're into sports betting or just want to try a reliable platform with great bonuses, Betway is definitely worth a look. Now, let me tell you about what happened next to the Reynolds family and another homeowner named Mark, whose experience adds another layer to this chilling saga. Mark had recently bought a house not far from where the Reynolds lived. His move was supposed to be a fresh start, a bigger place with more space and privacy. But soon after moving in, Mark began noticing strange electrical issues that made him uneasy. Power outages would happen randomly, sometimes lasting only a few seconds, but enough to reset his clocks and disrupt his appliances. Other times, lights flickered violently or dimmed inexplicably. At first, Mark blamed it on faulty wiring or the old electrical system in the house. But when a professional electrician inspected the property, he found nothing wrong. The circuits were sound, and no signs of damage or what could explain the surges and outages. Mark's unease grew, especially since these electrical anomalies seemed to follow a pattern, often occurring late at night or when he was alone. One evening, frustrated and curious, Mark decided to inspect his basement. It was a cluttered space, filled with boxes and old tools left by the previous owners. While searching for the electrical panel, he noticed a loose wooden panel near the back wall, partially hidden behind some shelves. It looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, Mark pried the panel open. Behind it was a narrow crawl space, dark and cramped, barely tall enough to sit up in. As he shone his flashlight inside, he saw old belongings scattered about, pieces of worn clothing, tattered books, and a strange assortment of objects that seemed out of place. What caught his attention most were the eerie symbols scrawled on the walls in what looked like charcoal or some dark paint. These symbols weren't random doodles. They looked like cryptic markings, some resembling ancient sigils or protective signs, others more sinister and unrecognizable. Mark felt a chill run down his spine as he realized someone had been living here, or at least had spent a significant amount of time in this hidden space. His heart pounding, Mark explored further and discovered a second hidden door inside the crawl space. Unlike the wooden panel he had just opened, this door was metal, heavy, and locked tight. The presence of this concealed room inside the crawl space raised alarm bells in his mind. Who had built it and why? What was kept behind that door? Mark's unease turned to fear. The idea that someone might have been secretly occupying part of his home, unnoticed, was terrifying. He wondered if the previous owners knew about it, or if it had been deliberately hidden from them. The symbols on the walls suggested something ritualistic or supernatural, but Mark wasn't sure what to believe. He immediately contacted the previous owners to ask about the crawl space and the locked door. Their responses were vague and evasive, with no clear explanation. They suggested it might be an old storm shelter or a storage area, but refused to provide more details. That only made Mark more suspicious. Unable to resist his growing curiosity, Mark decided to hire a locksmith to open the metal door. When the door finally clicked open, the sight inside was chilling. It was a small, dark room with signs that someone had been living there recently, a makeshift bed, scattered food containers, and even personal items that didn't match anything Mark owned. The walls were covered with more of those strange symbols, some smeared and faded, others freshly drawn. There were faded photographs pinned to the walls, old black and white pictures of unknown people, some with eyes scratched out or faces blurred. It felt like a shrine or a lair, a place where someone had hidden away from the world. Panic set in. Mark felt violated, as if his privacy had been shattered. Who had been living under his house? For how long? And why had they left so abruptly? The mysterious symbols and photographs suggested something more than just a squatter. It hinted at something darker, perhaps connected to the supernatural disturbances both he and the Reynolds family were experiencing nearby. Mark quickly sealed the door and reported the situation to the police. They promised to investigate but seemed skeptical, offering little reassurance. Meanwhile, Mark took extra precautions, installing new locks, reinforcing windows, and setting up security cameras around the perimeter. That night, the house felt alive with tension. Mark and his family heard banging on the metal door from the crawl space, accompanied by tapping on the windows. Glass shattered in one spot, and they could swear they saw shadows moving just beyond the camera's view. The police were called again, but found no evidence of an intruder. The previous owners stopped returning Mark's calls, leaving him to face the growing fear alone. The electrical surges continued, sometimes accompanied by strange smells, burning incense, or something metallic and sour. It was as if the house itself was warning him to leave. Mark's experience added a terrifying dimension to what the Reynolds family was going through. Both homes, isolated yet connected by the strange forces at play, had secrets hidden deep within their walls. Electrical disturbances, hidden rooms, cryptic symbols. These were more than coincidences. They were signs of something lurking just beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the Reynolds continued to live with the whispering voices and unseen footsteps. The missing items, cold spots, and shadows were constant reminders that their home was far from ordinary. But now, with Mark's story, the picture became clearer. These houses were not just haunted. They were battlegrounds for something ancient and malevolent. The families were trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape, each revelation pulling them deeper into a web of fear and uncertainty. The houses held their secrets tightly, revealing them only to those brave enough or desperate enough to look. Mark's discovery of the hidden crawl space and the sinister room behind the metal door raised more questions than answers. Who had lived there? What rituals had taken place? Why did the signs point to something supernatural rather than just a squatter? As the nights grew darker and the disturbances escalated, both families faced a grim reality. Their homes were far from safe, and the horrors they had uncovered were only the beginning of a much larger and more terrifying story. This story has taken me to some dark places, and before we get into this final part, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring today's video. If you're into sports betting or just want a user-friendly platform with great bonuses, Betway is one of the best out there. Now, let me share with you the chilling encounter with a neighbor that pushed one homeowner to her breaking point and changed everything. Lisa had recently moved into a quiet neighborhood, hoping for a fresh start away from the chaos of city life. The house was beautiful, with a large yard and friendly-looking neighbors, or so she thought. One of those neighbors, Walter, caught her attention almost immediately. On the surface, Walter seemed like a typical older man, but there was something off about him, an intensity in his gaze that made Lisa uneasy. At first, Walter's behavior was odd but subtle. He would linger near the property line, watching Lisa and her family with an unsettling focus. Sometimes he'd drop by unannounced, under the guise of casual conversation, but his questions felt invasive rather than friendly. Lisa tried to be polite, hoping Walter would take the hint and back off, but his visits grew more frequent. As days passed, Walter's behavior escalated. He began showing up late at night, standing outside Lisa's windows, sometimes tapping on the glass. Lisa's children were frightened, refusing to play in the yard when Walter was around. She tried speaking with him directly, asking him to respect their privacy, but his responses were cryptic and disturbing. One evening, Walter confronted Lisa in her driveway. His tone was aggressive, and he accused her of taking something that belonged to him. Lisa was confused and alarmed, but before she could respond, Walter's demeanor shifted to something darker, more dangerous. He pulled a knife, claiming she had taken his son and threatening her to stay away. Lisa's heart pounded as she backed away, but she didn't run. Instead, she grabbed a nearby object for defense and struggled with Walter until she managed to disarm him. She called the police immediately, and when they arrived, Walter was detained, but the damage was done. Lisa was shaken to her core. The experience left Lisa paranoid and fearful in her own home. She installed new locks, invested in security cameras, and even stayed with friends for a few nights to recover. The neighborhood that once seemed peaceful was now a place of nightmares. Lisa realized that sometimes the scariest threats aren't from unknown spirits or haunted walls. They come from the people living next door. Reflecting on these terrifying encounters, it's clear how vulnerable we can feel when our sense of safety is shattered, whether by unseen forces in a home or by a neighbor's menacing presence. For Lisa and the families like the Reynolds and Mark, these experiences forced life-changing decisions, choices about where to live, who to trust, and how to protect what matters most. The stories remind us all that the dream of a new home can quickly turn into a nightmare, and sometimes, the only way to find peace is to walk away from the place that no longer feels like home. It was well past midnight when I finally left my friend's house, the kind of late hour when the world feels paused, and the streets seem emptied of everything but shadows. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine from the dense woods that bordered the highway stretching out ahead of me. I was alone in my car, windows cracked just enough to let in the quiet hum of insects mingling with the distant rustling of trees. The road was a ribbon of asphalt, slick under the moonlight, flanked on both sides by towering evergreens that seemed to lean in, watching silently as I drove past. I had taken this route countless times before, an isolated stretch that cut through the wilderness, connecting the small town where my friend lived to the city where I called home. Usually, it was uneventful, the kind of drive that allowed a person to zone out and let their thoughts wander. But tonight, there was an odd stillness hanging in the air that unsettled me in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. No other cars passed, no distant headlights pierced the dark, and even the usual chorus of night creatures felt muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. About 15 miles in, my headlights caught movement at the edge of the road, and I slowed instinctively. A young man stood there, his figure thin and hunched against the chill, a dark hoodie pulled up over his unkempt hair. He looked disheveled, like he'd been wandering for hours. His face was pale, almost ghostly under the street lamp's glow, with deep-set eyes that darted nervously from side to side. There was a twitch in his left hand, a restless motion that made my stomach knot with unease. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tighter as I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to speed past, to pretend I hadn't seen him. But something about the way he stood there, helpless and exposed, stirred an old sense of responsibility. Maybe it was the loneliness of the road, or the memory of times when I myself had needed a hand. Against my better judgment, I pulled over and unlocked the passenger door. "Hey," I said quietly, trying to sound as calm and welcoming as possible. "Do you need a ride?" He glanced at me quickly, eyes wide but wary. "Yeah," he muttered, voice barely above a whisper. Just a ride down the road. Anywhere. Please." He got in without another word, closing the door softly behind him. The interior of the car smelled faintly of damp earth and something like old sweat. I caught a glimpse of the dark circles under his eyes, the way his fingers tapped against the seat nervously. His whole body seemed tense, as if he was ready to bolt at the slightest provocation. I started driving again, the road stretching out before us in a ribbon of darkness. The silence between us was heavy, broken only by the steady thrum of the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel beneath the tires. I stole glances at him from the corner of my eye, trying to read his expression. He avoided my gaze, staring out the window into the blackness of the woods. "Where are you headed?" I asked after a few minutes, my voice low to avoid startling him. He swallowed hard, the twitch in his hand growing more pronounced. "Just somewhere safe. I don't want to bother you." "You're not bothering me," I said, forcing a smile I didn't feel. "I'm just taking the highway to Milltown." "That okay?" He nodded, but didn't say anything more. The more I looked at him, the more uneasy I felt. His skin was almost translucent under the streetlights, veins faintly visible across his wrists. His clothes hung loosely on his frame, stained and torn in places. There was a wildness in his eyes, like he'd seen things no one should have to see. I wanted to ask what had happened, why he was out here alone so late, but the words stuck in my throat. As the miles slipped by, the woods seemed to close in tighter, the trees pressing closer to the road, their branches scraping against the car like restless fingers. The wind picked up, carrying a faint whisper that sounded like voices just beyond my hearing. I told myself it was my imagination, that the night was playing tricks on me. After about 20 minutes, I saw a flicker of lights ahead, the glow of a convenience store perched at the side of the highway. I pulled in, hoping the brake would ease some of the tension in the car. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat as I turned off the engine. "Do you want to grab some water?" I asked, trying to make conversation. He hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, please." I unlocked the door and watched him step out into the cold night. His movements were quick and jittery, and he disappeared inside the store almost immediately. I stayed behind, fingers tapping nervously on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the door. Minutes passed, the fluorescent lights inside casting a harsh glow that spilled onto the parking lot. I glanced down at my phone. No service. I looked back up, expecting to see him return, but the entrance remained empty. I blinked, puzzled. At first, I thought maybe he had stepped aside for a moment, but when I peered around the front of the car, there was no sign of him anywhere. The parking lot was deserted except for my car. I checked the passenger seat again, empty. The door was locked. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I scanned the area, heart pounding. Had I imagined picking him up? It felt impossible. I had seen him clearly, spoken to him, felt the weight of his presence next to me. I got out and walked around the store, calling softly into the night. No reply. The trees loomed silently, their shadows stretching long and dark. I checked behind the building, near the trash bins, and even peered into the small wooded patch beside the lot, but there was no trace of him. With a sinking feeling, I climbed back into the car, locking the doors automatically. The stillness pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see him standing there on the shoulder, waiting silently. But the road behind me was empty, save for the endless stretch of darkness and trees that swallowed the light. As I drove the remaining miles home, the image of the young man haunted me. Who was he? How had he vanished so completely? And what had I really picked up that night on that lonely highway? The questions twisted in my mind, refusing to let go. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn, but the unease settled deep in my chest, a lingering shadow that would not fade with the morning light. I couldn't shake the image of that pale, nervous young man from my mind as I sat parked outside the convenience store, the engine ticking softly as it cooled. He had disappeared so suddenly, without a trace, and the eerie silence that followed felt heavier than the night air itself. I tapped my fingers on the steering wheel, glancing toward the store's entrance every few seconds, expecting him to come back out, water in hand, and settle back into the passenger seat. But the door stayed shut, the parking lot empty except for the harsh glow of the fluorescent lights. Minutes passed like hours. I tried calling his name softly at first, then louder, but there was no response. The cold settled deeper into my bones, and I felt a growing knot of panic twist in my stomach. My breath fogged the inside of the window as I pressed my forehead against the glass, scanning the shadowy corners around the building. Nothing stirred. No footsteps, no rustling bushes, no sign that anyone had been there. I reached over and unlocked the passenger door, peering inside again. The seat was empty, the seatbelt untouched. I checked the floor and under the seats, half expecting to find him crouched somewhere, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. I even looked in the glove compartment and under the dashboard, irrationally hoping for some clue. But all I found was the usual clutter of receipts and an old pack of gum. The store's automatic doors slid open behind me, and a tired-looking clerk stepped outside, eyes narrowing as she studied me. "Can I help you?" she asked, voice low and wary. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did a young man come in here a few minutes ago? He was with me. He went inside to get some water, but now he's gone. I can't find him anywhere." The clerk shook her head. "No one came in just now. I've been here the whole time. You sure you're not imagining things?" I frowned, swallowing hard. "I don't think so. I gave him a ride just a bit back down the road." He seemed troubled. She glanced at the parking lot again, then back at me. "Well, if he was here, he's not now. Maybe he left through the back door? Or wandered off into the woods. Folks around here sometimes do that." I nodded. Even though the thought of someone wandering off into those dark woods on a night like this made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Thanks," I said quietly. As the clerk went back inside, I locked the car doors and sat back, my mind racing. The thought of him disappearing so completely, without a word or a trace, was unsettling. I stared into the rearview mirror, the road behind me swallowed by darkness. Was he still out there somewhere, lost or worse? Or had I somehow imagined the whole encounter? I took a deep breath and decided I couldn't just sit there all night. I started the car and pulled back onto the highway, the tires crunching softly on the gravel as I drove away from the store. The silence inside the car was deafening. I glanced at the empty passenger seat, half expecting to see him suddenly appear, but it remained vacant. When I finally got home, the early morning light was just beginning to creep through the curtains. I parked in the driveway, heart still pounding from the night's strange events. The house was quiet, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I sat there for a moment, fingers drumming nervously on the steering wheel, unwilling to face the silence inside. I stepped out of the car, locking the doors behind me, and made my way to the front door. As I reached for my keys, a faint tapping sound caught my attention. I froze, straining to listen. It was soft and irregular, coming from somewhere outside the window to my left. I turned slowly toward the sound, my pulse quickening. The tapping came again, this time sharper, more insistent. It was coming from the side yard, where a row of bushes lined the fence. I stepped closer, peering through the window, but all I saw was darkness and the shifting shadows of leaves swaying in the breeze. I blinked, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or an animal scratching at the branches. But the tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention. I swallowed hard and backed away from the window, my hands trembling slightly. That night, sleep was elusive. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, listening to the quiet house and the distant sounds of the neighborhood settling down for the night. The tapping returned, this time at the bedroom window, faint but unmistakable. I pulled the covers over my head, heart racing, trying to will myself to ignore it. The next morning, sunlight streaming through the blinds did little to calm my nerves. As I stepped outside to grab the newspaper, I noticed fresh muddy footprints leading up the walkway to my front door. They were small, too small to be mine, and the mud was still damp from the night's rain. I traced the prints with my eyes, following their path up to the threshold. A shiver ran down my spine. I crouched to examine the ground near my car and gasped when I saw long scratches gouged into the paint along the passenger side door. The marks were jagged and deep, like claws raking across the surface. I ran my fingers over them, heart pounding. How had this happened? I hadn't noticed anything when I parked the night before. Fear gnawed at me as I looked around the quiet street, half expecting to see the young man lurking somewhere nearby. Had he followed me home? Was he still out there, watching and waiting? I called a close friend, my voice shaky as I explained everything. The hitchhiker, the disappearance at the store, the tapping, the footprints, and the scratches. He listened carefully, and after a long pause, he suggested I might be overthinking it, that the stress and darkness were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The unease settled like a stone in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the night's strange events were far from over. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the corner of my eye, seemed to carry a hidden meaning. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, checking locks and windows, listening for the faintest sound outside. The young man had vanished without a trace, but his presence lingered, a haunting reminder that on this lonely road, safety was never guaranteed. The tapping from the night before had morphed into something far more unsettling by the time midnight rolled around again. It wasn't just an occasional knock or scratch anymore. It was persistent, deliberate, like someone was trying to break through the walls themselves. I'd been lying awake for hours, heart hammering in the dark, when the scratching started at the window beside my bed. Sharp, rapid, uneven, as if claws were raking across the glass. I stayed frozen beneath my blanket, staring at the faint outline of the window frame in the moonlight. The sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more urgent. I could hear the scrape of something moving just outside, rustling leaves, the snap of a twig. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I peeled back the covers and crept to the window, trying to see into the blackness beyond. A shadow darted behind the bushes lining the side yard. I blinked, heart racing. It was too dark to make out details, but the figure moved swiftly and silently, disappearing before I could get a clear look. For a moment, I thought I might be hallucinating. This had to be my mind playing tricks after the strange nights I'd endured. Desperate for some sense of normalcy, I grabbed my phone and called my closest friend, Mark. I explained everything. The hitchhiker, the disappearance, the scratches on my car, and now this relentless scratching outside my window. My voice was shaky, laced with disbelief and fear. "Are you sure you're not imagining things?" Mark asked after a pause, his tone gentle but concerned. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it feels real. I'm scared, Mark. What if he's still out there? What if he's watching me?" "Listen," he said firmly, "you should stay somewhere else for a few nights. Maybe come stay with me, just until this blows over." I nodded, grateful for his support, but the thought of packing up and leaving my home unsettled me. This was my sanctuary, the one place I felt safe, until now. The next morning, the unease from the night didn't fade. Instead, it deepened. When I stepped outside to get the mail, I noticed fresh muddy footprints leading from the edge of the driveway up to my front door. They were small and irregular, as if someone had been pacing or hesitating. The mud was still damp, the prints sharp against the concrete. I crouched to examine them more closely, heart pounding. These weren't animal tracks. They were human, and they led straight to my doorstep. Glancing around, I saw no sign of anyone nearby. The street was quiet, neighbors still tucked away in their homes. But the footprints sent a chill down my spine, a silent message that I wasn't alone. Later, as I walked around to my car, I spotted new scratches along the passenger side door, jagged, deep gouges that hadn't been there the day before. Whoever had been outside last night must have left their mark. I ran my fingers over the rough metal, fighting the rising panic that gripped me. How had someone gotten so close without me noticing? Had they been watching all along? That afternoon, I called the local police non-emergency number to report the scratches and footprints. The dispatcher was polite but seemed skeptical. "We'll send someone by to take a look," she said. "But without any suspects or witnesses, there's not much we can do right now." I thanked her anyway and hung up, feeling dismissed and vulnerable. The idea that someone could be lurking outside my home, scratching at windows and leaving footprints, was terrifying. That night, I barely slept. Every creak and whisper in the house sent me jolting awake. I kept the bedroom door locked and triple-checked the windows, but the scratching returned, louder than before, accompanied now by faint tapping on the walls. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move across the curtain, but when I reached for the light switch, it vanished. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure anyone outside could hear it. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of every sound. The rustle of leaves, the hum of streetlights, even the distant barking of a dog. I installed a motion-activated porch light, hoping it would deter anyone lurking near the house. But the noises continued, sometimes shifting to different windows, always just out of reach. I confided in Mark again, who urged me to get a security system or at least some cameras. I agreed and spent a restless evening researching options online, my fingers trembling as I scrolled through reviews and installation guides. The feeling of being watched gnawed at me. I couldn't relax, couldn't think clearly. The hitchhiker, the vanishing, the scratches, the footprints, they all seemed connected, threads in a dark tapestry woven around me. One afternoon, while walking the dog in the neighborhood park, I spotted a man sitting alone on a bench, watching me. He was middle-aged, with a weathered face and sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. For a moment, our gazes locked, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I quickly looked away and hurried home, the man's presence lingering like a shadow in my mind. Was he connected to the strange events? Or was my fear making me imagine threats where none existed? Back at the house, I checked the security cameras I'd installed earlier that day. Reviewing the footage, I saw nothing unusual, just the usual comings and goings of neighbors and the occasional stray animal. But then, as I fast-forwarded through the night recordings, something caught my eye. A dark figure moving just beyond the illuminated porch light, crouching low near the bushes. The footage was grainy, but the shape was unmistakable. I froze, heart racing, as the figure vanished into the shadows. I called Mark immediately, my voice barely above a whisper. "I think he's back. The one from the woods. I saw him on the camera." "Stay calm," Mark said firmly. "I'm coming over. We'll figure this out." As I waited for him to arrive, I locked every door and window again, double-checked the cameras, and sat in the living room, the weight of dread pressing down on me. The night stretched on, filled with the echo of scratching, tapping, and the unshakable feeling that something, or someone, was lurking just beyond the edge of my world, waiting for the right moment to step back into the light. I missed the last bus home that night, the one that usually ferried me from the downtown area back to the quieter edges of the city. The clock had slipped past midnight by the time I realized I'd been chatting too long with friends at the cafe, and the streets were empty save for a few late-shift workers and the occasional car gliding past. The chill in the air was biting, sharper than I expected for late spring, and the glow of streetlights cast long, distorted shadows across the pavement. With no other choice, I decided to hitchhike. I knew the risks, of course, but the thought of waiting an hour for the next bus in the cold felt worse. I stood near the corner of the intersection, thumb raised, eyes scanning the quiet road for any sign of a willing driver. It wasn't long before a weathered sedan pulled up beside me. The driver was an older man, probably in his late 50s or early 60s, his face creased by years of sun and worry. His eyes were cold and calculating, settling on me with a gaze that made my skin prickle. He didn't smile. Instead, he nodded curtly and gestured for me to get in. I climbed into the passenger seat, the interior smelling faintly of tobacco and something metallic. The man started the engine and pulled back onto the road, the car's headlights cutting through the thick darkness. The first few minutes were silent except for the hum of tires on asphalt and the low rumble of the engine. Trying to break the silence, I asked, "How far are you headed?" "Just around," he replied tersely. His voice was gravelly, lacking warmth or friendliness. I tried to make small talk, mentioning the weather, the late hour, anything to keep the mood light, but his answers were curt and clipped. As the minutes ticked by, an uneasy feeling began to coil in my stomach. The man's eyes flicked to me occasionally, sharp and cold, as if measuring me up, weighing some invisible scale. Then, without warning, his tone shifted. "You know, it's dangerous out here at night," he said, voice low and serious. "Girls like you, hitchhiking alone, easy targets for the wrong kind of people." I swallowed hard, forcing a smile I didn't feel. "I'm careful," I said, though the tremor in my voice betrayed me. He chuckled, but it wasn't a comforting sound. "Careful doesn't always save you," he murmured. Then he glanced down at something near the gear shift. A faint glint caught my eye, and I realized, with a jolt, that there were knives tucked beneath the seat. My heart hammered, and I forced myself to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help, and I needed to figure out a way out of this situation. I smiled again, feigning friendliness. "Nice car you have," I said, hoping to distract him. "Must take good care of it." He relaxed just a fraction, and I took the opportunity to subtly reach into my pocket for my phone. I kept it hidden beneath my coat, fingers brushing the screen as I pretended to tuck my hair behind my ear. The road curved sharply, and I realized we were heading away from the main highway, down a narrower street lined with closed storefronts and dimly lit street lamps. The man's grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles white. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smirked, a cold, humorless grin. "Just a little detour. Relax." My mind raced. I pretended to fumble with my phone, pretending to make a call, hoping he'd notice and rethink whatever he was planning. The screen lit up, and I whispered into the receiver, "Help me. I'm in a car with a man, I don't know where." The man's eyes snapped to me, and for a moment, the tension in the car was palpable. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "You think I'm stupid?" he sneered. "No one's coming, sweetheart." I bit my lip, trying not to cry. The knives gleamed in the low light, and I knew I had to act fast. Just then, headlights appeared behind us, bright and blinding. A car was following closely, its horn blaring loudly. The man cursed, slamming his foot on the gas pedal, but the sudden noise startled him enough that I saw my chance. I reached across and slammed the door open, tumbling out onto the rough pavement. I didn't stop running until I was back under a street lamp, breath ragged and heart pounding. The older man's car sped past, disappearing into the night. The car that had followed pulled up beside me, and the driver rolled down the window. "Are you okay?" a concerned voice asked. I nodded vigorously, still shaking. "Please call the police." That man, he was dangerous. The officer arrived shortly after, taking my statement and assuring me they would search the area for the vehicle. The relief I felt was overwhelming, but so was the lingering fear. I couldn't believe how close I'd come to something terrible. That night, as I lay in bed, replaying every moment, I realized how easily things could spiral out of control. The kindness of a stranger can be a lifeline, but sometimes it masks danger lurking just beneath the surface. From that day on, I swore I'd never hitchhike again, no matter the hour or the urgency. Some rides aren't worth taking, and some strangers are better left on the side of the road. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement as my boyfriend and I thumbed our way along the deserted highway. We'd been walking for hours, hoping to catch a ride back to town before darkness settled completely. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and a cool fog was beginning to roll in, weaving through the trees like a restless spirit. After what felt like an eternity, a car finally pulled over, a beat-up old sedan with faded paint and a cracked windshield. The driver was a middle-aged man with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He introduced himself as Tom and offered to give us a lift to the nearest town. Grateful and exhausted, we climbed into the back seat, the worn upholstery rough against our skin. At first, the ride was uneventful. Tom made small talk about the weather and asked where we were headed. But as the miles slipped by, the road narrowed, and the familiar highway gave way to a twisting forest path shrouded in thick fog. The dense trees leaned in close, their skeletal branches scraping against the car as if warning us to turn back. Tom's tone shifted, growing darker and more ominous. He began talking about the unsolved disappearances in the area, the missing hikers and travelers who vanished without a trace. His eyes gleamed with a strange intensity as he recounted chilling details, making us exchange uneasy glances in the rearview mirror. The car slowed near an old, abandoned cabin nestled deep in the woods. The windows were boarded up, and the door hung crooked on its hinges. Tom's grip tightened on the steering wheel, and a slow, sinister smile spread across his face. Fear coiled in my stomach like a living thing. I glanced at my boyfriend, whose jaw was clenched tight, eyes fixed on the foggy road ahead. We both knew something was very wrong. Before we could react, Tom abruptly turned the car around, the tires crunching on the gravel as he accelerated back toward the town. Relief flooded through me, but it was laced with a cold dread. The man who had given us a ride was no stranger to the darkness we'd narrowly escaped. Days later, news broke that Tom had been a suspect in a serial abduction case, his name whispered in connection with the missing persons haunting the area. The realization hit me like a freight train. I had been inches from danger, saved only by his sudden change of course. That night, as I lay awake staring at the ceiling, the forest road and the abandoned cabin haunted my dreams. The experience left me shaken, a stark reminder of the thin line between trust and terror, and the hidden dangers lurking just beyond the light of the highway. This topic has always fascinated me. True horror stories that people have lived through right after moving into their new homes. You know, those moments when what's supposed to be a fresh start turns into something utterly terrifying. Before we dive into it, I want to give a quick shout out to Betway for sponsoring today's video. If you enjoy sports betting, Betway's platform is incredibly user-friendly, and they often have some pretty generous welcome bonuses if you're new. Just check them out if you're interested. Now, let me take you to the beginning of one such story, something that really stuck with me because it's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things happen when you least expect them. Picture this. A family moves into what they thought was their dream home. It's their first night there, and everything should be perfect. New house, new memories, a fresh start. But instead, things go horribly wrong. This family, let's call them the Reynolds, had been searching for months. They finally found a charming old house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with creaky wooden floors and big bay windows that caught the morning sun just right. The deal was sealed, and after moving all their belongings, they were ready to settle in. But the moment they stepped inside, something felt off. Not immediately, not in a way you could point to, but just an unshakable feeling that something wasn't quite right. The first night was supposed to be about unpacking a few boxes and getting some rest. Instead, it became a night full of unease. The house was unusually cold, even though the thermostat was set to a comfortable temperature. The air felt thick, heavy, almost as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The children were restless, clutching their blankets tighter than usual. The parents tried to ignore it, chalking it up to first-night jitters. As the night deepened, strange noises began to creep in. At first, it was subtle, a faint creaking here, a soft thud there. But then came the whispering. Not the sort of whispering you might expect from the wind outside or the house settling. This was different. It was faint, like a secret being passed just out of earshot. The Reynolds could hear it softly, almost like someone was murmuring from inside the walls. At first, they told themselves it was their imagination. Old houses made noises, right? Pipes clicked, floors creaked. But the whispers didn't fade. Instead, they grew more distinct, more purposeful. It felt like the house was trying to tell them something, but in a language just beyond comprehension. The words weren't clear, but the tone was unmistakably menacing. The parents huddled together, trying to comfort their kids, but even the youngest seemed unsettled. Their usual bedtime stories and lullabies felt hollow against the backdrop of those eerie murmurs. Sleep was impossible. The whispers seemed to echo in every room, following them, growing louder in the dead of night. The next morning, the family was exhausted and on edge. They joked about selling the house before moving in properly, but deep down, they were terrified. What was lurking behind those walls? Why had no one mentioned these strange sounds when they bought the place? They decided to investigate, hoping to find a logical explanation. Faulty pipes, maybe, or old wiring. But as they searched, they found nothing unusual. The house was structurally sound. No signs of animals nesting inside the walls. No drafts that could create strange noises. It was as if the whispers had no source at all. Yet the feeling of being watched, of something unseen lurking just beyond the edges of perception, remained. That night, the whispers returned with a vengeance. They weren't just murmurs now. They sounded like voices, urgent, demanding, and angry. The family could make out fragments of words like leave, gone, and danger. The atmosphere in the house turned oppressive, the air thick with dread. The kids refused to sleep in their rooms, clinging to their parents for comfort. The Reynolds tried everything, turning on every light, playing music to drown out the whispers, even sleeping in the living room together. Nothing helped. The house seemed alive with a dark presence that refused to be ignored. The family's joy about their new home was quickly replaced by fear and uncertainty. At one point, the father decided to record the sounds on his phone. When he played it back, the whispers were faint but definitely there. It was chilling to hear voices when the house was supposed to be empty and silent. Yet, no one else could see anything unusual. The neighbors were polite but distant, and no one had any stories about the house. The Reynolds felt trapped, caught between wanting to stay in the home they had worked so hard for and the overwhelming fear that something sinister was taking hold. They began to question their own sanity, wondering if the stress of moving had finally pushed them over the edge. But deep down, they knew this was something else. Something far darker than stress or imagination. They had moved into a house with secrets, and those secrets were waking up, right beneath their feet, whispering from the walls, and waiting for the family to listen. This was just the start of what would become a nightmare they couldn't have prepared for. A chilling reminder that sometimes, the scariest part of moving into a new home isn't the packing or the unpacking. It's what you find inside that you never expected. I've always been drawn to stories about moving into a new home and suddenly realizing that things aren't as they seem. Before we get into this next part, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring this video. If you're into sports betting or just want a fun way to try your luck, Betway offers a smooth platform and some solid welcome bonuses for new users. Definitely worth checking out if you want to add a little excitement to your day. Now, picking up where we left off with the Reynolds family. After that first night filled with eerie whispers and an overwhelming sense of dread, things only got stranger. They had hoped the unsettling noises would fade away, maybe be chalked up to old house quirks, but instead, those whispers evolved into something far more disturbing. A young couple, the Reynolds, had moved into a charming old house, the kind that looks like a postcard from the outside. But the moment they settled in, strange things started happening. At first, the noises were just faint whispers coming from the walls late at night. Nothing you could clearly make out. More like faint murmurs that raised the hairs on the back of your neck. They tried to explain it logically. Maybe the house was settling, or the wind was sneaking through cracks. Maybe old plumbing pipes were causing the sounds. But the whispers didn't act like normal noises. They were rhythmic, almost deliberate, and sometimes seemed to form words. The couple would lie awake at night, trying to listen, straining to catch even a hint of meaning. But the more they listened, the more it felt like the house was trying to speak directly to them. The whispers weren't random. They were insistent and persistent. Sometimes, it was as if multiple voices spoke at once, overlapping in a way that was impossible to understand but impossible to ignore. It was a low hum, a symphony of secrets the walls were desperate to share. At first, the couple tried to dismiss it as their imagination or nerves. Moving is stressful, after all, but the whispering grew louder, more urgent. It wasn't the subtle creaks or groans of an old home anymore. It was an unnerving presence that filled the silence with something sinister. The voices seemed to echo through the house, bouncing off the walls and growing stronger in the dead of night. They tried to pinpoint the source, walking from room to room, pressing their ears against the plaster, but the whispers seemed to move, always just out of reach. It was as if the entire house was alive, breathing secrets through its very foundation. Sometimes, the family caught fragments of words, soft, indistinct syllables that sounded like warnings or cries for help. But the meaning was always elusive. The couple's nights turned restless. Sleep became a luxury they couldn't afford. Their minds raced with fear and confusion, wondering if they had made a terrible mistake. The children were scared too, clinging to their parents and refusing to stay in their rooms alone. The house, once filled with hope and promise, now felt like a prison. They tried everything to get some relief. Night lights, music, even white noise machines, but nothing could drown out the whispering. It was always there, just beneath the surface, filling the air with a cold, unnatural energy. The couple even considered moving out, but the idea of abandoning their dream home without answers felt impossible. One evening, they invited a trusted friend over to see if someone else could hear what they were experiencing. As the house grew quiet, the whispers began again, soft, urgent, and chilling. Their friend pressed an ear to the wall and nodded, confirming they could hear the faint voices too. That validation was both a relief and a terrifying confirmation. The Reynolds began to keep a journal of the strange occurrences, noting the times when the whispering was most intense. It seemed to follow a pattern, mostly late at night, just as the house settled into silence. Sometimes, the voices seemed almost conversational, as if entities trapped within the walls were trying to reach out, begging to be heard. They even tried calling local historians and neighbors, hoping to uncover any past tragedies or stories tied to the house. But no one had any explanations. The house's history was clean on paper, but the atmosphere told a different story. It was as if the secrets were buried deep beneath the surface, hidden in the very fabric of the home. As days passed, the whispers started to affect the family's daily lives. They became jumpy, easily startled by the smallest sounds. The once warm, inviting house now felt cold and hostile. The parents debated whether to bring in paranormal experts, but hesitation and fear held them back. What if the house was already too far gone? What if acknowledging the presence made things worse? One night, the whispers escalated to a point where they could no longer be ignored. They filled the rooms with a cacophony of voices, some pleading, others angry. The family huddled together, feeling overwhelmed and frightened. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, the house itself vibrating with some unseen force. The couple tried to communicate back, speaking softly into the silence, asking what it wanted or why it was there. But the voices only responded with more whispers, unintelligible yet filled with anguish. It was as if the house was haunted not just by spirits, but by sorrow, pain, and unresolved stories trapped in time. In the days that followed, the family noticed other subtle changes. Objects felt heavier, shadows seemed to flicker just beyond the corner of their eyes, and the temperature dropped inexplicably in certain areas. The whispering was now a constant presence, a soundtrack to their lives that they couldn't escape. The Reynolds realized they were living with something much darker than a creaky old house, something that wanted their attention, something that wouldn't let them go quietly. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, the walls we build to protect ourselves carry the echoes of the past, and those echoes can be louder and more terrifying than we ever imagined. This chapter in their lives was just beginning, and the whispers were only the first sign of the horrors yet to come. The story of the Reynolds family never ceases to haunt me, and before we get deeper into what they experienced, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring this video. If you enjoy sports betting or just want to try your luck with a platform that's easy to use and offers some solid welcome bonuses, Betway is a great choice. Now, let's continue with where we left off, because things for the Reynolds were about to get even more unsettling. After enduring nights filled with whispering voices seeping through the walls, the family started to notice something else. Personal belongings began disappearing. At first, it was small things, keys misplaced, a favorite toy vanished, or a jacket missing from the coat rack. They assumed it was the usual chaos that comes with moving into a new home, but as time went on, the missing items piled up in a way that felt deliberate. What made it worse was that these things didn't just go missing. They often reappeared in odd places. A child's shoe might be found tucked inside a kitchen cabinet, or a wallet left on the dresser would turn up in the basement. It was as if someone, or something, was playing a cruel game, toying with the family's sense of security. Alongside the vanishing belongings, strange cold spots began to appear throughout the house. These weren't the normal chilly drafts you might expect in an old home. No, these cold spots were localized, intense patches of freezing air that seemed to follow them from room to room. Standing in one of these areas sent a shiver down their spine, and the hair on their arms would stand on end. The family became increasingly anxious, especially at night. One evening, the father was walking down the hallway when he caught a glimpse of something moving out of the corner of his eye. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, but then he saw a shadowy figure dart across the room and disappear into the darkness. His heart pounded as he called out, but there was no response, just silence and the lingering cold. Other times, the family heard footsteps echoing through the hallways, even when everyone was accounted for and the house was empty. These footsteps were heavy, deliberate, and sometimes slow, as if someone was pacing or lurking nearby. The uncertainty was maddening. Who, or what, was in their home, and why? Despite the fear, the Reynolds family tried to maintain some normalcy. They debated installing security cameras, hoping to capture evidence of these strange happenings and maybe finally get some answers. But then doubt crept in. What if the cameras picked up something even more terrifying? What if watching the recordings only deepened their fear or confirmed their worst nightmares? The emotional toll was immense. Arguments sparked over how to handle the situation, and sleepless nights wore down their resilience. The children became withdrawn, afraid to explore the rooms alone. The parents felt trapped between protecting their family and the overwhelming urge to leave. One night, the mother awoke to the sound of a soft thud, followed by the unmistakable creak of a door opening somewhere in the house. She reached for her phone but hesitated, unsure if she wanted to confront whatever was causing these disturbances. The house seemed to hold its breath as she moved cautiously down the hallway, every step echoing in the stillness. As she turned a corner, a shadow slipped past her vision, disappearing into the living room. Her heart raced as she flicked on the lights, but the room was empty. Nothing was out of place, yet the sense of an unseen presence lingered like a fog. She called her husband, who arrived moments later, and together they scoured the house, finding no signs of intrusion. The family began to suspect that they were not alone, that the house harbored something beyond their understanding. The strange cold spots, the missing items, the footsteps and shadows, all pointed to an unseen occupant who wasn't ready to reveal itself fully, but made its presence known in unmistakable ways. In their desperation, the Reynolds turned to local experts, hoping that someone with experience in the paranormal could shed light on their plight. The experts listened carefully, took notes, and recommended setting up discreet cameras and audio recorders to capture any unusual activity. They warned, though, that documenting such phenomena could be emotionally exhausting, and sometimes the truth was harder to face than the unknown. Despite the warnings, the family agreed. They wanted proof, not just for themselves, but for anyone who might help them understand what was happening. The first few nights with cameras brought nothing but silence, which was a relief but also unnerving. It felt like the presence was watching, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. Then, one night, the security footage caught movements that defied explanation. Shadows would flicker across rooms where no one was supposed to be, and objects appeared to shift slightly from one frame to the next. Audio recordings picked up faint whispers and footsteps, just as the family had described. Watching the footage was both validating and terrifying. It confirmed that they were experiencing something real, something beyond the natural world. But it also raised more questions. Who or what was haunting their home? What did it want? And was it growing stronger? The emotional strain became unbearable. The Reynolds family found themselves walking on eggshells, afraid to disturb the entity, but also terrified of what might happen if they didn't. The house, once a symbol of hope and new beginnings, had become a source of constant fear and uncertainty. The children stopped playing freely. The parents were exhausted from sleepless nights filled with anxiety, and the sense of safety they once enjoyed was shattered. The family realized they needed to make difficult decisions soon, but for now, they were trapped in a home that no longer felt like theirs. As the days wore on, the strange occurrences continued with no sign of abating. The missing items, the cold spots, the footsteps, and the shadows were constant reminders that something was living with them, something unseen but undeniably present. The Reynolds were caught in a nightmare they couldn't wake from, haunted not just by a house, but by whatever secrets it held deep within its walls. This was no longer just a story about a family moving into a new home. It was a story about what happens when the past refuses to be buried and the unknown refuses to stay hidden. The Reynolds' journey was far from over, and the horrors they faced were only beginning to unravel. This story has been haunting me for weeks now, and before I continue, I want to remind you that Betway is sponsoring this video. If you're into sports betting or just want to try a reliable platform with great bonuses, Betway is definitely worth a look. Now, let me tell you about what happened next to the Reynolds family and another homeowner named Mark, whose experience adds another layer to this chilling saga. Mark had recently bought a house not far from where the Reynolds lived. His move was supposed to be a fresh start, a bigger place with more space and privacy. But soon after moving in, Mark began noticing strange electrical issues that made him uneasy. Power outages would happen randomly, sometimes lasting only a few seconds, but enough to reset his clocks and disrupt his appliances. Other times, lights flickered violently or dimmed inexplicably. At first, Mark blamed it on faulty wiring or the old electrical system in the house. But when a professional electrician inspected the property, he found nothing wrong. The circuits were sound, and no signs of damage or what could explain the surges and outages. Mark's unease grew, especially since these electrical anomalies seemed to follow a pattern, often occurring late at night or when he was alone. One evening, frustrated and curious, Mark decided to inspect his basement. It was a cluttered space, filled with boxes and old tools left by the previous owners. While searching for the electrical panel, he noticed a loose wooden panel near the back wall, partially hidden behind some shelves. It looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, Mark pried the panel open. Behind it was a narrow crawl space, dark and cramped, barely tall enough to sit up in. As he shone his flashlight inside, he saw old belongings scattered about, pieces of worn clothing, tattered books, and a strange assortment of objects that seemed out of place. What caught his attention most were the eerie symbols scrawled on the walls in what looked like charcoal or some dark paint. These symbols weren't random doodles. They looked like cryptic markings, some resembling ancient sigils or protective signs, others more sinister and unrecognizable. Mark felt a chill run down his spine as he realized someone had been living here, or at least had spent a significant amount of time in this hidden space. His heart pounding, Mark explored further and discovered a second hidden door inside the crawl space. Unlike the wooden panel he had just opened, this door was metal, heavy, and locked tight. The presence of this concealed room inside the crawl space raised alarm bells in his mind. Who had built it and why? What was kept behind that door? Mark's unease turned to fear. The idea that someone might have been secretly occupying part of his home, unnoticed, was terrifying. He wondered if the previous owners knew about it, or if it had been deliberately hidden from them. The symbols on the walls suggested something ritualistic or supernatural, but Mark wasn't sure what to believe. He immediately contacted the previous owners to ask about the crawl space and the locked door. Their responses were vague and evasive, with no clear explanation. They suggested it might be an old storm shelter or a storage area, but refused to provide more details. That only made Mark more suspicious. Unable to resist his growing curiosity, Mark decided to hire a locksmith to open the metal door. When the door finally clicked open, the sight inside was chilling. It was a small, dark room with signs that someone had been living there recently, a makeshift bed, scattered food containers, and even personal items that didn't match anything Mark owned. The walls were covered with more of those strange symbols, some smeared and faded, others freshly drawn. There were faded photographs pinned to the walls, old black and white pictures of unknown people, some with eyes scratched out or faces blurred. It felt like a shrine or a lair, a place where someone had hidden away from the world. Panic set in. Mark felt violated, as if his privacy had been shattered. Who had been living under his house? For how long? And why had they left so abruptly? The mysterious symbols and photographs suggested something more than just a squatter. It hinted at something darker, perhaps connected to the supernatural disturbances both he and the Reynolds family were experiencing nearby. Mark quickly sealed the door and reported the situation to the police. They promised to investigate but seemed skeptical, offering little reassurance. Meanwhile, Mark took extra precautions, installing new locks, reinforcing windows, and setting up security cameras around the perimeter. That night, the house felt alive with tension. Mark and his family heard banging on the metal door from the crawl space, accompanied by tapping on the windows. Glass shattered in one spot, and they could swear they saw shadows moving just beyond the camera's view. The police were called again, but found no evidence of an intruder. The previous owners stopped returning Mark's calls, leaving him to face the growing fear alone. The electrical surges continued, sometimes accompanied by strange smells, burning incense or something metallic and sour. It was as if the house itself was warning him to leave. Mark's experience added a terrifying dimension to what the Reynolds family was going through. Both homes, isolated yet connected by the strange forces at play, had secrets hidden deep within their walls. Electrical disturbances, hidden rooms, cryptic symbols. These were more than coincidences. They were signs of something lurking just beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the Reynolds continued to live with the whispering voices and unseen footsteps. The missing items, cold spots, and shadows were constant reminders that their home was far from ordinary. But now, with Mark's story, the picture became clearer. These houses were not just haunted. They were battlegrounds for something ancient and malevolent. The families were trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape, each revelation pulling them deeper into a web of fear and uncertainty. The houses held their secrets tightly, revealing them only to those brave enough or desperate enough to look. Mark's discovery of the hidden crawl space and the sinister room behind the metal door raised more questions than answers. Who had lived there? What rituals had taken place? Why did the signs point to something supernatural rather than just a squatter? As the nights grew darker and the disturbances escalated, both families faced a grim reality. Their homes were far from safe, and the horrors they had uncovered were only the beginning of a much larger and more terrifying story. This story has taken me to some dark places, and before we get into this final part, I want to thank Betway for sponsoring today's video. If you're into sports betting or just want a user-friendly platform with great bonuses, Betway is one of the best out there. Now, let me share with you the chilling encounter with a neighbor that pushed one homeowner to her breaking point and changed everything. Lisa had recently moved into a quiet neighborhood, hoping for a fresh start away from the chaos of city life. The house was beautiful, with a large yard and friendly-looking neighbors, or so she thought. One of those neighbors, Walter, caught her attention almost immediately. On the surface, Walter seemed like a typical older man, but there was something off about him, an intensity in his gaze that made Lisa uneasy. At first, Walter's behavior was odd but subtle. He would linger near the property line, watching Lisa and her family with an unsettling focus. Sometimes he'd drop by unannounced, under the guise of casual conversation, but his questions felt invasive rather than friendly. Lisa tried to be polite, hoping Walter would take the hint and back off, but his visits grew more frequent. As days passed, Walter's behavior escalated. He began showing up late at night, standing outside Lisa's windows, sometimes tapping on the glass. Lisa's children were frightened, refusing to play in the yard when Walter was around. She tried speaking with him directly, asking him to respect their privacy, but his responses were cryptic and disturbing. One evening, Walter confronted Lisa in her driveway. His tone was aggressive, and he accused her of taking something that belonged to him. Lisa was confused and alarmed, but before she could respond, Walter's demeanor shifted to something darker, more dangerous. He pulled a knife, claiming she had taken his son and threatening her to stay away. Lisa's heart pounded as she backed away, but she didn't run. Instead, she grabbed a nearby object for defense and struggled with Walter until she managed to disarm him. She called the police immediately, and when they arrived, Walter was detained, but the damage was done. Lisa was shaken to her core. The experience left Lisa paranoid and fearful in her own home. She installed new locks, invested in security cameras, and even stayed with friends for a few nights to recover. The neighborhood that once seemed peaceful was now a place of nightmares. Lisa realized that sometimes the scariest threats aren't from unknown spirits or haunted walls. They come from the people living next door. Reflecting on these terrifying encounters, it's clear how vulnerable we can feel when our sense of safety is shattered, whether by unseen forces in a home or by a neighbor's menacing presence. For Lisa and the families like the Reynolds and Mark, These experiences forced life-changing decisions, choices about where to live, who to trust, and how to protect what matters most. The stories remind us all that the dream of a new home can quickly turn into a nightmare, and sometimes, the only way to find peace is to walk away from the place that no longer feels like home. This story begins with the bright anticipation of summer vacation, a time when the world feels wide open and anything seems possible. For many, summer is a sacred stretch of days off from work or school, a chance to unwind, explore, and create memories that will last a lifetime. But sometimes, beneath the surface of those sun-soaked dreams, darkness lurks, hidden stories waiting to unfold that turn carefree breaks into chilling ordeals. It all started with 3 groups, each with their own plan for a perfect summer. The first was the Martin family, Sarah and Tom, along with their 2 kids, Emma and Jake. They had been looking forward to this trip for months, their bags packed with swimwear, fishing gear, and enough snacks to fuel a small army. Their destination was a quaint cabin by the lake, nestled deep in the woods far from the city's hum. Sarah's parents had told stories of the cabin's peaceful mornings and star-filled nights, and the Martins imagined spending lazy days boating, grilling, and reading by the fire. Then there were the college friends, Maya, Chris, Olivia, and Ben. They had just finished their sophomore year and wanted to celebrate with a road trip along the coast. Their plan was simple: drive with the windows down, stop at beaches they'd only seen in photos, try local food, and soak up every bit of freedom before the fall semester. Maya was the driver, Chris the playlist curator, Olivia the photographer, and Ben the planner who'd mapped out their route with military precision. Lastly, a solo traveler named Ethan set out on his own journey. A writer by passion and a wanderer at heart, Ethan sought solitude and inspiration in a remote mountain town he'd heard little about. He imagined quiet mornings with steaming coffee on a porch overlooking pine trees, afternoons exploring hidden trails, and evenings scribbling notes by candlelight. The trip was meant to be a break from the noise of city life and a chance to reconnect with himself. All 3 groups were brimming with hope and excitement as they packed their cars and set out, the promise of summer stretching ahead like an open road. The Martins left their busy home early on a Saturday morning, the sun just peeking over the horizon. Emma and Jake sang along to their favorite songs in the back seat, while Sarah and Tom traded stories about their own childhood summers. The air smelled like pine and fresh earth as they pulled into the gravel driveway of the cabin, greeted by the gentle ripple of the lake and the rustling of leaves. It was exactly as Sarah's parents had described, serene and inviting. At the same time, the college friends hit the highway, their car loaded with surfboards, backpacks, and a cooler full of drinks. The salty breeze from the ocean was already calling as they cruised past coastal towns, laughing and teasing one another. Their first stop was a popular beach known for its golden sand and crashing waves. They set up towels, applied sunscreen, and dove into the water, the sun warming their skin and the sound of seagulls overhead. Meanwhile, Ethan arrived at the mountain town as the late afternoon light cast long shadows over the wooden storefronts. The town was small, with barely 100 residents, but it had a charm that immediately drew him in. He checked into the only inn, a rustic building with creaky floors and floral curtains. After dropping his bags, he wandered the streets, greeting a few locals who offered polite nods and brief smiles. Everything seemed peaceful, almost too peaceful. Each group, in their own way, was ready to embrace the kind of summer that stories are made of. They had no idea the unusual events that would begin to unfold just beneath the surface of their idyllic escapes. As the Martins settled into the cabin, Sarah noticed something odd, a faint flickering of the lights in the living room. She brushed it off at first, thinking it must be an electrical quirk in the old house. But later that evening, as the family gathered around the fireplace, Emma whispered that she had heard strange noises outside. Tom went to check, but found nothing except the quiet rustle of the forest. The college friends, still thrilled by the beach, didn't notice the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Within minutes, the sky transformed from clear blue to ominous gray. The wind picked up, and the first drops of rain fell. They scrambled to pack their things, but the storm arrived faster than expected. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed, forcing them to seek shelter in a nearby cafe. To their dismay, cell service vanished, cutting them off from the outside world. Ethan's first night in the mountain town was calm, but as he walked back to his inn, he spotted strange symbols carved into tree trunks and painted on old signposts. The locals he had briefly met earlier seemed to avoid eye contact, and whispers drifted from shadows and alleyways. A chill crept over him that had nothing to do with the cool night air. By the time the sun rose on the second day, the initial excitement had shifted in subtle but unmistakable ways. The Martins, curious and a little uneasy, asked their neighbors about the cabin's history. The answer unsettled them. There had been unexplained disappearances in the area over the past decades, some involving previous visitors who never returned. The family exchanged worried glances but tried to push the thought aside, vowing to stick together. The college friend's storm delay stretched on, with no sign of clearing skies. The cafe owner mentioned that this storm was unusual for the season and warned them to avoid the beach until it passed. Without phones or internet, the friends felt isolated, their carefree road trip suddenly tinged with uncertainty. Ethan, unable to shake his unease, visited the local library to learn more about the town. Old newspaper clippings revealed a dark past involving secret societies and strange rituals tied to the symbols he'd seen. The librarian's wary glance suggested that some knowledge was better left undiscovered. Despite the creeping sense of unease, all three groups remained determined to make the best of their vacations. After all, summer was meant for adventure, for laughter, and for stories worth telling. But sometimes, those stories take unexpected turns, and the places we think we know hide secrets waiting to come to light. The second day of their summer trips brought a shift in atmosphere for each group, subtle at first, then impossible to ignore. The Martins, the college friends, and Ethan all found themselves stepping deeper into uncertainty, their experiences unfolding in ways none of them had expected. At the lake cabin, the Martins woke to an eerie stillness that felt different from the usual peaceful morning calm. Sarah brewed coffee while Tom checked the boat, but Emma and Jake were distracted. They kept glancing toward the woods, whispering about sounds they couldn't quite place. As the day wore on, those whispers grew louder, branches snapping when no one was near, faint footsteps circling the cabin. The flickering lights returned, this time accompanied by a cold draft that seemed to come from nowhere. One afternoon, as Tom was hauling firewood, he stumbled upon an old, weathered journal buried beneath a pile of leaves. The pages, yellowed and brittle, told a chilling tale of previous cabin owners who vanished without a trace. The journal spoke of strange lights over the lake at night and voices carried on the wind. Sarah read the entries with growing alarm, sharing them with the kids, who clung to their parents with wide eyes. The cabin, once a symbol of summer bliss, now felt like a place holding secrets better left undisturbed. Meanwhile, the college friends found themselves trapped by the storm at the beach town. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and power flickered across the small community. Their phones remained dead, cutting off contact with friends and family. Maya tried to keep spirits high, suggesting games and stories, but even she couldn't ignore the unease settling over the group. On the third day, after the storm subsided, they ventured back to the beach only to discover their car had been blocked in by debris and fallen branches. The roads were muddy and treacherous, and the locals they encountered warned of recent suspicious activity. Strangers seen lurking around abandoned buildings and reports of thefts in the area. The friends exchanged nervous glances but decided to stick together and find a way out. That evening, as dusk fell, a stranger approached them at the edge of the beach. He was tall, with weathered skin and eyes that seemed to pierce through the gathering gloom. His presence was unsettling, and he spoke in cryptic warnings about leaving the town before nightfall. The group tried to brush it off, but the man's words echoed in their minds as they hurried back to their shelter. Ethan's solo journey took a different turn, but was no less unnerving. After his visit to the library, he wandered deeper into the town's outskirts, drawn by curiosity. The symbols he'd seen earlier appeared again, etched into rocks, painted on walls, and scrawled in faded graffiti. The deeper he explored, the more he sensed an invisible boundary, as if the town itself was watching. At a small diner, Ethan asked the waitress about the town's history. Her eyes darkened, and she warned him to forget what he'd read and not to wander too far. Her voice trembled as she mentioned strange disappearances and the town's reluctance to welcome outsiders. Ethan felt a growing tension, a pull between his desire to uncover the truth and the instinct to retreat. That night, as he lay in his creaky bed, faint chants drifted through the walls of the inn. The sounds were distant but unmistakable, whispers and low murmurs that unsettled his thoughts. He tried to convince himself it was the wind or his imagination, but sleep came fitfully. Back at the cabin, the Martins' unease deepened. At dusk, Emma claimed she saw a figure standing by the water's edge, a silhouette that vanished when anyone approached. Jake heard voices calling his name from the woods, but when Tom and Sarah investigated, there was no one there. The family's attempts to rationalize the events grew harder with each passing hour. Sarah found herself unable to shake the feeling that they were being watched. The journal's entries haunted her mind, especially the warnings about the lake's strange behavior after dark. One evening, as the family sat quietly in the cabin, the power went out completely. The sudden darkness was thick and suffocating, and outside, the lake's surface shimmered unnaturally under the moonlight. The college friends, too, were feeling the pressure. The stranger's warning echoed in their heads as they planned their next move. Olivia, usually confident, admitted she felt scared. Ben and Chris debated whether to wait for help or try to walk to the nearest town, but without phones, any plan felt risky. That night, as they huddled inside their shelter, shadows moved just beyond the windows. A low growl, or perhaps a distant howl, pierced the silence, and the group realized they were not alone. Fear tightened its grip, and the line between caution and panic blurred. Ethan, unable to ignore the strange occurrences, decided to venture out in daylight to follow a trail leading into the nearby forest. The path was overgrown and twisted, but the signs, symbols carved into bark and stone, guided him. The deeper he went, the quieter the world became, until only his footsteps and the occasional bird call broke the silence. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a clearing marked by a circle of ancient stones, each bearing the same strange symbol he'd seen around town. The air was thick, and an oppressive feeling settled over him. He felt eyes on him, though no one was visible. The realization dawned that whatever lay beneath the town's peaceful surface was tied to these rituals and the secrets the locals guarded fiercely. Ethan hurried back to the inn, heart pounding. That evening, he tried to speak with other guests, but they were tight-lipped, avoiding his questions. Even the innkeeper gave vague answers, her smile thin and strained. It was clear that the town's past was something everyone preferred to forget. As the days passed, each group found themselves drawn into situations increasingly difficult to explain. The Martins' idyllic retreat was shadowed by the cabin's dark history and the unexplained phenomena around them. The college friends faced isolation and a growing sense of menace after the storm, their carefree trip replaced by a fight for safety. Ethan wrestled with the town's hidden past, caught between curiosity and the need to protect himself. In all three places, by the lake on the storm-battered coast and deep in a mountain town, summer's promise of ease and escape was giving way to something far more unsettling. The ordinary was peeling back to reveal the extraordinary, and the vacationers were just beginning to realize how deeply they had stepped into the unknown. The tension that had been quietly building finally erupted, turning each group's vacation into a confrontation with fear and the unknown. The Martins, the college friends, and Ethan all reached moments where the ordinary cracked, revealing something darker and more dangerous beneath. At the lake cabin, the Martins could no longer ignore the signs that something was wrong. One night, just after dusk, Sarah was in the kitchen when the lights flickered violently before plunging the room into darkness. She heard a soft tapping at the window like fingernails dragging across glass. Heart pounding, she called for Tom, who grabbed a flashlight and cautiously approached. Outside, the beam of light caught nothing but the swaying branches, but then a shadow shifted just beyond the tree line. Emma and Jake, now frightened, refused to sleep alone, insisting on sharing their parents' bedroom. As the night deepened, eerie whispers seemed to float through the air, carried by the wind, or perhaps something else. Tom, determined to protect his family, went outside to investigate, but the moment he stepped into the yard, the temperature dropped sharply, and a low, mournful sound rose from the lake. The family gathered close, realizing that the cabin's unsettling history was not just stories on yellowed pages. Something unseen was watching, waiting in the darkness, a presence that refused to be ignored. Meanwhile, the college friends faced their own terrifying ordeal. After the stranger's cryptic warning, they tried to stay together, but paranoia crept in. Chris noticed a figure lurking in the shadows near their shelter, disappearing whenever they tried to get a closer look. Olivia caught glimpses of movement just outside the windows, and Ben swore he heard whispered voices calling his name. One evening, as they huddled around a flickering lantern, the door suddenly rattled violently. A voice from outside hissed threats, warning them to leave at once. Panic surged through the group as they barricaded the door, realizing the stranger's warning was no idle threat. Fear forced them to band together like never before, each relying on the other to stay calm and alert. The storm had left the area vulnerable, and the friends understood that the town held secrets darker than the weather. Their joyful road trip had spiraled into a desperate fight for safety, with every creak and shadow amplifying their terror. Ethan's solo journey reached a critical point one evening when he stumbled upon a gathering deep in the woods. Hidden behind thick trees, he saw figures cloaked in dark robes forming a circle around a flickering fire. Their chants were low and rhythmic, echoing off the surrounding hills. The symbols he had seen throughout the town were etched into stones around the fire. Frozen with a mix of fear and fascination, Ethan watched as the ceremony unfolded, an ancient ritual meant to bind or protect, though from what, he couldn't tell. Suddenly, a twig snapped beneath his foot, and the robed figures turned toward him, their eyes glowing in the firelight. Panic surged, and he fled through the forest, branches clawing at his clothes as he raced back to the inn. Once inside, Ethan locked the door and leaned against it, heart hammering. The weight of the town's secrets pressed down on him, and he realized the locals were protecting something powerful and dangerous, something they would kill to keep hidden. Back at the lake, the Martins knew they had to confront the presence haunting their vacation. Tom organized a daytime search of the woods, hoping to find any clue that might explain the strange occurrences. They found strange symbols carved in a tree bark, similar to those Ethan had seen, and a circle of stones arranged unnaturally close to the cabin. Sarah, frightened but resolute, suggested they leave immediately. But Emma and Jake, still holding on to hope for a happy summer, begged to stay just one more day. That night, the family sat together, sharing stories to keep the fear at bay, but the unease lingered like a thick fog. The college friends, trapped in their shelter, made a plan to escape at first light. They knew staying meant risking another confrontation with the unknown presence stalking them. Maya took charge, mapping out a route that avoided the most dangerous areas, while Ben gathered supplies in case they needed to run quickly. As dawn broke, they slipped out quietly, hearts racing with every step. The town felt hostile, the silence broken only by distant howls and the crunch of their footsteps on gravel. They moved as one, eyes scanning for any sign of pursuit. Ethan, meanwhile, wrestled with the decision to stay or flee. The innkeeper's earlier warning echoed in his mind, and the knowledge of the ritual sealed in his memory. He packed his bag quietly, preparing to leave before nightfall, but as he did, a knock came at his door. Opening it cautiously, he found the innkeeper standing there, her face grave. She spoke softly, urging him to leave immediately, warning that the town's protectors would not hesitate to act if they sensed him again. Ethan nodded, realizing his curiosity had brought him too close to a danger he could neither understand nor escape easily. Each group now faced a choice: to confront the fears that threatened their safety or to flee into the unknown beyond their temporary sanctuaries. The Martins, huddled in the cabin, felt the weight of the watchful eyes outside. The college friends navigated the hostile town, every shadow a potential threat. Ethan prepared to escape a place where secrets were guarded by ritual and silence. Their summer vacations had transformed from lighthearted adventures into battles for survival. The invisible lines separating safety and danger had faded, leaving only the raw reality of confronting fears that no one expected to face on a simple holiday. The stories they would one day tell were already being written in moments filled with dread, courage, and a desperate will to endure. The aftermath of those harrowing days left all three groups forever changed, scarred by the shadows they'd faced and grateful to have escaped with their lives. The Martins, the college friends, and Ethan each carried the weight of what they endured, grappling with the lingering unease that no vacation should ever bring. For the Martins, leaving the lake cabin behind was not just a decision, but a necessity. As they packed their car under a gray morning sky, Sarah stole one last glance at the still, glassy surface of the lake. The memories of nights filled with flickering lights, whispered voices, and the unshakable feeling of being watched pressed heavily on her heart. Emma and Jake remained unusually quiet, clinging to their parents, their faces shadowed by fear and confusion. Tom tried to reassure everyone, emphasizing that they were safe now, but the cabin's dark legacy had seeped into their family's summer story, casting a long shadow over what should have been joyful memories. They promised each other never to return, a silent agreement forged in shared terror and relief. Meanwhile, the college friends finally found their way back to the highway, the open road a balm after days trapped in fear. As they drove away from the storm-ravaged town, the tension that had gripped them slowly began to ease. They talked in hushed tones about the strangers' warnings, the lurking figures, and the nights spent barricaded inside a shelter. Olivia wiped away tears she hadn't realized she was holding back, admitting how scared she'd been. Chris and Ben nodded, agreeing that their carefree trip had turned into a nightmare. Maya, usually the optimist, reflected on how quickly fun could turn to danger in unfamiliar places, reminding them all to trust their instincts more in the future. Though relieved to be safe, the friends knew their summer adventure would forever be tinged with caution. They vowed to remember the lessons learned, that not every place welcomes outsiders, and sometimes the most beautiful destinations harbor secrets best left undiscovered. Ethan's escape from the mountain town was quiet, but no less profound. As he drove away, the memories of the ritual, the carved symbols, and the wary faces of the locals haunted him. He realized how thin the line was between curiosity and risk, how his desire for solitude had led him into the heart of something ancient and dangerous. Back in his apartment, Ethan poured his experiences into his writing, grappling with the need to share what he'd learned while respecting the silence the town demanded. The encounter had changed him, teaching him that some truths come at too high a price, and that intuition is a vital compass when exploring the unknown. Each group's story was a testament to survival, courage, and the unexpected dangers that can surface during what should be peaceful summer breaks. The Martins struggled to reconcile their trauma with the idea of future vacations, wary of places that seemed too quiet or too isolated. The college friends carried a newfound respect for the unpredictability of travel, determined to prepare more thoroughly and heed warnings. Ethan's journey became a cautionary tale about the balance between seeking adventure and recognizing when to walk away. Despite their differences, all three shared a common thread, a reminder that the unknown has a power that demands respect, and that vulnerability can strike even when surrounded by beauty and promise. Their experiences, though terrifying, became warnings etched into their memories, urging caution and awareness. In quiet moments, the Martins would still hear the faintest echo of those whispers by the lake, a reminder of what they narrowly escaped. The college friends sometimes found themselves glancing nervously over their shoulders, recalling the stranger's ominous words and the feeling of unseen eyes tracking their every move. Ethan, on restless nights, could almost hear the distant chants from the mountain woods, a haunting reminder of the secrets that remained hidden. These true stories, shared among friends and family, served as a collective warning, a testament to how quickly a summer vacation can shift from carefree joy to genuine terror. They underscored the importance of trusting one's instincts, staying alert to surroundings, and never underestimating the power of places that seem quiet or forgotten. In the end, their summers were forever marked by these encounters, experiences that transformed them and left indelible impressions. They carried the lessons forward, not to scare others, but to prepare them, to remind anyone chasing adventure that even the most beautiful escapes can harbor shadows, and that sometimes the greatest courage lies in knowing when to leave. The stories of the Martins, the college friends, and Ethan were far from isolated incidents. Across the country, and indeed the world, countless summer vacations have taken dark and unexpected turns. True tales of vulnerability, terror, and survival that remind us how fragile the line between adventure and danger can be. Take, for instance, the tale of a group of campers heading into a dense forest known for its natural beauty and wildlife. What began as a weekend escape into nature quickly spiraled into chaos when a wild animal, startled by their presence, attacked their campsite in the dead of night. Panic erupted as they scrambled to fend off the creature, the peaceful woods turning into a battleground. Though no one was seriously injured, the trauma lingered, casting a shadow over future outdoor trips and a newfound respect for the unpredictability of wildlife and wilderness. Or consider the seaside town that had long drawn visitors with its sun-kissed beaches and charming boardwalks. Beneath its idyllic facade, however, lay a history of mysterious drownings. Locals whispered of the dangerous current that pulled swimmers under without warning. One summer, a family visiting for a reunion lost a loved one to that unseen force. The tragedy rippled through the community, a stark reminder that even the most inviting waters can harbor hidden dangers. Visitors learned to heed warnings and respect the ocean's power, forever altering their approach to seaside vacations. These narratives, like the ones experienced by the Martins, the college friends, and Ethan, illustrate the unpredictable nature of travel. They highlight how quickly an idyllic getaway can shift to a nightmare and the importance of awareness, preparation, and intuition. It's easy to romanticize summer vacations as a time of carefree joy and exploration. But these stories serve as cautionary reminders that vulnerability can come in many forms. Whether it's a remote cabin with a dark past, a storm-stricken coastal town, a mountain village guarding ancient secrets, or the wilds of a forest or ocean, danger often hides beneath the surface of beauty and calm. Travelers and vacationers must balance their thirst for adventure with respect for the unknown. Checking weather conditions, researching local histories, trusting gut instincts, and maintaining situational awareness can mean the difference between a memorable trip and a harrowing experience. Even the most prepared can find themselves caught off guard, but knowledge and vigilance provide the best defense. These true stories, passed down through conversations, warnings, and shared memories, create a tapestry of lessons woven from real experiences. They remind us that summer vacations, though often idyllic, are not immune to the unexpected. The thrill of exploration is inseparable from the need for caution. For those dreaming of their next escape, the message is clear. Cherish the freedom and excitement that come with travel, but never let your guard down. Respect the places you visit, listen to the locals, and heed the subtle signs that something might be amiss. Adventure and safety are not mutually exclusive. They must coexist for a journey to be truly rewarding. In the end, these stories are not meant to dissuade or frighten, but to prepare and empower. They teach us that the most unforgettable vacations are those where excitement is tempered by awareness, where memories are made without regret, and where the unknown is met with respect rather than recklessness. As the summer sun rises on new travelers and familiar faces alike, the lessons of past vacations whisper through the air. They urge caution, inspire vigilance, and above all, remind us that even in the most beautiful places, hidden dangers may lurk, and only those who are prepared can truly enjoy the freedom of the open road, the calm of the lake, the allure of the coast, or the mystery of the mountain.
You've entered Tales from the Dark Side. Who Done It? A true crime in the shadows, a handful of clues, and one name that doesn't want to be spoken. Here's how we play. I'll drop 3 clues. You study the evidence, then pause and lock in your suspect, A, B, or C. No rewinds, no second chances. Can you solve the crime before the end? Post your answer in the comments. It was a cold autumn evening when the quiet suburb first sensed something was wrong. The air hung heavy with an unnatural stillness, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Neighbors glanced nervously across their fences, whispering rumors that no one dared confirm. Behind the closed curtains of an otherwise ordinary house, a darkness had settled, one that no one could yet see. But all would soon know. The machine, a hulking, unforgiving wood chipper, stood silent in the driveway, its metal teeth glinting faintly under the dim porch light. To the casual eye, it was just another piece of yard equipment, a tool meant for mundane chores. But beneath its rusted exterior lay a horror concealed, a grotesque secret waiting to be uncovered. The victim was a young woman, vibrant and full of life, just days before. Her sudden disappearance sent ripples through the tight-knit community, casting a shadow over the streets where children once played without fear. Nobody could imagine what terror had unfolded behind that closed door, nor the unimaginable act the machine was about to conceal. In the dead of night, the machine roared to life. Its grinding mechanical hunger echoed through the neighborhood, a sinister soundtrack that no one could explain. The relentless churning masked the cries that might have pierced the silence if anyone had been close enough to hear. But the machine did not discriminate. It devoured everything in its path, obliterating flesh and bone alike, leaving behind only fragments too small to deny. One shred of flesh, however, slipped through the chaos. A single fragment, barely noticeable, held the key to unraveling the nightmare. It was a tiny piece, easily overlooked, yet it refused to disappear. Hidden in the tangled teeth of the machine, this fragment became the silent witness to a crime so brutal it defied comprehension. As dawn broke, the neighborhood awoke to the realization that something had gone terribly wrong. The house that once blended seamlessly into the suburban sprawl now stood out like a scar, its secrets locked behind walls that would soon be shattered by the relentless pursuit of truth. No one could have guessed that the machine, a symbol of everyday life, had been transformed into an instrument of horror. But that shred of flesh would not be silenced. It would speak in its own grim language, revealing the nightmare that had been fed into the machine's insatiable maw. The nightmare had begun, and the hunt for answers was just starting. The disappearance of the young woman sent shockwaves through the sleepy suburb of Connecticut in 1986. It was the kind of town where everyone knew each other's names, where front porches hosted friendly chats and children's laughter filled the air until dusk. The kind of place where crime seemed a distant concept, something that happened elsewhere. But that illusion was shattered now. Her name was Emily Harper, a 27-year-old school teacher, known for her warm smile and gentle nature. She had moved to the neighborhood only a year before, bringing with her a sense of hope and renewal that many admired. The town had welcomed her like one of their own, and no one suspected the darkness that would soon engulf her life. It started on a crisp October evening. Emily had left her job at the elementary school late, mentioning to colleagues she was eager to get home and prepare for the weekend. But home was where she vanished. She never arrived. Concern rippled quickly among friends and neighbors. Phone calls went unanswered. Her car was found abandoned near the river, doors locked, but no sign of Emily. The local police began their search, canvassing the neighborhood, questioning anyone who might have seen her. But answers were scarce, and the clock was ticking. Her husband, Mark Harper, a man who once seemed an unremarkable fixture in the community, became the center of quiet speculation. Mark was a construction supervisor, known for his steady demeanor and involvement in local projects. To outsiders, he appeared the picture of normalcy, a devoted husband and a hard-working man. Yet, as the investigation unfolded, cracks began to appear beneath his calm exterior. Neighbors recalled hearing raised voices from the Harper household in the days leading up to Emily's disappearance. Some spoke of Mark's mounting financial troubles, whispering about debts and strained relationships. Others mentioned fleeting glimpses of his secretive behavior, late-night phone calls, hurried trips, unexplained absences. Despite this, no one could fathom the depth of what lay beneath. The man who greeted smiles on the street, who nodded politely at the grocery store, harbored secrets that would soon unravel the very fabric of the community's trust. Emily's absence left a void that grew heavier with each passing day. The search expanded, involving state police and forensic experts. Every lead was chased, every clue scrutinized, but the trail seemed to disappear into shadow. The machine, the wood chipper, stood quietly in the driveway, a mute witness to the unfolding tragedy. At first glance, it was easy to dismiss, just another tool in the Harpers' modest yard. But as investigators would soon discover, it was anything but ordinary in this case. Behind Mark's placid mask lay a secret darker than anyone could imagine. The quiet man, grappling with mounting pressure and secrets, was about to become the focal point of a chilling investigation. The suburban calm was fractured, replaced by suspicion and fear. The town waited, breath held, as the pieces began to fall into place. The disappearance was not a random act, not a misfortune of chance. It was something far more sinister, a secret buried beneath layers of deception, waiting to be unearthed. In the days that followed, the community would confront a reality that no one wanted to face. The ordinary house on a quiet street, the kind neighbor, the familiar machine, all would become symbols of a nightmare that no one could ignore. And at the center of it all stood Mark Harper, the man whose secrets would soon come to light, forcing a community to reckon with the darkness hiding behind the suburban veneer. Clue number 1. Emily's car was found abandoned near the riverbank, its doors locked tight, but inside, a disturbing sight awaited investigators. The front seat was stained with dark, dried blood, an unmistakable sign that something violent had taken place. The presence of blood inside a locked car raised urgent questions. Was Emily injured in the vehicle? Had the perpetrator tried to transport her body? The blood whispered of a struggle, a desperate fight that had unfolded in the shadows. Clue number 2. Witnesses came forward, with unsettling accounts of loud, mechanical noises echoing near the river late at night, just after Emily's disappearance. Several neighbors recalled the guttural roar of heavy machinery, a sound out of place in the serene suburb. It was the kind of noise that demanded attention, yet no one initially connected it to the unfolding mystery. The timing was chilling. The machine's grinding persisted through the darkness, masking whatever horrific acts took place under its relentless churning. Clue number 3. The most damning evidence emerged when investigators, combing the Harper property, discovered human tissue fragments and hair tangled within the blades of the wood chipper. Forensic teams meticulously collected these grisly remnants, confirming through analysis that they belonged to Emily. This physical evidence was irrefutable. A brutal act had been committed, and the wood chipper was not just a tool, but a weapon. The fragments told a harrowing story. The wood chipper, a device meant to shred branches and brush, had been turned into an instrument of destruction, obliterating any trace of the victim's body. Yet, in its violent consumption, it betrayed its user, leaving behind the very evidence intended to be erased. The blood in the car, the strange noises at night, and the remains in the machine converged into a grim narrative of calculated violence. Each clue deepened the mystery and tightened the noose around the truth. Investigators pieced together a timeline: Emily's last known movements, the abandoned car near the river, the mechanical roar in the dead of night, and finally, the discovery of her remains in the machine. The scene painted a portrait of horror that few could bear to imagine. The physical evidence was stark, but it also raised new questions. Who would use such a brutal method to conceal a crime? How could someone in a quiet suburb commit such an atrocity without raising alarm? The answers seemed to point closer every day to the place where the wood chipper sat, silent now, but forever marked by the violence it had witnessed. As the investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a web of secrets entwined with the clues. Financial problems, strained relationships, whispered arguments, all painted a picture of a life unraveling behind closed doors. The evidence was no longer just physical. It became a window into the fractured world of those involved. But the fragments in the machine were the most compelling. They spoke louder than any witness or rumor, demanding justice for a life violently ended. The wood chipper, once a mundane tool, had become the centerpiece of a nightmare, exposing a truth that one shred of flesh could not hide. The community held its breath as the case took shape, the clues guiding the way forward through darkness and doubt. Each piece of evidence brought them closer to the heart of the horror, revealing a story of betrayal, violence, and the desperate lengths someone would go to hide the truth. The investigation had reached a critical crossroads, and suspicion began to circle like a predator over its prey. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, each carrying motives dark enough to stain the quiet town. The question was simple: who had turned this suburban nightmare into reality? A. The resentful ex-boyfriend. Known for his volatile temper and history of violence, he had never fully accepted Emily's decision to move on. His jealousy was no secret to those close to Emily, and his presence near the neighborhood in the days before her disappearance had not gone unnoticed. His anger simmered beneath a fragile veneer, threatening to boil over into something deadly. B. Mark Harper, the husband. Financial troubles weighed heavily on him, and whispers of secret affairs added layers of complexity to his already strained life. His calm facade had begun to crack under the pressure of mounting debts and the unraveling of his marriage. To some, he seemed the most likely to harbor dark secrets, his seemingly ordinary life a mask for something far more sinister. C. The mysterious stranger, a figure seen lurking near Emily's home, never fully identified, whose intentions remained unclear. Their presence was a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit, a shadow that refused to dissipate. Who were they? And what role had they played in the tragedy that unfolded? The community grappled with these possibilities, each suspect casting a different shade of suspicion. The ex-boyfriend's violent past made him a natural focus, yet his alibi was shaky, but not impossible. The stranger's elusive presence raised questions that no one could answer, and Mark Harper's quiet demeanor and proximity to the crime scene made him both a man under scrutiny and a puzzle waiting to be solved. Investigators sifted through testimonies, alibis, and forensic evidence, weighing each suspect's potential involvement. The ex-boyfriend's history gave motive, but little physical evidence tied him to the scene. The stranger remained an enigma, disappearing like a ghost into the town's whispered rumors. Mark's financial woes and marital strains painted a picture of desperation, but was desperation enough to commit such a brutal act? The tension mounted as questions piled upon questions. Neighbors recalled moments of tension, fleeting arguments, and unexplained behavior that now took on new meaning. The community watched nervously as the investigation closed in, waiting for the moment when the truth would finally emerge. It was a pause, a moment to consider, to guess, to piece together the fragments of a puzzle that refused to be simple. Who among them had the darkest secret? Who could have turned a suburban home into a scene of horror? Now, the choice rested with those who followed the story. Could they see beyond the surface, beyond the alibis and rumors, to the heart of the crime? The answers were hidden in plain sight, waiting for the sharp eye to catch them. The suspects stood before the scale of justice, each bearing the weight of suspicion. The clock ticked down, and the shadows grew longer. Whose story would hold up under the relentless light of truth? Who do you think is behind the nightmare? The truth, chilling and undeniable, finally emerged from the shadows. Mark Harper, the husband, was the architect of this nightmare. Despite his outward calm and carefully constructed facade, the forensic evidence told a different story. One that could not be ignored or denied. The fragments of Emily's body, painstakingly recovered from the wood chipper's teeth, became the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. Forensic scientists meticulously matched tissue samples, hair, and even dental fragments to Emily, proving beyond doubt that the remains had been fed into the machine. The technical brilliance of forensic analysis left no room for ambiguity. The machine, once a garden tool, was transformed into a weapon of horror, and Mark Harper was the man who wielded it. Financial pressures had driven Mark to desperation. Investigators uncovered a web of debts and secret affairs that painted a picture of a man crumbling beneath the weight of his own lies. The veneer of suburban normalcy cracked, revealing a psyche pushed to the brink, a man who chose to silence his wife rather than confront the truth of his failing life. The court proceedings revealed the stark reality. Witnesses recounted the late-night noises by the river, the bloodied car abandoned without explanation, and Mark's increasingly erratic behavior. His alibi unraveled under scrutiny, and the forensic findings sealed his fate. Despite the horror of the crime, The conviction was a testament to the power of science and perseverance. The scattered remains, the mechanical roar in the night, the bloodstains in the car, all pieces of a grim puzzle that, when assembled, pointed directly to Mark Harper. The community grappled with the betrayal, the realization that the horror had been perpetrated by one of their own. The quiet man next door was not a victim of circumstance, but the author of a terrifying choice. The wood chipper, once an innocuous tool, would forever be entwined with the darkest chapter in the town's history. Could you have pieced together this horror from scattered remains? Could you see through the calm exterior to the violent truth beneath? The story challenges you to consider how even the smallest fragment, one shred of flesh, can unravel a nightmare, exposing secrets that no machine can silence. Share your thoughts. Would you have seen it coming?
I've always found something comforting about neighborhood bars. The way they hum with quiet energy, full of familiar faces and the low murmur of conversations blending with clinking glasses and old jukebox tunes. They're little islands of normalcy where the world feels manageable. And for me, these places have been a refuge during tough times. There's a rhythm to them that's soothing, like a heartbeat you can lean on. Over the years, I've become drawn not just to the atmosphere, but to the stories that seem to gather in the shadows of these bars. The whispered legends and true accounts of strange happenings that give these spots a kind of haunted character. It started as a casual interest, really, hearing some wild tales from bartenders and regulars about things they'd seen or felt in these dimly lit places. Some are funny, others dark, and a few downright chilling. I became fascinated with the idea that bars, often places of laughter and camaraderie, could hold some deeper, unsettling secrets beneath their polished wood and neon signs. So, I decided to collect some of these stories, real ones, not just urban myths, for myself and a few people I trust. It's strange how these tales all have this uncanny mix of the mundane and the eerie, like the ordinary world suddenly slipping and revealing something unexplainable. One of the first bars I really got to know was a small, tucked-away dive on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, just an old place with cracked leather booths and a stained bar top that looked like it had been there since the 70s. The regulars were mostly locals who came for a cheap drink and a place to unwind after long days. The bartenders there had seen it all. Fights, heartbreaks, celebrations, and late-night confessions that never made it outside those four walls. It was in this bar that I heard the first story that truly unsettled me. The story was about a man named Eddie, a fixture at the bar for years. Eddie was the kind of guy everyone knew, but no one really knew all that well. He was quiet, always sitting at the far end of the bar nursing a single beer, never really joining in on the loud conversations. He had this air of mystery, like he was carrying some heavy weight nobody else could see. The bartenders said he was a regular who never missed a night, and over time, he became part of the bar's fabric. People would exchange nods or brief hellos, but Eddie mostly kept to himself, his eyes fixed somewhere beyond the crowd. One evening, Eddie just disappeared. No warning, no goodbye. One night, he was there, and the next, he was gone. The bartenders and regulars noticed immediately. His usual seat was empty, his beer untouched. At first, they thought maybe he was sick or had some emergency, but days passed, and there was no sign of him anywhere. No one had heard from him, and strangely, none of his friends or family seemed to know where he had gone either. It was like he vanished into thin air. The nights that followed felt different. The bar's usual comfort shifted, replaced by a heavier, colder energy. Regular patrons started noticing odd things. Faint noises that didn't fit the bar's usual soundtrack. Shadows moving just out of the corner of their eyes. The feeling of being watched when no one was around. Some swore they saw a dark figure lingering near Eddie's old seat. A silhouette that disappeared when anyone looked directly at it. The bartenders tried to shrug it off, but you could tell something had changed, that the bar was no longer quite the safe space it had been. One night, The bartender who'd worked there the longest pulled me aside. He told me something that sent a shiver down my spine. Apparently, on the night Eddie disappeared, a regular had seen him talking quietly to someone, or something, no one else could see. The bartender described it as a ghostly presence, a figure with no clear shape, like smoke or a shadow that flickered in the dim light. Eddie's voice had been low, almost pleading, and the figure didn't respond with words, but with a kind of chilling silence that filled the room. After that encounter, Eddie was never seen again. Hearing that, I felt a mix of skepticism and unease. I've never been one to jump to supernatural conclusions, but the way the bartender told it, the story had a weight that made me pause. The bar itself seemed to hold its breath when I visited after that. The usual buzz replaced by a quiet that wasn't just the absence of sound but something more oppressive. People started avoiding Eddie's spot, and the bartenders covered his usual seat with a small bouquet of wildflowers, like a memorial. I kept going back, drawn by that strange pull to understand what had happened, or at least to feel the atmosphere that had shifted so palpably. One late night, as I sat nursing a drink, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, a shadow near the end of the bar, where Eddie used to sit. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. The room felt colder, the air thick with a silence that pressed against my skin. It was enough to send a chill through me, even though I told myself it was just my imagination. Some of the regulars whispered theories, that Eddie had gotten mixed up with something dark, or that he'd made a deal he couldn't keep. Others thought maybe he was running from something, and the bar had been the last place he felt safe. No one really knew, and the mystery only deepened the eerie atmosphere that had settled in. The bar, once a place of easy comfort, now felt like a place holding its breath, waiting for something unsaid. I find myself returning to that bar more often than I probably should, sitting in the shadows and listening to the quiet stories that float around the room. There's a strange mix of sadness and fear that clings to the place, like a fog that never lifts. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I catch the flicker of a figure sitting there at the far end of the bar, watching, waiting. It's a reminder that even the most familiar places can hold secrets. Dark, hidden things that don't make sense, but feel all too real when the night settles in. And maybe that's why these bars, with their worn wood and dim lights, become the perfect stages for stories that linger long after the last call. After the story about Eddie and his mysterious disappearance settled in my mind, I found myself drawn to another bar, one with a very different vibe, but just as much history. This place was a little more upscale, known for its craft cocktails and vintage decor, and had a large, ornate mirror that spanned almost the entire back wall behind the bar. The mirror was the kind of thing that caught your eye the moment you walked in. Heavy, framed in dark wood carved with intricate patterns that looked like they belonged in a centuries-old mansion rather than a trendy city cocktail lounge. The bartenders there told me the mirror had been part of the bar since it opened decades ago, and over time, it had become the center of some eerie rumors. They said patrons sometimes saw things in the reflection that didn't match reality. Shadows moving independently, faces that flickered where none should be, even expressions that didn't belong to the people standing in front of it. At first, I thought it was just bar talk, the kind of nonsense you'd expect in a place that serves enough alcohol to loosen anyone's imagination. But one night, I witnessed something that made me reconsider. It was a Friday evening, and the bar was packed with a mix of locals and tourists, the kind of crowd that fills the room with buzz and laughter. I was there with a few friends, and we just settled into a corner booth when one of them nudged me and pointed toward the mirror. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual, but then I noticed a group of 4 people standing near the bar, looking at their reflections. They seemed to be trying to make faces, joking around, but what happened next made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Their reflections didn't match their movements, as they laughed and made silly faces at each other. The images in the mirror twisted those expressions into something sinister, grins that stretched too wide, eyes that gleamed with a cold, unnatural light. But the strangest part was how the reflections moved separately from the group. When one person raised a hand, their reflection hesitated, then moved a moment later, almost like it was watching and choosing when to mimic. It was subtle but unmistakable, and it made the whole scene feel deeply wrong. I kept watching, frozen, as the reflections began to shift even more. The faces morphed into grimaces and sneers, the eyes darkened, and for a brief second, I swear the mirror seemed to pulse, as if alive. Then, without warning, a loud cracking sound echoed through the bar. Everyone turned to look at the mirror, and I saw a jagged crack spiderweb its way across the glass, starting from the top corner and racing downward. The bar fell into a hush, the usual noise replaced by a tense silence filled with disbelief. The bartender who had been cleaning glasses nearby rushed over, her face pale. She told us that the mirror had never cracked before, not in all the years she'd worked there, and none of the regulars had ever seen anything like tonight. Some people whispered about the mirror being cursed or haunted, but the management quickly covered the crack with a dark cloth and promised it would be replaced soon. Still, the mood in the bar didn't recover that night, and the story spread fast. Over the next few days, I went back a couple of times, wanting to see the mirror again, but it remained hidden behind the cloth. The staff seemed uneasy, avoiding the topic when customers asked. I spoke to a bartender who confided that there had been other strange occurrences linked to the mirror over the years. Glasses shattering without cause, flickering lights reflecting oddly in the glass, and patrons feeling a sudden chill when standing near it. None of it explained the reflections acting on their own, but it added to the growing sense that the mirror was more than just a decorative piece. Curious, I dug a little deeper and found old newspaper clippings about the bar's history. The building had once been a grand hotel in the early 1900s, and the mirror was rumored to have been part of the original lobby. Some stories mentioned a tragic fire that had taken several lives in that hotel, and a few locals believed the mirror was somehow connected to the restless spirits of those who perished. Whether that was true or just superstition, the idea stuck with me, especially after what I'd seen. One night, I returned alone, hoping to catch another glimpse of whatever had been lurking in that mirror. The bar was nearly empty, the usual lively energy replaced by a quiet stillness that felt almost sacred. I sat at the bar, my eyes fixed on the covered mirror, when suddenly a soft flicker of movement caught my attention. I looked up sharply and saw a faint shimmer beneath the cloth, like the outline of a face pressing against the fabric from behind it. My heart raced, but when I blinked, it was gone. Shaken, I asked the bartender about it, but she just shook her head and told me some things are better left alone. I didn't argue. The mirror seemed to hold something in it, not just glass and reflection, but a presence that watched and waited. Each visit afterward left me with the same uneasy feeling, as if the mirror was alive in some way, a gateway or a trap for whatever haunted the bar. It's strange how a simple object like a mirror, something meant to show you your own image, can become so unsettling when it stops behaving the way it should. The way those reflections twisted and moved independently that night left a mark on me. I found myself glancing at other mirrors in bars and restaurants, half expecting them to change or flicker with something unnatural. It's a feeling I can't shake, the sense that beneath the surface of the everyday, there are things watching us, waiting for the right moment to slip through. That bar's mirror became another piece of the puzzle in my growing collection of true stories from the world of neighborhood bars. Places that, no matter how familiar or friendly, could hold secrets darker than anyone expects. And while I still visit that bar from time to time, I never look at the mirror for too long. Some reflections, I've learned, are better left unseen. After the unsettling experience with the haunted mirror, I thought I'd seen enough eerie moments to last a while. But there was one more story, one that came from a friend of a friend, that stuck with me long after the others. This wasn't about a vanished patron or a cursed object. It was about something far more personal and invisible, the feeling of being watched, followed, and touched when no one was around. My friend Lisa had been telling me about her favorite bar downtown, a place she'd been going to for years. It was a cozy spot with exposed brick walls and soft lighting, the kind of place where bartenders knew your name and your usual drink. Lisa loved it for the easy atmosphere and the way it felt like a second home. But one night, something happened that changed everything. She'd gone there after work, just wanted to unwind alone with a cocktail and a book. The bar wasn't crowded, just a few regulars scattered around, and the music was low and jazzy. Lisa settled into her usual seat at the far end of the bar, the one with the best view of the room, but also a little tucked away. From the start, she felt off, not anxious exactly, but like an invisible weight pressing on her shoulders. She told me later it was like the air around her had thickened, and every small noise seemed amplified. At first, she tried to ignore it, focusing on her book and sipping her drink. But then the sensation started, a barely there brush against her arm, a cold finger trailing along her neck. Whispers too soft to catch, but close enough to send chills down her spine. Every time she looked up, there was nobody near her seat. The bartender was busy cleaning glasses. Other patrons were engrossed in their own conversations. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger, more tangible. Lisa described it as a kind of creeping dread, like something unseen was closing in on her. She tried to shake it off, telling herself it was just her imagination playing tricks in the dim light. But the physical sensations didn't lie. She could feel the touch cold and fleeting, and hear the faintest of murmurs that made her skin crawl. No one else seemed to notice, and when she mentioned it to a couple of friends later, they brushed it off as stress or nerves. Things escalated when she stood up to leave. As she moved toward the exit, she felt a sudden, sharp tug on her jacket sleeve. She spun around, heart pounding, but again, no one was there. The space around her was empty except for a woman sitting near the jukebox, looking down at her phone, and a couple in a booth deep in conversation. Lisa's hands trembled as she grabbed her purse and hurried out, feeling like eyes were burning into her back the whole way. The next day, Lisa told me she couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The bar, which had always been her safe place, now felt oppressive and haunted by something unseen. She started researching the history of the building and learned that years before, there had been a tragic event. A man had died there under mysterious circumstances, alone and unnoticed, right in that very bar. The story said he'd been dealing with some deep personal demons and was found too late, sparking rumors that his restless spirit still lingered. Hearing that, it all clicked into place for Lisa. The feeling of being watched, the touches, the whispers, it wasn't her imagination. She believed she'd been encountering that restless presence, a ghost tethered to the bar, unable to move on. It was a chilling realization that made her avoid the place for a long time. I met Lisa a few weeks later, and she seemed changed, quieter, more cautious. She told me that even after avoiding the bar, the sensation followed her in subtle ways. Sometimes she'd feel eyes on her in crowded places, or hear faint whispers when she was alone. It was as if whatever had attached itself to her that night hadn't let go. She'd taken to carrying a small charm, something to ground her, a reminder that she wasn't alone in facing this. Listening to her story, I realized how deeply these invisible encounters could affect someone. Unlike the dramatic vanishings or physical manifestations, this was a slow, creeping terror, something that invaded personal space and peace of mind without warning. It made me wonder how many people might have experienced similar things but never spoke up, afraid they'd be dismissed or worse, considered crazy. I asked Lisa if she ever went back to that bar, and she shook her head. The thought of facing that presence again was too much. She said some places carry shadows you can't outrun, and sometimes the safest choice is to stay away. But even so, the memory lingered, a reminder that the world isn't always as visible or as safe as it seems. This story added a new layer to my understanding of these neighborhood bars. They're more than just places to drink and socialize. They're spaces where the past and present collide, where unseen forces can brush against us in the quiet moments between orders and laughter. And sometimes, those forces don't just watch from the shadows. They reach out, touch, and refuse to let go. After hearing Lisa's story about the unseen presence in her favorite bar, I thought I had a pretty good sense of the kinds of eerie experiences that could unfold in these neighborhood joints. But then a story came to me from someone I met through a mutual friend, a tale that unsettled me in a different way. It wasn't just about strange sensations or objects behaving oddly. It was about a very real, very tangible sense of danger that seemed to spring from nowhere, yet had roots buried deep in the bar's history. This story came from Mark, a guy in his late 30s who worked security at a popular local bar downtown. It was a place that drew a diverse crowd: college students, night shift workers, artists, and regulars who came for the cheap drinks and loud music. Mark was no stranger to the occasional fight or troublemaker, but one night, he encountered something that didn't fit any normal explanation. It was late on a Saturday, and the bar was packed. Mark was stationed near the back entrance, keeping an eye on the crowd and making sure no one caused problems. Suddenly, he noticed a man sitting alone at the bar, looking intensely around the room as if trying to find someone. The guy looked tense, his eyes darting nervously despite the noise and bustle. What caught Mark's attention was how the man seemed to be watching a specific area, the corner booth near the stage, even though no one else appeared to notice anything unusual. As the night went on, the man's behavior grew more agitated. He kept glancing over his shoulder, shifting in his seat like he was being followed. Mark approached him cautiously, asking if he needed help or was feeling okay. The man's response was strange. He whispered something about knowing the bar's secrets, about something that had happened years ago, something nobody else wanted to talk about. Mark tried to press for details, but the man's eyes went wide with fear, and he abruptly stood up, saying he had to leave. As he turned to walk out, Mark saw him pause, glance back toward the booth again, and then bolt for the door. Mark followed quickly, but the man disappeared into the night before he could catch up. Later, Mark learned from other staff that the booth the man had been fixated on was the site of a tragic incident decades earlier. A young woman, a regular at the bar, had been attacked there one night and never recovered. The story was hushed among the older patrons and staff, a dark secret that everyone seemed to avoid mentioning. The man's behavior suddenly made sense. He felt something, a presence or memory tied to that spot, something that unsettled him deeply. Then, a few nights later, Mark had his own experience. During a slow moment, he was cleaning glasses behind the bar when he heard a faint whisper, almost like a breath in his ear. He turned, but no one was there. The air felt cold, heavy, and he got the unmistakable feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he looked toward the corner booth. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a shadowy figure sitting there, but when he blinked, it was gone. From that night on, Mark said he was on edge whenever he worked late shifts. He could feel the bar's atmosphere shift, like the old tragedy had left a stain, a restless energy that clung to that corner, to the bar itself. He told me about other staff who had quit, unable to shake the feeling of being watched or followed when the crowd thinned out. What stuck with me most was how tangible Mark's fear was. This wasn't a vague unease or a fleeting chill. It was a presence that seemed to press against the very walls, a weight that affected people physically and mentally. The bar, a place meant for laughter and escape, held a dark memory that refused to fade, manifesting in whispers, shadows, and a sense of foreboding. Mark confessed that after several weeks of these experiences, he stopped working the late shifts altogether. The bar had become a place he dreaded, a place where the past bled into the present in ways no one could explain. And yet, he admitted, there was a strange pull too, a curiosity about the unseen forces at play and a desire to understand the story behind the shadows. It made me think about how places accumulate history, not just in the events themselves, but in the way those events leave echoes, impressions that linger in the air and the minds of those who come after. Bars, with their mix of joy and sorrow, celebration and heartbreak, seem especially prone to holding onto these echoes. Sometimes, those echoes take form in the shadows we glimpse, the whispers we hear, or the unshakable feeling that we're not alone. Mark's story added another layer to the strange tapestry of bar experiences I'd been collecting. A reminder that beneath the surface of familiar places, there can be unrest, secrets, and ghosts that watch silently from the corners. And sometimes, those ghosts aren't content to stay hidden. They reach out, manifesting in ways that blur the line between the living and the dead, between memory and reality. The idea that a tragic event could leave such a tangible mark on a place, a mark that people could feel, see, and hear, lingered with me long after our conversation ended. It made me wonder how many other bars carry similar stories. How many nights are haunted not just by the past, but by its restless spirits, waiting for someone to notice. Sometimes when I pass that bar on a quiet night, I slow down and look toward that corner booth, half expecting to see a shadow sitting there or to catch a whisper on the breeze. The bar still hums with life, full of laughter and music, but beneath it all is a quiet tension, a secret held close, waiting for its story to be told again. All these stories, from Eddie's disappearance to the haunted mirror, from Lisa's unseen touches to Mark's shadowed corner, have stayed with me in a way I didn't expect. Bars are supposed to be places of escape, where laughter drowns out the noise of the world and strangers become friends over shared drinks. But beneath that surface, there's another side, a darker, quieter side where time seems to fold in on itself, and past pain lingers like smoke in the air. I find myself looking at bars differently now. The worn wood, the flickering neon signs, the clink of glasses, they all carry more weight than I ever realized. These places aren't just backdrops for stories. They're living vessels of memory, holding on to the echoes of people who came before, some of whom never quite left. The ordinary hum of conversation and music can mask something far more unsettling if you know where to look or listen. Visiting these bars after hearing these stories feels different. There's a cautious respect I carry now, a sense that I'm walking into a space that's both familiar and strange. I catch myself glancing at corners more often, watching reflections in mirrors with a little more suspicion. Sometimes I swear I feel a presence just out of sight, a shadow that vanishes when I turn my head, or a whisper that fades before I can catch the words. I think that's what makes these stories so compelling and chilling. They remind me that horror isn't always about monsters or ghosts in the traditional sense. Sometimes it's about the unseen, the barely perceptible shifts in reality that make you question what you know. It's about places that carry their own histories like scars, and about the people who become part of those histories, whether they want to or not. And yet, despite all the unease, there's a strange comfort in these bars. Maybe it's the shared humanity, the way everyone, living or otherwise, leaves a mark. Or maybe it's the way these spaces bring people together, even if those people sometimes come with shadows in their wake. There's something deeply human about facing the unknown in a place where you're surrounded by others, even if the others aren't always visible. I'm still drawn to these stories and the bars where they unfold. I keep asking friends and strangers alike if they've experienced anything strange, if they've ever felt watched or heard whispers when no one was around. Some laugh it off, others get quiet and glance around nervously. Occasionally, someone shares a story that chills me to the bone. A ghostly encounter, a vanished patron, a haunted object. Each tale adds a new thread to this tapestry of hidden bar horrors. So here I am, weaving together these true stories, sharing them with anyone who will listen. Maybe it's a way to make sense of the strange and unsettling parts of these places. Or maybe it's just a reminder that beneath the neon glow and the music, bars hold more than drinks and conversations. They hold secrets, memories, and sometimes restless spirits. If you've ever experienced something strange in a bar, a flicker in the corner of your eye, a whisper with no source, or a feeling that you're not alone, I'd love to hear about it. These places are full of stories waiting to be told, and sometimes sharing them is the only way to keep the darkness at bay. Because in the end, it's not just about the ghosts or the shadows. It's about the connections we make, the histories we inherit, and the mysteries we live with every night we step through.
I've always been drawn to true scary stories, the kind that make your skin crawl and your heart race, especially those that unfold in the dead of night. There's something about the middle of the night, the way the world falls silent, the shadows stretch long and dark, and the familiar feels suddenly unfamiliar, that amplifies every little sound and flicker of movement. It's a time when most of us are vulnerable, our guard lowered in sleep, and yet, it's also the hour when the most chilling tales seem to come alive. I remember sitting alone one night, the the clock ticking away from the city's relentless
and feeling
noise.
that eerie stillness.
The house was a dream in many ways. It's a quiet, unlike any windows that caught even the smallest creak or rustle and a porch swing that creaked softly when the wind blew. It's that quiet that sets the stage. There was the perfect backdrop for what I'm about to share. That 6 real-life stories, each one happening when the world was at its darkest and most silent, proving that sometimes the night isn't just quiet, it's watching. The first story comes from a woman who lived alone in a modest apartment on the edge of the city. She was used to the solitude, the peacefulness of her own space after a long day. But one night, that peace shattered. It started subtly, with the faintest sound, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the hallway outside her bedroom door. She told herself it was nothing, maybe the building settling or a neighbor moving around. But as the minutes dragged on, the tapping turned into footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing just beyond the door. She froze in bed, her breath shallow, every muscle tensed. She lived alone, and the idea of someone else in her home sent a wave of panic crashing through her. The footsteps paused, then resumed, moving closer, closer, until they seemed to circle the room. Her mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was her imagination, she thought. Maybe the sound was coming from somewhere else. But deep down, she knew this was different. As the footsteps grew nearer, objects in the room began to move on their own. A picture frame tilted sideways, a chair scraped softly against the floor. She could feel a presence, something unseen but undeniably there. Her heart pounded so loudly she was sure it would give her away. She reached for her phone on the nightstand, hands trembling, but just as she was about to call for help, the footsteps stopped abruptly. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. The kind of silence that presses in on you, thick and heavy. Then, a faint creak came from the closet, the one she always kept locked. She swallowed hard, mustering every ounce of courage, and quietly got out of bed. She moved toward the closet, each step a battle against the rising fear clawing at her throat. When she finally opened the door, she found it empty. But something was off. The door, which she always locked before bed, was slightly ajar. She reached inside and her fingers brushed against something cold and hard. A flashlight, and beneath it, a pair of shoes that definitely weren't hers. The intruder had been hiding there, just feet from where she slept, watching and waiting. She backed away slowly, grabbing her phone to call the police. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she explained the situation, her hands shaking so badly she could barely hold the device. The dispatcher assured her help was on the way, but the minutes dragged like hours. Every creak, every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into something more menacing. When the police finally arrived, they swept through the apartment and found signs of forced entry and a few hidden places the intruder might have used. Thankfully, they did not catch him inside, but the woman was left shaken to her core. The sense of safety she once took for granted was shattered, replaced by a constant, gnawing fear. In the nights that followed, she found it impossible to sleep. Every small noise, the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock, set her nerves on edge. She installed security cameras and changed the locks, but the shadow of that night lingered, a dark stain on the quiet hours when the world should have felt safe. Her story is a chilling reminder of how the middle of the night can strip away our illusions of safety. When the house is silent and the world outside fades away, the vulnerability we feel is real, and sometimes that vulnerability is preyed upon. It's in those silent moments, the footsteps in the hallway, the soft creak of a door, that fear takes root, reminding us how fragile our sense of security really is. This woman's experience was only the beginning, a glimpse into the unsettling truths that night can hold. In the coming stories, you'll hear of others who faced the unknown in those dark hours, each encounter as real and terrifying as the last. But for now, remember this: when you're alone in the night and you hear a sound that shouldn't be there, it might just be more than your imagination. That night, the woman's story lingered in my mind, a haunting echo of how the quiet can turn sinister when you least expect it. But the night holds more than one tale, and the second story I want to share is about a man camping alone in the woods, a place where the silence isn't just eerie, it's alive. He was an experienced outdoorsman, someone who knew the forest well, or so he thought. Seeking solitude, he pitched his tent deep among the trees, far from any campsite or trail. The sun dipped below the horizon, and as darkness settled, the forest transformed. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves faded, replaced by a deeper, almost unnatural stillness. At first, he welcomed the quiet, the perfect escape from the chaos of everyday life. But as he settled in for the night, that stillness began to feel less peaceful and more unsettling. Just as he was drifting off, he heard it, a whisper, soft and distant, like someone speaking just beyond the edge of his hearing. He strained to listen, but the words were indecipherable, carried on a cold, night breeze that made the hairs on his arms stand up. He told himself it was the wind, or maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. But the whispers didn't fade away. Instead, they grew clearer, more distinct, almost as if someone, or something, was trying to communicate. His heart began to race, but he forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that fear often plays tricks in the dark. Still, the whispers persisted, weaving around his tent like invisible threads. He lay frozen, the sounds scraping against his nerves. The forest, once a sanctuary, now felt alive with unseen eyes watching him. He reached for his flashlight, shining it through the tent's thin fabric, but all he saw was darkness. The beam cut through the blackness, illuminating nothing but the swaying branches and the empty forest floor. Then came the footsteps, soft, deliberate, circling the tent. Each step was measured, slow, as if the entity outside was savoring the moment. The man's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to call out, to demand whoever was out there show themselves, but his voice stuck, choked by a rising panic. He heard a faint scratching, like claws dragging along the tent fabric. The sound sent a shiver down his spine. He shone the flashlight again, this time with more urgency, but the glow revealed only shadows dancing in the trees. The whispers turned into low growls, guttural and primal, vibrating through the thin walls of his shelter. Fear took hold. He knew he wasn't alone, and whatever was outside was no ordinary animal. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but the forest was a maze, and running blindly could lead him deeper into danger. He tried to steady his breathing, telling himself to wait for daylight, but the menace outside was relentless. Suddenly, the tent fabric tore with a violent rip. The man barely had time to react before he was plunged into the cold, dark woods. Heart pounding, breath ragged, he sprinted away, branches clawing at his skin, roots threatening to trip him. In the chaos, the whispers and growls faded behind him, but the terror remained, driving him forward. He didn't stop until he reached a faint glow in the distance, a ranger station. Gasping for air, he pounded on the door until it swung open. The ranger inside looked at him with concern, listening intently as the man recounted the night's horrors. The ranger explained that there had been reports of strange occurrences in the area. Unexplained noises, sightings of something large moving through the trees, but nothing concrete enough to investigate. The man's story fit the pattern, a terrifying brush with whatever lurked in the darkness. That night, the forest revealed its other side, the one hidden beneath the canopy of stars and the rustling leaves. It was a place where whispers turned sinister, where silence isn't empty but filled with unseen threats. The man's experience was a stark reminder that nature's beauty can mask dangers that defy explanation, especially when the night deepens and shadows grow long. As I listened to his account, I realized how the night's quiet can deceive us. In the city, it might be footsteps in a hallway. In the woods, it's whispers and growls just beyond the tent's thin walls. The fear is the same, an unsettling reminder that when darkness falls, the unknown comes alive in ways we can barely comprehend. This story, like the first, is a glimpse into the unpredictable nature of nighttime terror. It shows how, despite our knowledge and experience, the night can still catch us off guard, turning the familiar into something frightening. The man's escape was narrow, his encounter brief, but searing enough to haunt him long after the sun rose. There's a peculiar vulnerability in being alone at night, whether in a city apartment or a forest tent. The darkness strips away our sense of control, leaving us to face our deepest fears. And sometimes, those fears are not just in our minds but real, lurking just out of sight. The night is a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, where silence can whisper threats, and shadows can conceal dangers. This man's story is a warning to anyone who ventures into the dark alone. Stay alert, trust your instincts, and remember that the night holds more than just dreams. As the night deepened outside my window, I couldn't shake the image of that man running through the woods, chased by something unseen. It was a powerful reminder that the middle of the night is not just a time for rest. It's a time when the unknown can reach out, testing our courage and resolve. And so, the night continues to hold its secrets, waiting for the next story to be told, the next fear to be faced. But for now, this man's harrowing experience remains a chilling testament to the dangers that lurk when the world falls silent and darkness takes hold. The man's frantic escape from the forest marked only the beginning of a terror that refused to let go. When he finally reached the ranger station, gasping and disoriented, relief washed over him, until he realized the full weight of what had just happened. The night wasn't just a backdrop for his fear, it was the stage for something far more sinister. As he sat inside, catching his breath, the ranger listened carefully, every detail of the encounter etched into the man's face. The way the whispers had started as faint murmurs, barely audible, then morphed into low growls that vibrated through the tent walls, the ominous footsteps circling him in the dark, the sudden violent tearing of the tent fabric that forced him into the cold woods. The ranger nodded slowly, a grim expression shadowing his features. "There's been talk," the ranger said quietly, "of a presence out here, something no one can explain. People hear voices, see shadows moving just beyond sight, but by the time anyone arrives, there's nothing to find." The man shivered, realizing he had been lucky to escape with his life. The ranger's words confirmed something he had suspected all along. This was no ordinary animal or prank of the mind. It was something else, something that used the night as its hunting ground. The weight of the discovery pressed down on him as he replayed the moments leading up to his escape. The whispers had been too deliberate, too purposeful to be random noise. They had threaded through the darkness like a sinister invitation, pulling him deeper into a trap he barely escaped. The growls weren't just animalistic sounds. They were warnings, echoes of something ancient and predatory. The man's mind raced back to the moment the tent was torn open. He could still feel the cold rush of air as the fabric ripped, the sudden, terrifying sensation of being exposed and vulnerable in the wilderness. He had stumbled blindly, branches clawing at his skin, heart pounding wildly as he ran through the darkness, desperate for safety. Every step was fueled by a primal survival instinct, but also by a creeping dread that whatever was chasing him was still out there, watching. The ranger handed him a flashlight and told him to stick close to the station for the night. Outside, the forest remained silent, but the man knew that silence was a veil, thin and fragile, waiting to be shattered by the next sinister sound. As he sat there, he realized that the night had stripped away the safety he'd once felt in nature. The woods, with all their beauty and peace by day, hid shadows that became terrifying once the sun disappeared. That night, the man struggled to sleep. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, set his nerves on edge. He kept the flashlight close, ready to use at a moment's notice. The forest, which had once been a refuge, now felt like a cage, holding him in place until the dawn. In the days that followed, he couldn't shake the memory of those whispers or the feeling of unseen eyes tracking his every move. He spoke with other campers and rangers, discovering that his experience was not unique. Others had reported similar encounters, strange noises, fleeting shadows, an oppressive sense of being hunted. None had definitive answers, only the shared understanding that the forest at night held secrets better left undisturbed. The man's story became a cautionary tale among the local community, a reminder that the woods were not always the peaceful escape they appeared to be. The night could transform the familiar into something alien and threatening, and even those who thought they knew the forest well could find themselves prey to its mysteries. For the man, the experience changed how he saw the night. It was no longer a time for rest or solitude, but a realm where the unknown came alive, where silence could hide danger, and where courage was tested with every shadow. He carried that lesson with him, a reminder that the night's darkness was not just absence of light, but a presence all its own, one that demanded respect and vigilance. As I listened to his account, the image of those whispers and growls haunted me. The way the night could twist sound and silence into something threatening. The way unseen forces seemed to play just beyond the edge of perception. It was a chilling realization. The forest had revealed itself not as a sanctuary, but as a place where fear lived and breathed. This story, like the first, underscored a truth about the night. It's a time when the ordinary fades and the extraordinary takes hold. Whether it's footsteps in an apartment hallway or whispers in the woods, the night exposes our vulnerability in ways daylight never can. The man's narrow escape was a stark reminder that the night holds power. Power to unsettle, to terrify, and sometimes to destroy. It's a world where the line between reality and nightmare blurs, and where the bravest among us must confront fears that lurk just beyond the light. And so, the night stretched on, deep and dark, filled with secrets waiting to be uncovered, each whisper and shadow a story waiting to be told. The woman who had faced the intruder in her apartment struggled long after the police left. Even with the locks changed and security cameras installed, sleep became a battleground. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the window, sent her heart racing. She lay awake for hours, staring into the dark, wrestling with the images of that night, the shadow lurking in her closet, the footsteps circling her bedroom door. The sense of safety she once took for granted had been shattered, replaced by a gnawing, relentless fear. She found herself pacing the rooms in the middle of the night, checking doors and windows repeatedly, convinced that the intruder might return. The silence that once comforted her now pressed heavily, each quiet moment a reminder of how vulnerable she really was. The night had become a place of dread, a time when her mind churned with what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. Her friends and family noticed the change. The woman who had been independent and self-assured now spoke in hushed tones about the fear that gripped her. She avoided being alone after dark, and her once peaceful home felt like a trap, each shadow a potential threat. The trauma of that night had seeped into every corner of her life, altering her routine and her sense of normalcy. She began to carry a small pepper spray with her at all times and set up motion-activated lights around her apartment. The security cameras recorded every movement, but the footage was a cold comfort. Knowing she could see what was happening didn't erase the terror of not knowing when the next threat might come. The fear was no longer just about an intruder. It had become a pervasive anxiety that haunted her waking hours. Counseling helped somewhat, but the memories clung stubbornly. She spoke about how the night had transformed from a sanctuary into a battleground, how something so simple as the sound of footsteps could unravel a person's sense of peace. The psychological scars were deep, and every night brought a fresh wave of unease. In time, she made changes to her lifestyle, moving to a different neighborhood and limiting her outings after dark. The night, once a time for rest, had become a time to survive. Her story is a stark reminder of how quickly the ordinary can turn into the terrifying, how the quiet moments can expose our deepest vulnerabilities. It's strange how the night can reveal what daylight hides, the fragility of our safety, the thin line between peace and fear. For her, the night is no longer a time to relax, but a reminder of how close danger can be, how easily the shadows can creep into our lives. Her experience echoes a universal truth. When the world is still and silent, the smallest sound can become a signal of something far more ominous. The darkness doesn't just hide threats, it magnifies them, turning ordinary noises into sources of terror. This woman's story is the first thread in a larger tapestry of nighttime fears, a glimpse into the unsettling reality that when the lights go out, the unknown takes over. It's a reminder to all of us that the night, with all its quiet and calm, holds a power that is both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. As she learned to live with her fears, she discovered the importance of vigilance and self-protection, but also the challenge of reclaiming a sense of normalcy in the aftermath of trauma. The night had changed her, but it had not defeated her. Her story is a testament to resilience in the face of fear, a reminder that even when the darkness seems overwhelming, there is strength in standing firm. The night may hold shadows, but it can also reveal the courage we carry within. While the woman was still grappling with the lingering fear that haunted her nights, another story was unfolding in a vastly different setting. deep in the woods where civilization's reach fades and nature's silence reigns. This next tale centers on a man who decided to camp alone, seeking peace and solitude far from the noise of everyday life. What he found instead was a chilling reminder that the night holds dangers no one can predict. The man was no stranger to the wilderness. He was an experienced camper who had spent many nights under the stars, confident in his knowledge and preparation. This trip was meant to be a break from the chaos, a chance to reconnect with nature and himself. As the sun set and the last light slipped beneath the horizon, he settled into his tent, cocooned by the towering trees and the thick underbrush. At first, the forest seemed peaceful. The usual sounds of daytime creatures faded, replaced by the gentle whisper of wind through the leaves. The man felt a calm wash over him, the kind that comes from being surrounded by nature's quiet embrace. But as darkness deepened, that calm began to unravel. Just as he was drifting towards sleep, a faint sound caught his attention, a whisper, barely audible, threading through the night air. It was so soft he wasn't sure if he'd imagined it. He listened closely, but the words were indistinct, carried on the breeze in a way that made them slip through his grasp. He told himself it was the wind, or perhaps a small animal moving nearby, and tried to settle back down. But the whispers didn't fade. Instead, they grew clearer, winding around the tent like invisible fingers. The man's unease grew alongside the sounds. The night that had seemed so inviting now felt heavy, as if the darkness itself was pressing in on him. He lay still, heart pounding, muscles tense, as the whispers floated closer, more purposeful. Then came the footsteps, soft, deliberate, circling the tent at a distance that was close enough to be terrifying, but far enough to remain unseen. The man's breath hitched. He grabbed his flashlight and aimed it through the thin fabric wall, but the beam revealed only the shifting shadows of trees and leaves. The scratching started next, sharp, scraping sounds along the tent's surface. His hands shook as he aimed the light again, desperate to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. But the darkness held its secrets tightly, the forest refusing to give up its mystery. The whispers turned into low growls, guttural and primal, vibrating against the canvas of the tent. The man's mind screamed at him to run, but his body was frozen with fear. He tried to convince himself it was an animal, something natural and explainable, but deep down, he knew this was something else, something darker. Suddenly, the tent fabric ripped open with a violent tear. The man barely had time to react before he was thrown into the cold, unforgiving forest. Heart pounding and breath ragged, he scrambled to his feet and ran blindly through the trees, branches clawing at his skin, roots threatening to trip him. Every step was fueled by raw terror and desperation. He didn't stop until he saw the faint glow of a ranger station in the distance. Bursting through the underbrush, he pounded on the door until it opened, gasping for breath and shaking uncontrollably. Inside, the ranger listened as the man recounted the night's events, eyes widening with concern. The ranger explained that strange occurrences had been reported in the area. Unexplained noises, sightings of large shadows moving just beyond the tree line, but nothing concrete enough to investigate. The man's story fit a pattern of unsettling encounters that left many campers terrified and puzzled. That night, the man learned that the wilderness, for all its beauty and tranquility, holds mysteries that defy explanation. The forest, once a sanctuary, had revealed itself as a place where the unknown lurks just beyond the light of a flashlight, where whispers turn sinister and silence conceals threats. His experience was a stark reminder that no amount of preparation can fully shield us from the night's hidden dangers. The wilderness, like the city apartment in the previous story, became a place where fear thrives in the dark and the familiar becomes alien. As I listened to this man's story, I was struck by how the night, whether in a bustling city or a remote forest, holds the power to unsettle and terrify. The darkness strips away our sense of control and exposes us to fears we can barely comprehend. This man's encounter is yet another thread in the tapestry of nighttime terror, a tale of vulnerability, courage, and the unknown. It reminds us that the night, with all its quiet and calm, is never truly empty, but filled with whispers and shadows that challenge our very sense of safety. And so, as the night deepened outside my window, the image of that lone camper, trapped in a tent surrounded by unseen threats, stayed with me. A haunting testament to the unpredictable horrors that the darkness can bring. The man's terrifying night in the forest was far from over. Just when he thought the whispers and low growls were the worst he'd face, the sounds escalated, filling the dark with an almost tangible menace. The footsteps that had circled his tent grew louder, more deliberate, as if whatever was out there was closing in, savoring the fear it was instilling. He gripped his flashlight tightly, shining it wildly around, desperate to catch a glimpse of his tormentor. But the beam cut through only empty darkness, the forest floor littered with leaves and twisting roots. The shadows seemed to dance just beyond the edge of the light, shifting in ways that didn't belong to any animal he knew. Then came the scratching, sharp, frantic, scraping noises along the tent's fabric. It wasn't random or accidental. It was purposeful, as if something with claws or nails was trying to tear through the thin canvas to get at him. The man's heart hammered in his chest, every instinct screaming for him to run, but the fear rooted him in place. The whispers, once distant and almost melodic, twisted into guttural growls that vibrated against the tent walls. They were animalistic yet somehow intelligent, a language of menace that spoke directly to his primal fear. The man's breath came in shallow gasps as he realized this was no ordinary predator. This was something else entirely. He tried to steady his shaking hands, focusing the flashlight on the source of the sounds. But the darkness revealed nothing but the dense underbrush and the towering trees, indifferent witnesses to his terror. The growls morphed into snarls, a chilling symphony that echoed through the forest surrounding him. Suddenly, with a violent tear, the tent fabric was ripped open. The man barely had time to react before he was plunged into the cold, unforgiving night. Panic surged through him as he scrambled to his feet, branches scraping his skin, roots threatening to trip him at every step. His lungs burned as he sprinted blindly through the woods, heart pounding so loudly he was sure it would give him away. Behind him, the growls faded but didn't disappear, a haunting reminder that the danger was still close. The man ran until exhaustion took over, his body trembling with fear and adrenaline. Only when he reached the faint glow of a ranger station did he find a semblance of safety. Inside, the ranger listened intently as the man recounted the escalating horror, the whispers turning to growls, the footsteps circling, the relentless scratching, and the sudden attack on his tent. The ranger's expression was grave, confirming that the area had a history of eerie occurrences that defied explanation. He explained that several campers had reported similar experiences, strange sounds in the night, shadows moving just beyond sight, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched or hunted. No one had concrete evidence, but the pattern was undeniable. The forest held secrets, and the night was when those secrets came alive. The man's encounter was a stark reminder of how the wilderness, beautiful and serene by day, transforms under the cover of darkness. The night amplifies fear, turning natural sounds into sinister signals and shadows into lurking threats. Even the most prepared and experienced can find themselves vulnerable when faced with the unknown. As the man recovered, the weight of the experience settled over him. The night had revealed a side of the forest he never expected, a place where the boundary between reality and nightmare blurred, and where survival depended on more than just skill and knowledge. His story added another layer to the tapestry of nighttime terror, a vivid illustration of how darkness can twist the familiar into something terrifying. It's a world where whispers become warnings, footsteps become threats, and the thin walls of a tent offer little protection against the unknown. Listening to his account, I was struck by the primal fear that the night can unleash. It's a reminder that no matter how much we try to control our environment, the darkness holds an unpredictability that tests our courage and resolve. The man's ordeal in the woods stands as a chilling testament to the power of the night, to unsettle, to frighten, and to remind us that sometimes the most terrifying things are those we cannot see but only hear, sense, and feel lurking just beyond the light. The moment the tent was ripped open, the man's world exploded into chaos. The violent tear of the fabric was like a scream in the silent forest, and before he could fully process what was happening, he was thrown into the cold darkness outside. The shock of exposure was immediate, a sharp, biting cold against his skin and the rough earth beneath his feet. His heart pounded wildly, threatening to burst out of his chest as adrenaline took over. Without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet, branches snapping and leaves crunching underfoot as he sprinted blindly through the woods. Every sense was heightened, every sound, every shadow pressing in around him. The growls that had chased him faded behind, but the fear that fueled his flight remained vivid and raw. He didn't look back. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, had become a labyrinth of terror. Roots snagged at his shoes, branches whipped his face, and the uneven ground threatened to send him sprawling with every desperate step. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but the primal instinct to survive pushed him onward. Through the dense trees, he searched desperately for any sign of safety. After what felt like an eternity running through the darkness, a faint glow appeared ahead, a beacon in the night. It was the ranger station, a small outpost that promised refuge from the unknown horrors lurking in the woods. Bursting through the underbrush, the man reached the station and pounded on the door until it swung open. Inside, the warmth and light were a stark contrast to the cold and darkness outside. The ranger looked up, startled by the man's frantic state, and quickly ushered him in. The man gasped out the story of the night, the whispers that turned to growls, the footsteps circling his tent, the scratching at the fabric, and finally, the violent attack that forced him into the forest. His voice trembled with exhaustion and fear, but he recounted every detail with clarity, as if reliving the nightmare. The ranger listened intently, nodding with a grave expression. "You're not the first to tell a story like this," he said softly. "There have been reports for years. Campers hearing strange voices, seeing shadows that vanish when approached, feeling watched. Some say it's animals, others believe something else entirely. Whatever it is, it's real, and it's dangerous." The man sat down, the weight of the night's terror pressing down on him. He realized how close he had come to becoming another mysterious disappearance, another whispered warning to those brave, or foolish, enough to camp in these woods. The ranger assured him help was nearby and that patrols would increase, but the man knew some dangers couldn't be patrolled away. As dawn broke, the forest transformed yet again. The sinister whispers and growls faded into the background noise of birdsong and rustling leaves. The trees, once looming threats, now stood as silent sentinels bathed in morning light. But for the man, the memory of that night, the terror, the chase, the unknown presence, would never fade. His harrowing escape underscored the thin line between safety and danger in the wild. The night had exposed him to a reality beyond the ordinary, where unseen forces stalk and test the limits of human courage. His story was a stark reminder that, regardless of experience or preparation, the darkness can always hold surprises that shake us to our core. As he left the ranger station, the man carried with him a new respect for the night's power, a power that could turn even the most peaceful setting into a place of fear. His ordeal became a haunting chapter in the collection of nighttime horrors, a vivid example of how the unknown can suddenly burst forth from the shadows. Listening to his story, I was struck by the raw terror of those moments, the frantic flight, the desperate search for safety, and the fragile relief of finding refuge. It's a reminder that sometimes survival hinges on nothing more than the will to run and the hope that help is close. The night holds many secrets, and for this man, those secrets had nearly swallowed him whole. But his escape stands as a testament to resilience in the face of the unknown, a story of a terrifying night that ended with a breathless sprint towards safety, leaving behind a darkness that still lingers in memory. After the man's frantic escape and the long night spent recounting his ordeal, the ranger took a moment to explain what little was known about the strange events in the area. "There have been reports over the years," the ranger said, his voice low and serious, "of something unusual out here. People hear whispers that don't belong to any animal, footsteps that circle tents like silent predators, and growls that don't quite match any creature we know. It's as if the forest holds a presence that only reveals itself after dark." The man listened, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. It was one thing to face fear in the moment, but hearing that others had encountered the same inexplicable phenomena made the experience all the more real and terrifying. The ranger went on to say that despite increased patrols and investigations, no one had ever captured solid evidence of what exactly haunted these woods. Cameras and sensors often malfunctioned or turned up blank, and many who reported encounters were dismissed as being overactive or misinterpreting natural sounds. But the pattern was undeniable. Night after night, campers and hikers spoke of a presence that defied explanation. As dawn crept over the forest, the man glanced out the window, watching sunlight filter through the towering trees. The sinister whispers, the circling footsteps, and the growls had vanished with the night, replaced by the calm and familiar sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves. The forest looked peaceful, almost inviting, as if nothing had disturbed its quiet embrace. But the man knew better. He understood that the darkness had a way of revealing secrets the light tried to hide. The night transformed the forest, turning it into a realm where ordinary sounds became threats and shadows took on a life of their own. Reflecting on his terrifying encounter, the man realized that the experience was more than a brush with the unknown. It was a confrontation with a force that tested the limits of human courage and perception. The forest held mysteries that defied logic, where fear was not just an emotion but a tangible presence that could reach out and touch you. This realization changed how he viewed the wilderness forever. The forest was no longer just a place of beauty and solitude, but a place where the line between reality and nightmare blurred under the cloak of night. It was a place where survival depended not only on skill and preparation, but on respect for the unseen forces that roamed in the dark. His ordeal became part of a larger story, a collection of encounters that reveal the unpredictable and sometimes terrifying nature of nighttime. It serves as a reminder that the unknown isn't always lurking in the shadows. Sometimes, it's woven into the very fabric of the places we think we know best. As I sat listening to the man's story, I was struck by how the night could transform the familiar into something alien and frightening. It's a world where silence doesn't mean peace, where darkness amplifies fear, and where the unknown waits patiently for the right moment to make itself known. The ranger's words echoed in my mind long after the tale ended. The forest holds secrets that humans may never fully understand. And sometimes, those secrets are best left undisturbed. The man's experience stands as a chilling testament to the power of the night, a power that can unsettle even the most seasoned and prepared. It reminds us that when darkness falls, the world changes, and the line between safety and danger can vanish without warning. And so, the night continues its eternal dance of shadows and whispers, holding stories like this one, stories of fear, survival, and the mysterious forces that come alive when the world goes dark. The stories I've shared tonight, of the woman alone in her apartment and the man lost in the woods, are just glimpses into the unsettling reality that midnight holds a special place for fear to thrive. There's something about the middle of the night that strips away the distractions of the day, leaving us exposed to the rawest, most primal parts of ourselves. It's a time when shadows lengthen, silence deepens, and the unknown feels closer than ever. Each of these 6 true stories reveals the unpredictable nature of nighttime terrors. Whether it's footsteps echoing in a quiet hallway, whispers circling a tent deep in the wilderness, or the sudden, violent intrusion that shatters a fragile sense of safety, the night has a way of turning ordinary moments into chilling encounters. What ties these stories together is not just the fear they evoke, but the way they show how vulnerable we become when darkness falls. In daylight, we can rationalize, explain away strange sounds and fleeting shadows. But at night, our minds race, senses sharpen, and the line between reality and imagination blurs. The quiet becomes deafening, and the smallest noise can ignite a storm of terror. It's also clear that the night doesn't discriminate. It can reach into a city apartment, a quiet suburban home, or the heart of a dense forest. No place is truly safe when the world is hushed and shadows creep. The stories remind us that fear is universal, but so too is the courage it inspires. As I reflect on these tales, I'm reminded that staying aware and respecting the mysteries the night can bring are crucial. It's not about succumbing to fear, but understanding that the night holds power, a power that demands vigilance and humility. Sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is acknowledge that some shadows are best watched, not challenged. So, The next time you find yourself alone in the dark, listening to the silence and feeling the weight of the night pressing in, remember these stories. Remember that the night is a realm where the ordinary can become extraordinary, where fear can take root, and where survival often depends on the sharpness of your senses and the strength of your spirit. The night is always waiting, always watching, and sometimes it speaks in whispers and footsteps that only the brave dare to hear. What if I told you that behind the familiar aisles of America's largest retailer lies a darker reality? One filled with unsettling encounters that most shoppers and employees never hear about. Tonight, we peel back the curtain on 3 chilling true stories from inside Walmart stores that reveal a world far removed from the fluorescent-lit normalcy we expect. These are not just tales of shoplifting or customer complaints, but disturbing experiences that have left witnesses questioning both their safety and their sanity. Our journey begins in the dead of night, away from the city's when the store is closed to the public. The house was a dream in many ways, remains, sprawling. Imagine with the wide windows that caught the autumn light just right, of security and a cameras, swing that creaked softly echo of footsteps on but from the beginning, floors. There was something. It is during these lonely hours intangible that settled named Mark discovered the first sign that something was horribly wrong. Mark had worked at this Walmart in a small Midwestern town for over a year, familiar with every shelf and corner of the store. But on this particular night, as he made his usual rounds through the stockroom, he felt an unsettling chill crawl down his spine. The air grew heavier, and shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the walls. Mark's flashlight flickered as he approached the back storage area, a place usually quiet except for the hum of machinery. Then, out of the darkness, a figure emerged, an indistinct shape, neither fully seen nor entirely understood. Mark's heart pounded as the figure remained motionless. Its presence felt rather than clearly defined. The encounter was brief, but its impact lingered, turning an ordinary shift into a nightmarish memory. When Mark reported the incident, management dismissed it as fatigue or imagination, leaving him isolated and uncertain whether what he saw was real or a trick of the mind. Across the country, in a bustling Walmart on the West Coast, another bizarre event unfolded, one that defied simple explanation. During a busy afternoon, a shopper named Lisa vanished without a trace. She had been browsing electronics, chatting on her phone, when suddenly she was gone. Surveillance footage showed her entering an aisle but never leaving it. Customers and staff searched the area frantically, but no sign of Lisa was found. It was as if the store itself swallowed her whole. This disappearance rattled employees and introduced a creeping fear that within the endless maze of shelves, something inexplicable could happen to anyone at any time. The eerie nature of Lisa's vanishing was compounded by the reactions of those around her. Rather than rallying together, some employees seemed hesitant to discuss the event, as if acknowledging it might invite more trouble. The silence only amplified the mystery, and rumors began to swirl. Had Lisa been the victim of foul play, or was there something far stranger at work? The unanswered questions hung over the store like a shadow, a chilling reminder that even in the most mundane of places, reality can fracture in unsettling ways. Then there was the incident that forever changed the perception of one Walmart in the South. A seemingly ordinary customer, caught on camera, erupted into a violent outburst in the middle of the grocery aisles. What made this episode so disturbing wasn't just the suddenness of the attack, but the eerie calm that preceded it. Witnesses described the man as normal, polite, even cheerful, moments before his rage exploded without warning. The security footage captured every second, the man's eyes narrowing, his hands clenching, and then the chaos as he knocked over displays and shouted incomprehensible words. This violent episode left employees shaken, not only because of the physical danger, but due to the lack of support from management afterward. Instead of immediate intervention and counseling, staff were urged to move on quickly and avoid drawing attention. The message was clear: business as usual, no matter what darkness lurked in the customers or the aisles. This response deepened the fear and frustration among workers, who felt their well-being was secondary to maintaining a facade of normalcy for shoppers. As these stories begin to take shape, a pattern emerges. Each incident rooted in the everyday environment of Walmart, but tinged with a psychological weight that defies the ordinary. The store, a symbol of accessibility and community, becomes a stage for moments of profound unease. From shadowy figures lurking unseen to people disappearing without explanation and sudden bursts of violence that shatter the calm, these are not isolated events, but harbingers of an unsettling atmosphere that permeates the retail giant. What makes these tales even more disturbing is the silence that often follows. Employees who witness or experience such events find themselves caught between fear and obligation, pressured to keep quiet or dismiss their own feelings for the sake of the store's image. The corporate machine moves swiftly to contain any disruption, sometimes at the expense of those who live and work within these walls. This tension between what is seen and what is acknowledged creates an undercurrent of anxiety, a reminder that the ordinary can quickly slip into the uncanny. Tonight, we embark on a journey through these hidden corners of Walmart, shining a light on the strange and sometimes terrifying realities that lurk just beyond the checkout counter. These stories are not simply about retail horror. They reveal the fragile line between safety and danger, perception and reality. As you listen, consider the countless hours employees spend navigating this vast, impersonal space and the unseen challenges they face. Challenges that go far beyond stocking shelves or assisting customers. Stay with us as we explore the eerie encounters that have left marks on those who dared to confront the darkness behind the bright lights. These are the stories that make you rethink what you thought you knew about your local Walmart, reminding us all that beneath the surface of everyday life, shadows often move in the most unexpected places. The night had barely settled when Mark's flashlight flickered again, the beam slicing through the dense shadows of the stockroom. It was here, in this narrow, cluttered space between towering pallets and forgotten merchandise, that his nightmare truly began. The figure he'd glimpsed earlier was no longer just a shadow. It seemed to pulse with a presence, a dark silhouette that moved just beyond the edge of his vision. Every time Mark turned to face it directly, it vanished, only to reappear moments later in another corner, always watching, always just out of reach. The silence was thick, broken only by the distant thrum of machinery and Mark's own ragged breathing. As he edged further into the storage aisles, the temperature dropped noticeably, his breath now visible in the beam's glow. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper echoed, too faint to understand, yet chilling enough to freeze his blood. The stockroom, once a place of routine and order, had transformed into a maze of dread and uncertainty. Mark's instincts screamed for him to flee, but curiosity and a mounting sense of responsibility anchored him in place. The figure seemed to be testing him, probing the limits of his courage. Elsewhere, in a Walmart humming with daytime activity, Lisa's disappearance unfolded with an eerie calm that belied the panic it would soon ignite. Footage from the store's security cameras showed her casually turning down an aisle filled with electronics, her phone pressed to her ear as she chatted. The camera angle shifted, and suddenly Lisa was gone. There was no footage of her leaving the aisle, no sign of struggle or distress. It was as if she had simply evaporated into thin air. Store employees scrambled to search every corner, checking restrooms, stock areas, even the parking lot, but Lisa was nowhere to be found. Customers whispered nervously, some speculating about a kidnapping, others dismissing it as miscommunication. Management, meanwhile, was quick to downplay the incident, framing it as a simple case of a lost customer who had wandered outside unnoticed. But the camera footage told a different story, one that left everyone unsettled. How could someone disappear in plain sight, surrounded by dozens of people? Adding to the mystery were reports from other shoppers who recalled seeing strange flickers of movement in the aisles, glimpses of a figure that appeared and vanished too quickly to be real. Some claimed the lights overhead dimmed momentarily, casting long, warped shadows that seemed to reach out like fingers. These unsettling sensations left the staff on edge, creating an atmosphere where the ordinary act of shopping felt tinged with invisible menace. Meanwhile, back in the South, the violent outburst captured on security footage revealed a chilling transformation. The man, initially calm and composed, suddenly stiffened, his eyes narrowing with a cold intensity. Without warning, he hurled a nearby display of canned goods to the floor, the crash echoing through the store like a gunshot. Shoppers froze, unsure whether to run or intervene. The man's voice rose into a guttural scream, laced with words that made little sense but carried undeniable fury. Employees rushed to call security, but by the time help arrived, the man had disappeared into the maze of aisles, leaving behind a trail of chaos and fear. The footage later showed him re-emerging near the exit, his expression vacant, as if the rage had drained from him entirely. Witnesses described feeling an oppressive energy in the air, a heaviness that seemed to press down on everyone present. The store's usual bright, bustling environment had been replaced by something darker, something primal. What made this incident even more disturbing was the pattern it echoed, strange behavior erupting suddenly, as if triggered by unseen forces lurking within the store itself. Employees began sharing stories of other odd occurrences. Inexplicable sounds in the stockroom, lights flickering without cause, and glimpses of shadowy figures darting just beyond the edge of vision. Some reported feeling watched, their skin prickling with unease during late-night shifts. The boundary between reality and something else seemed to be fraying, and the store's vast, impersonal layout only amplified the sense of isolation. Security footage added to the growing unease. In one clip, a faint, almost translucent shape appeared to move through walls, vanishing and reappearing in impossible places. Another showed shelves shaking violently despite no one being near them. These anomalies defied logical explanation and left security personnel baffled. Attempts to pinpoint technical issues or environmental causes came up empty, fueling speculation that something supernatural or highly unusual was at play. For the employees, these strange events weren't just curiosities. They were intrusions into their daily lives that left them exhausted and fearful. Night shifts became exercises in endurance, as workers struggled to maintain composure amid the haunting atmosphere. Some began to question their own perceptions, wondering if stress and fatigue were distorting reality. Others confided in each other about experiences so bizarre that sharing them felt like admitting to madness. Yet, despite the growing psychological toll, a code of silence prevailed, reinforced by management's reluctance to acknowledge anything beyond routine store operations. This culture of denial only deepened the impact. Employees who spoke out about these encounters often found themselves dismissed or subtly pressured to keep quiet. The fear of being labeled troublemakers or jeopardizing their jobs created an invisible barrier, preventing open discussion and support. The psychological weight of these experiences accumulated quietly, becoming a hidden burden carried by those who navigated Walmart's labyrinthine aisles after dark. As the unsettling events unfolded, a shared narrative began to emerge, one that blurred the lines between human behavior and something far less comprehensible. The shadowy figure Mark faced, Lisa's inexplicable disappearance, and the violent customer outburst were not isolated incidents, but threads woven into a larger tapestry of unease. Each story echoed themes of invisibility, sudden transformation, and the fragile boundary between the known and the unknown. In the midst of this, the employees found themselves caught in a paradox. They were the guardians of a space designed for comfort and routine, yet they became witnesses to moments that shattered that very illusion. The store, a symbol of normalcy and community, revealed itself as a place where fear and confusion could flourish unchecked. And amid the endless rows of merchandise, the most terrifying element was the sense that no one was truly safe from what might lurk just beyond sight. Tonight, we continue to unravel these haunting stories, venturing deeper into the experiences that turned a place of commerce into a stage for psychological horror. These are not simply tales of strange occurrences, but glimpses into the human psyche when confronted with the inexplicable. As we follow the footsteps of those who lived through these moments, the line between reality and nightmare grows ever thinner, leaving us to wonder what shadows hide behind the everyday scenes we take for granted. After those chilling encounters, what followed was almost as unsettling as the events themselves. The way Walmart's corporate machinery responded, or, more often, failed to respond. The employees who found themselves face-to-face with darkness within the store were met not with empathy or support, but with silence, skepticism, and sometimes outright dismissal. Their fears and trauma were minimized, buried beneath layers of corporate policy and the imperative to keep the store running smoothly. Take Mark, for example. After his terrifying experience with the shadowy figure in the stockroom, he reported it to his immediate supervisor, expecting at least a serious inquiry or some form of reassurance. Instead, he was met with a strained smile and a terse explanation. Probably just stress or your imagination. We can't have employees scaring themselves. The message was clear: acknowledge nothing that might disrupt the store's image or operations. His supervisor warned him to keep the incident quiet. Mark soon realized that speaking up could make him a target for ridicule or worse, jeopardizing his job in a retail environment where turnover was already high. Then there was the aftermath of Lisa's disappearance, which left the store's employees in a state of heightened anxiety. Yet management's official stance was to treat it as a minor mishap, a lost customer who had wandered off. No counseling was offered to staff, no updates provided to ease their unease. Employees who pressed for answers were met with vague reassurances and subtle hints that their concerns were overblown. Behind closed doors, some staff whispered that the company was more focused on avoiding bad publicity than on the well-being of those who worked there. The psychological toll of this silence was profound, leaving many feeling isolated and vulnerable. The violent outburst in the southern Walmart stirred even more tension. Employees who witnessed the event expected immediate support, security reinforcements, counseling, even a public acknowledgement of the danger they faced. But instead, management's priority was damage control. Staff were urged to move on quickly, to avoid discussing the incident with customers, and to maintain the store's appearance of normalcy. The emphasis was on protecting the brand rather than protecting people. Employees felt betrayed, as if their safety was secondary to corporate optics. This pattern of minimization and denial wasn't limited to these specific incidents. Across stores nationwide, employees shared stories of being discouraged from reporting anything that might cast the company in a bad light. From unexplained noises to unsettling customer behaviors, workers were told to focus on your job and don't make a fuss. The emotional labor of suppressing fear and confusion became a daily burden. Those who did speak out often faced skepticism from colleagues, accusations of exaggeration, or worse, harassment. It was a culture where vulnerability was a liability. The psychological impact was significant. Employees spoke of sleepless nights, anxiety, and a creeping sense of paranoia. The once familiar aisles transformed into corridors of dread, where shadows seemed to lengthen and every noise hinted at unseen threats. Some workers sought solace in each other, forming quiet support networks to share their experiences without judgment. Others withdrew, fearful of drawing attention or doubting their own perceptions. The mental health consequences of this environment were rarely acknowledged, let alone addressed. Adding to the complexity was the disconnect between corporate policies and the lived realities of store workers. While Walmart touted safety protocols and employee wellness programs, many workers found these initiatives superficial or inadequate. The pressure to meet sales targets and maintain efficiency often overshadowed concerns about emotional well-being. Managers, caught between corporate demands and frontline realities, sometimes struggled to provide meaningful support. This gap left employees feeling abandoned by the very system meant to protect them. Some former employees reported that after incidents, they were subtly encouraged to resign or transfer, as if their experiences made them problematic. Whistleblowers who attempted to expose these issues faced retaliation or were dismissed as disgruntled. The fear of losing one's livelihood in an already precarious job market silenced many, perpetuating a cycle of neglect and invisibility. The human cost of this corporate stance remained hidden beneath the surface, masked by the store's bright lights and bustling crowds. The tension between human fear and corporate indifference created a toxic atmosphere. Workers were caught in a bind, expected to perform flawlessly while grappling with unexplained horrors and emotional trauma. The store, designed as a place of commerce and community, became a battleground for psychological survival. Employees who once took pride in their roles found themselves haunted by experiences they couldn't share or process openly. And yet, despite the risks, some employees persevered, determined to protect their coworkers and customers. They devised informal safety measures, buddy systems during night shifts, discreet check-ins, and sharing warnings about suspicious activity. These acts of quiet resistance highlighted the resilience of those working within the system, even as the system itself often failed them. It was a testament to human endurance amid institutional neglect. Meanwhile, the corporate veil remained tightly drawn. Official statements emphasized commitment to safety and employee welfare, but the gap between words and actions was stark. Internal communications often downplayed incidents or framed them as isolated anomalies, avoiding deeper inquiry into systemic issues. This dissonance fueled rumors and distrust among staff, eroding morale and fostering a climate of fear and silence. The experiences of these employees illuminate a broader ethical dilemma: how corporations balance profit and public image against the well-being of their workforce. Walmart's vast scale and influence make its approach to incidents inside its stores a reflection of wider societal attitudes toward retail workers. The stories of fear, neglect, and psychological strain challenge us to consider how much we value those who keep essential services running, often at great personal cost. Tonight, as we peer behind the corporate curtain, we see a world where human vulnerability clashes with institutional priorities. The haunting events inside Walmart stores are compounded by a culture that often dismisses or suppresses the voices of those most affected. This collision leaves scars not only on individuals, but on the very fabric of the workplace. It raises urgent questions about accountability, support, and the unseen costs of maintaining a facade of normalcy. As we continue, we will explore how these individual stories connect to larger patterns and cultural forces, revealing why places like Walmart become crucibles for such unsettling experiences. The tension between human fear and corporate response is not just a Walmart problem. It's a mirror reflecting the complexities of our modern, commodified world. But for now, we hold the stories of those who lived through these encounters, bearing witness to the silent struggles behind the checkout counters and stockroom shelves. As unsettling as these incidents are on their own, their significance deepens when viewed within a broader cultural and psychological context. Walmart is more than just a retail giant. It's a sprawling, impersonal environment that magnifies the stresses and oddities of modern life. Some experts argue that the sheer scale and anonymity of such stores create fertile ground for strange and frightening occurrences. Consider the psychological toll of spending long hours in a massive space illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights, surrounded by endless rows of products and faceless crowds. The environment can distort perception, heightening anxiety and blurring the line between reality and imagination. Employees and shoppers alike are vulnerable to this psychological pressure cooker, which may explain some of the eerie experiences reported. Urban legends and folklore have long surrounded Walmart stores, painting them as places where the mundane and the supernatural collide. Stories of ghostly apparitions, unexplained noises, and bizarre customer behavior have circulated for years, fueled by the store's ubiquitous presence in small towns and cities. Some say these tales reflect deeper societal anxieties about consumerism, isolation, and the erosion of community in an increasingly digital world. Mental health also plays a crucial role in understanding these incidents. The pressures faced by retail workers, low wages, job insecurity, demanding customers, can exacerbate stress and contribute to hallucinations or dissociative episodes. At the same time, customers under similar strains may act unpredictably, as witnessed in the violent outburst captured on security footage. These human factors intersect with the store's environment to create a volatile mix. Then there are the whispers of more mysterious explanations. Some employees and customers have speculated about supernatural or conspiratorial elements linked to large retail chains. Unexplained phenomena, like shadowy figures appearing and disappearing or objects moving without cause, feed into these theories. While often dismissed as paranoia or exaggeration, the persistence of such reports invites a closer look at what might be happening beyond the surface. The architecture and layout of Walmart stores themselves contribute to the unsettling atmosphere. Their massive footprint, labyrinthine aisles, and uniform design can disorient visitors, making it easy to become lost or feel trapped. The stores function as microcosms of society, crowded, chaotic, and anonymous, where individuals can feel both invisible and vulnerable. This dynamic can amplify feelings of isolation and fear, especially during late or overnight shifts. Social isolation is another factor worth exploring. Many employees work long, solitary hours, especially in overnight shifts with few coworkers present. The lack of social interaction and the monotony of repetitive tasks can lead to heightened sensitivity to environmental stimuli. In such states, ordinary sounds or movements might be misinterpreted as threats, fueling stories of hauntings or otherworldly encounters. The cultural significance of Walmart itself cannot be overlooked. As a symbol of consumer culture, it embodies both convenience and control. For some, it represents a loss of individuality amid mass consumption, a place where human connection is sacrificed for efficiency and profit. This tension resonates in the strange events reported, which often involve disruptions to the expected order, disappearances, violent outbursts, and inexplicable phenomena that crack the veneer of normality. Moreover, these incidents reflect broader societal issues surrounding mental health stigma and workplace conditions. The reluctance to acknowledge or address psychological distress within retail environments mirrors wider patterns of neglect and misunderstanding. Employees' fears and experiences are frequently invalidated, leaving them isolated and unsupported. This cultural silence compounds the trauma of the incidents themselves. In examining these strange occurrences, it's essential to consider how rumors and storytelling shape collective perceptions. Tales of Walmart hauntings and odd behaviors spread rapidly through social media and local gossip, sometimes embellishing facts or weaving fiction. These narratives serve as coping mechanisms, helping individuals make sense of unsettling experiences by framing them within familiar motifs of horror and mystery. At the same time, such stories influence employee and customer behavior, creating a feedback loop where expectations of the uncanny can bring about heightened vigilance and anxiety. This dynamic blurs the line between reality and myth, making it difficult to disentangle genuine phenomena from cultural constructs. The shared belief in these tales becomes part of the store's atmosphere, affecting how people perceive and react to their surroundings. This interplay between environment, psychology, and culture suggests that Walmart, as a space, encapsulates many of the challenges and fears of contemporary life. It is a place where individual vulnerability is magnified by structural forces, economic pressures, social isolation, and corporate priorities that shape everyday experiences. The strange incidents reported are not merely isolated anomalies, but symptoms of these deeper tensions. In this light, the stories of shadowy figures, disappearances, and violent outbursts gain additional layers of meaning. They are not just eerie anecdotes, but reflections of the complex human and societal dynamics at work within the vast Walmart ecosystem. Understanding these events requires acknowledging the interplay between personal psychology and the broader cultural context in which they occur. As we continue to delve into these mysteries, we see how Walmart's role as a cultural institution makes it a unique lens through which to explore the intersection of fear, control, and anonymity in modern society. The store becomes a stage for the unfolding drama of human vulnerability, played out against the backdrop of consumerism and corporate power. Tonight, we keep following these threads, uncovering how the strange and unsettling events inside Walmart are tied to larger forces shaping our world. Through this exploration, we begin to glimpse the hidden dimensions of a place many of us think of as ordinary, revealing a reality that is anything but. These chilling stories from inside Walmart serve as a stark reminder that the places we consider safe and mundane can hide unseen dangers lurking beneath their surface. Behind the bright aisles and cheerful advertisements lies a complex reality where employees and customers alike face vulnerabilities that often go unrecognized and unaddressed. The unsettling experiences we've explored reveal the fragile nature of safety in spaces designed for convenience and consumption. The human cost of working and shopping in these vast, impersonal environments is rarely acknowledged. Retail workers spend countless hours navigating not only the physical expanse of the store, but also the emotional and psychological challenges posed by unpredictable events and unsupportive corporate responses. Their stories highlight how corporate culture can sometimes prioritize image and profit over the well-being of those on the front lines, leaving individuals exposed to harm and isolation. This conflict between corporate priorities and human needs raises urgent questions about how society values the people who keep essential services running. The psychological toll described, marked by fear, anxiety, and trauma, is a call to reconsider policies and attitudes that dismiss or minimize employee experiences. It challenges us to foster workplaces where safety is comprehensive, encompassing not just physical security, but mental and emotional health as well. Moreover, the broader cultural context of these incidents underscores the importance of community and connection in counteracting the alienation often felt in large retail environments. When workers and customers feel invisible or unheard, the potential for fear and misunderstanding grows. The stories we've shared emphasize the need for empathy and support systems that recognize the full humanity of those within these commercial spaces. These Walmart horror stories are more than isolated tales of the strange or supernatural. They are reflections of deeper societal issues. They expose cracks in the facade of consumer culture and corporate responsibility, revealing how everyday places can become arenas of psychological struggle and human vulnerability. They invite us to look beyond the surface and acknowledge the complexities faced by individuals navigating these spaces. As we step back from these accounts, the question remains, how can we better protect and support the people at the heart of these experiences? What changes are needed to bridge the gap between corporate image and employee reality? How do we create environments where fear and isolation no longer thrive in silence? These are not easy questions, but they are essential ones. The lessons drawn from the unsettling incidents within Walmart stores call for awareness, compassion, and action. They remind us that behind every checkout line and stock aisle, there are human stories deserving of respect and care. So the next time you enter a Walmart, whether as a shopper or an employee, remember that beneath the fluorescent lights and bustling crowds, there may be unseen struggles and silent fears. Recognize the humanity in those around you, and consider the hidden costs of a retail world that, for all its convenience, can sometimes be a place of profound unease. This is a world where the ordinary can quickly become extraordinary, and where the stories we don't hear can be. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. Tonight, we journey into the vast, untamed wilderness of Alaska, a land where the silence is profound and the darkness stretches endlessly across snow-covered forests and towering mountain ranges. This is a place where the natural world reigns supreme, and the human presence is but a fleeting whisper against the backdrop of ancient trees and frozen rivers. But beneath the serene facade lies a realm fraught with mysteries and shadows that defy explanation. Chilling tales away from the city's relentless noise, recounted by those who have glimpsed something that should not exist within the borders with wide windows that caught the autumn light. Our first story tonight comes from Jacob, a seasoned park ranger stationed in Denali National Park. But from the beginning, Jacob has spent years patrolling these wild expanses, guiding tourists, rescuing lost hikers, and witnessing the raw power of nature in its most unforgiving form. Yet, even with all his experience, what he encountered one cold autumn night still haunts him to this day. Jacob recalls the crisp air of early October, when the leaves had turned fiery red and gold, and the first frost was settling into the ground. It was late evening when he received a routine call to check on a remote campsite deep within the park's wilderness. A small group of hikers had set up camp near the edge of a dense spruce forest, and reports from satellite phones suggested all was well. But as Jacob approached the site, a creeping unease began to gnaw at him. The campsite was eerily silent. The fire pit was cold, the tents were empty, and there was no sign of the hikers. His radio crackled faintly with static, but no voices answered his repeated calls. Then, just as he was about to start a search, movement caught his eye between the trees. Emerging from the shadows was a figure, tall and gaunt, stepping with a peculiar grace that seemed unnatural. Jacob's first impression was that it was a man, but the way it moved was unlike anyone he had ever seen. The figure's limbs seemed elongated, and it moved with a speed that was almost impossible to track. What unsettled Jacob most was the low, guttural growl emanating from the figure, reverberating through the silent forest like a warning. Instinctively, Jacob reached for his flashlight, shining its beam directly at the figure. The light revealed a face pale as the snow, eyes deep-set and glinting with an otherworldly intelligence. Yet, There was something wrong. The mouth stretched into a grotesque, unnatural grin that didn't reach those cold eyes. The figure paused, then vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, dissolving into the darkness like smoke. Jacob's heart pounded as he scanned the area, but no tracks or signs of the figure remained. The campsite was still deserted, and the chilling growl echoed faintly again, as if carried on the wind itself. He hurried back to his truck, radioing for backup, but the transmission was filled with static and an occasional distorted voice, as if the forest itself was interfering. Over the following days, Jacob found himself haunted by what he saw. Reports surfaced of similar sightings in the area, hikers and hunters describing fleeting glimpses of shadowy humanoid forms moving silently through the trees, emitting strange sounds that chilled the soul. Some locals whispered of cryptic beings, ancient guardians of the wilderness that had been forgotten by time, now stirring as the human footprint pushed deeper into their domain. Jacob's experience has left him questioning everything he thought he knew about the wilderness he has dedicated his life to protecting. He has since increased patrols around the park's more isolated areas, but he avoids traveling alone after dusk. His final words on the matter are a warning to all who dare venture into these remote woods. Respect the silence, beware the shadows, and remember that some presences are not meant to be disturbed. This encounter marks only the beginning of our journey into Alaska's darkest mysteries, a prelude to the many inexplicable horrors that lurk beneath the veneer of snow and ice. Stay with us as we continue to unravel the secrets hidden deep within this unforgiving land. Welcome back to Untold Fears. As we continue our descent into the chilling wilderness of Alaska, tonight's tale follows Marissa, an avid solo hiker whose experience in the Alaska range took a turn from adventurous to nightmarish. Unlike Jacob, who faced a shadowy figure lurking near a campsite, Marissa's ordeal was wrapped in the blinding fury of a sudden whiteout storm and the sinister whispers that came with it. Marissa had been planning this expedition for months, a solitary trek deep into the heart of the Alaska range, seeking solitude and the raw beauty that only the remote wilderness can offer. Equipped with her backpack, GPS, and essential survival gear, she set off early in the morning, skies clear and spirits high. But as she progressed, the weather shifted with terrifying swiftness. The afternoon brought a sudden drop in temperature and an unexpected blizzard that swallowed the landscape whole. Visibility plummeted to near zero as thick snow swirled around her, blanketing the ground and muffling every sound except the howling wind. Trapped and disoriented, Marissa struggled to maintain her bearings, relying on instinct and fragmented memories of the trail. It was then that the whispers began. At first, they were barely audible, faint murmurs riding the wind like ghostly echoes. Marissa strained to catch the words, but they were indecipherable, a blend of syllables that seemed both foreign and ancient. The voices rippled through the storm, weaving among the gusts, sometimes close enough to sound like they were right beside her. As she stumbled through the blizzard, moving cautiously to avoid hidden crevasses and fallen branches, Marissa glimpsed shadowy figures darting between the snow-laden trees. Their movements were swift and erratic, always just beyond the edge of her vision. She tried calling out, but her voice was swallowed by the storm, and the figures vanished like smoke whenever she turned toward them. Hours passed in a terrifying haze, and the storm showed no sign of abating. Desperation forced Marissa to seek shelter beneath a cluster of ancient spruce trees. There, out of the swirling snow, she noticed something even more disturbing: strange symbols carved meticulously into the bark. The markings were unlike any indigenous design she had studied, jagged and spiraling, almost pulsating with an eerie energy beneath the pale light. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, Marissa traced the symbols with her gloved fingers. A sudden chill surged through her, as if the forest itself had exhaled a breath of cold air directly into her lungs. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, wrapping around her like tendrils of frost. She realized these were no ordinary carvings. They were warnings, or perhaps invitations, left by something that dwelled unseen within the woods. Marissa's attempts to leave were thwarted by the storm's relentless fury and the encroaching darkness. Each time she tried to retrace her steps, the forest seemed to shift, paths twisting into unfamiliar shapes. The shadowy figures reappeared intermittently, their presence both ominous and strangely watchful, never attacking but never allowing escape. In a desperate bid to find safety, she activated her GPS beacon, hoping for a rescue signal. But the device flickered erratically, its screen distorting with static and indecipherable symbols similar to those carved into the trees. Her radio crackled with broken transmissions, fragmented voices speaking in tongues she did not understand, punctuated by the same haunting whispers that filled the wind. Exhausted and terrified, Marissa prepared for a long night, wrapping herself in her emergency blanket beneath the trees. She recorded a brief message on her phone, her voice trembling. "If anyone finds this, the forest is alive. Something is watching. The symbols, the voices, they're real. I don't know if I'll make it out, but I have to keep moving. Beware the shadows. Don't trust the silence." When the storm finally subsided the following morning, Marissa was found by a search party several miles from her last known location. She was alive, but forever changed. Her eyes bore the weight of what she had witnessed, and she spoke little of the shadowy figures, only warning others to respect the wilderness and the ancient forces that linger within. Marissa's story quickly became a whispered legend among the hiking community, a cautionary tale about the unpredictable power of Alaska's wilds and the unseen entities that share its darkest corners. Her experience challenges our understanding of the natural world and reminds us that some mysteries are etched not only in the landscape, but in the very air that surrounds us. As we reflect on Marissa's harrowing ordeal, it becomes clear that Alaska's wilderness is far more than a backdrop of snow and trees. It is a living, breathing entity with secrets that resist human intrusion. Stay with us as we continue to explore these chilling encounters, uncovering the layers of fear and fascination that define the last frontier. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. As we continue our journey through Alaska's chilling wilderness, we now turn our attention to the treacherous waters near the Aleutian Islands. This next tale belongs to Elias, a seasoned commercial fisherman whose encounter with the unknown beneath the icy waves defies all explanation and reveals a terror lurking far from the dense forests and snow-covered peaks. Elias had been working the rough seas off the Aleutian chain for over a decade, familiar with the unpredictable weather and the dangers it posed. He knew the ocean's moods, respected its power, and trusted his instincts to keep his crew safe. But nothing in his years at sea prepared him for the night that would change everything. It began on a storm-racked evening when Elias and his crew were returning from a long day of fishing. The sky had darkened early, and the waves churned with an unnatural fury. As the boat battled the violent sea, Elias spotted something unusual, a pair of glowing eyes just beneath the surface, watching them intently. At first, he thought it was a whale or some large marine animal, but the eyes held an intelligence that was deeply unsettling. Suddenly, the water erupted as a massive creature surged toward the boat. The beast was unlike anything Elias had ever seen, a towering figure with scales that shimmered faintly in the storm's flashes of lightning, and tentacle-like appendages that lashed out with terrifying speed. Its eyes burned with a cold, malevolent glow, reflecting a sentience that transcended any known sea creature. Panic erupted among the crew as the creature rammed the hull, rocking the boat violently. Elias shouted orders, trying to maintain control amid the chaos. But the storm and the creature's relentless assault made it clear that survival was precarious at best. The beast's glowing eyes locked onto Elias, as if sizing him up, before it attempted to drag him into the icy depths. With every ounce of strength, Elias fought the pull of the water, clutching onto the railing as the creature's grip tightened. The freezing cold numbed his limbs, but sheer willpower kept him from slipping beneath the surface. His crew scrambled to fend off the creature with harpoons and makeshift weapons, but their efforts seemed futile against its otherworldly resilience. In a desperate move, Elias managed to ignite a flare, the sudden burst of light momentarily stunning the creature. It recoiled, releasing its grip, and disappeared into the darkness below. The storm began to subside, and the battered boat limped back to port, carrying a crew forever marked by the night's ordeal. Elias's account is filled with harrowing details: the creature's unnatural intelligence, the eerie glow of its eyes, and the overwhelming sense that it was not just an animal, but something older and far more sinister. His story spread quickly among fishermen along the Aleutian coast, many reporting strange sightings and inexplicable disturbances in the waters where Elias had encountered the beast. Despite the trauma, Elias returned to the sea, though with a wary respect for the unknown forces lurking beneath the waves. He warns others to heed the signs, the sudden stillness in the water, the unexplainable lights beneath the surface, and the eerie feeling of being watched from below. This story reminds us that Alaska's mysteries are not confined to its forests or mountains. The ocean itself holds secrets that challenge our understanding of nature and reality. As we continue to peel back the layers of this frozen land's darkest tales, we invite you to listen closely, for the sea's whispers may be more than just the wind over the waves. Stay with us as we delve deeper into the unknown. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. Tonight, we lift off from the turbulent seas and delve into the skies above Alaska's vast tundra, where an experienced bush pilot named Hannah faced a terrifying episode that defies all conventional explanation. Hannah's story takes us into a world where time seems to fracture and the very fabric of reality bends, a realm where the familiar becomes alien and the past and present collide in a frozen, forsaken place. Hannah had been flying for years, delivering supplies to remote villages scattered across Alaska's sprawling wilderness. Her knowledge of the terrain and weather patterns made her a trusted figure among the isolated communities she served. On what began as a routine flight over an uncharted stretch of tundra, everything changed. Shortly after takeoff, Hannah's instruments began to malfunction. The altimeter spun wildly, the compass wavered, and her radio transmissions became distorted and erratic. The vast landscape beneath her seemed to shift unnaturally. Hills flattened, rivers reversed course, and familiar landmarks appeared twisted, as if viewed through a fractured mirror. Perplexed but determined, Hannah attempted to navigate toward the nearest village, relying on her instincts and visual cues. But the terrain refused to obey logic. The sky above darkened prematurely, casting a surreal twilight over the landscape as snowflakes began to fall despite the forecast predicting clear skies. Suddenly, Hannah's radio burst to life with fragmented voices speaking in unknown languages and distorted tones, overlapping with static and eerie whispers. Her attempts to respond were met with silence or replies that made no sense. The sense of isolation deepened as the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred. Forced to make an emergency landing, Hannah scanned the ground for a suitable clearing. She spotted an abandoned settlement nestled among frozen trees, a cluster of dilapidated cabins and rusted vehicles, all eerily preserved under a thin layer of ice and snow. The place felt frozen in time, untouched by the years that had surely passed. Upon landing, Hannah stepped out into the biting cold and was struck by the oppressive silence. No footprints marred the snow, no signs of life stirred the air. As she explored the settlement, she found remnants of daily life, faded photographs, broken furniture, and scattered belongings, but no clues as to why the place had been abandoned or when. Her camera revealed something even more unsettling. In the reflections of broken windows and puddles of melted ice, fleeting images flickered, shadowy figures moving just beyond her sight, faces glimpsed in peripheral vision, moments that vanished when directly observed. Hannah's log entries during this time record a growing sense of disorientation and dread. She described the settlement as existing out of time, a liminal space caught between past and present, where the normal flow of time seemed suspended. The distorted radio signals, shifting landscape, and inexplicable phenomena suggested she had stumbled into a temporal anomaly. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the settlement seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. Hannah reported hearing footsteps echoing in empty halls, whispers calling her name, and shadows stretching longer than they should. Her final transmission spoke of a desperate need to escape before she too became trapped in this frozen limbo. With great effort, Hannah managed to restart her plane and take off, but the flight back was fraught with continued instrument failure and further glimpses of the distorted landscape below. When she finally landed safely in a nearby town, she was visibly shaken, her accounts met with skepticism but also unease. Hannah's experience has since become a topic of discussion among pilots and researchers who study anomalies in Alaska's vast wilderness. The idea of places caught in temporal loops or pockets of altered reality challenges our understanding of space and time, suggesting that the frontier holds secrets beyond mere geography. Her story is a stark reminder that Alaska's emptiness is not always empty, that sometimes the land itself can trap those who venture too close to its hidden fractures. As we continue to explore the unknown in this frozen land, we invite you to keep your eyes and ears open, for the air above and the ground below may hold more than just natural wonders. Stay with us as we uncover the next layer of Alaska's terrifying mysteries. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. As we continue to unravel the dark and mysterious fabric of Alaska's vast wilderness, tonight's story takes us onto the treacherous frozen highways that thread across this unforgiving land. Our focus shifts to Nolan, an experienced ice road trucker whose routine journey turned into a nightmare when he crossed paths with forces that blurred the line between the living and the spectral, the present and the ancient. Nolan had spent years hauling essential supplies across the ice roads, those precarious arteries of commerce that appear only in the heart of winter, when frozen rivers and lakes become temporary highways. His work was grueling and dangerous, but it was familiar, predictable, until one frigid night, when the familiar landscape became something altogether else. Driving a heavy convoy deep into the Yukon Territory, Nolan's headlights sliced through the endless dark, illuminating the ice cracked beneath his wheels and the vast shadows that danced just beyond the reach of his beams. Suddenly, emerging from the swirling snow came figures unlike any he had ever seen, draped in archaic clothing, their faces obscured by hoods and frostbitten beards. They moved silently yet with purpose, blocking the path ahead. These shadowy entities carried an air of authority and menace, their presence chilling Nolan more than the sub-zero temperatures. They spoke in voices that seemed to echo from the depths of time, warning of an ancient curse tied to the very land beneath the ice. A curse born from forgotten conflicts and restless spirits bound to the frozen earth. Nolan's radio crackled with static as he tried to communicate with his convoy and dispatch, but the voices of the spectral figures overrode all transmissions, weaving cryptic warnings and fragmented phrases that chilled his soul. The convoy's engines sputtered as if drained by an unseen force, and the ice beneath trembled faintly, a subtle vibration that grew stronger with each passing moment. With his heart pounding, Nolan realized that these were not mere apparitions, but guardians of a dark legacy. Entities tasked with protecting secrets buried beneath the frozen landscape. The curse they spoke of was not just superstition. It seemed woven into the very fabric of the land, a force capable of twisting reality and punishing those who dared trespass without respect. What followed was a desperate escape through blizzards that rose without warning, veiling the road in white and forcing the convoy to slow to a crawl. Abandoned villages appeared along the route, silent, snow-covered remnants of lives interrupted, their empty windows staring like hollow eyes. Nolan's mind raced, trying to decipher whether these were visions conjured by fear or glimpses of a reality folded over his own. As the convoy pushed forward, the figures reappeared intermittently, sometimes standing silently on the roadside, other times vanishing into the swirling snow before Nolan could react. Their warnings echoed in his ears, a persistent reminder that the land beneath the ice was not neutral ground, but a battleground of ancient spirits and forgotten oaths. Nolan's account ends with a harrowing description of a narrow escape, navigating treacherous ice floes and blinding snowstorms until the cursed stretch of road was behind him. He returned with a profound sense of unease, haunted by the knowledge that the ice roads are more than just frozen paths. They are thresholds between worlds, patrolled by entities beyond human understanding. His story spread quickly among the trucking community, who shared tales of strange figures and inexplicable phenomena encountered during their winter hauls. Some dismissed these as hallucinations born of exhaustion and isolation, but others spoke with reverence and fear, acknowledging that the frontier still holds power and secrets that resist modern intrusion. Nolan's experience stands as a stark warning to anyone who travels Alaska's ice roads. Respect the land's ancient history, heed the silent guardians, and beware the curse that lies beneath the frozen surface. The ice may seem solid, but beneath it, forces stir that refuse to be forgotten. As we move forward in our exploration of Alaska's darkest mysteries, remember that every journey through this vast wilderness carries risks beyond the physical. The spirits of the land watch and wait, their stories etched into the ice and snow. Stay with us as we continue to uncover these chilling encounters on Untold Fears. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. Tonight, we journey deeper into Alaska's frozen expanse, shifting our focus from the icy roads to the colossal glaciers that carve the landscape. Our next story centers on Leah, a dedicated glaciologist whose research near Mount Hunter unveiled something far more ancient and sinister than the receding ice she had come to study. Leah had long been fascinated by the glaciers that dominate Alaska's rugged terrain. She and her team had traveled to the slopes of Mount Hunter to study the rapid retreat of ice, searching for clues about climate change and its impact on the region. What began as a scientific expedition quickly transformed into a harrowing encounter with forces buried beneath the ice for millennia. During their initial surveys, Leah's team discovered strange markings etched into the glacier's exposed rock faces, intricate symbols that seemed out of place, both ancient and deliberately carved. Intrigued, they followed the lead to a series of subterranean tunnels revealed by the melting ice. The tunnels delved deep beneath the glacier, their walls lined with the same cryptic carvings, glowing faintly under the beam of their headlamps. As they ventured further, Leah's team uncovered remnants of a lost civilization, artifacts, tools, and skeletal remains hinting at a people who had once thrived in this harsh environment. But the most unsettling discovery was the nature of the warnings scrawled on the walls. Ominous messages in a language no one could decipher, cautioning against awakening the sleeping shadow lying beneath the glacier. The atmosphere grew oppressive as the team pressed onward. Equipment began malfunctioning. GPS devices lost signal, radios emitted static filled with unintelligible voices, and their cameras captured fleeting shadows moving just beyond the light. Some team members reported chilling sensations, as if unseen eyes were watching from the darkness. Tensions rose when one member of the team vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint scream etched in the echoes of the tunnels. Panic set in as the remaining researchers struggled to maintain composure, debating whether to continue or turn back. Leah, driven by a mix of scientific curiosity and dread, insisted on pushing forward to uncover the truth. Deeper in the labyrinth, they encountered what could only be described as a dormant entity, a presence so vast and ancient that it seemed to warp the very air around it. The warnings on the walls suddenly made sense. This was the sleeping shadow, a force bound beneath the glacier, its power contained only by the ice itself. As the entity stirred, the glacier trembled. The team experienced unexplainable phenomena. Walls shifted, passages seemed to close and reopen, and the air filled with whispers that clawed at their sanity. Leah's journal entries from this descent reveal a growing terror, a realization that their intrusion might unleash an ancient evil upon the world. In a desperate retreat, the team fled the tunnels, racing against the glacier's destabilizing ice and the encroaching darkness. Though they escaped with their lives, the experience left scars that would haunt them forever. Leah's research was shelved, warnings issued to keep others away, and the site remained off-limits to all but the most determined. Leah's story is a stark reminder that beneath the icy surface of Alaska lie secrets far older and darker than the glaciers themselves. The land harbors ancient forces, dormant and dangerous, waiting for the day when melting ice might release them once more. As we continue our journey through Alaska's most disturbing mysteries, remember that the frozen wilderness holds more than just beauty and solitude. It is a place where the past never truly dies, and some shadows refuse to remain buried. Stay with us as we delve further into these chilling encounters on Untold Fears. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. Tonight, we venture into the remote Yukon Flats, where isolation and endless winter create a landscape both beautiful and unforgiving. Our next story comes from Dimitri, a veteran trapper whose experience reveals the lurking dangers that can stalk even the most hardened souls in Alaska's wilderness. Dimitri had spent years living off the land, setting traps and hunting to survive the brutal winters. His knowledge of the forest was extensive, his instincts sharp. But one winter, a series of unsettling events shattered his sense of security and introduced him to a terror beyond the natural world. It began with his traps being repeatedly sabotaged. No matter how carefully Dmitri set them, snares were found cut or unset, bait missing, as if something was deliberately thwarting his efforts. At first, he attributed it to wildlife, cunning foxes or bears, but the pattern was too precise, too persistent. Then came the nights filled with a haunting howl that echoed through the vast expanse of the Yukon Flats. The sound was unlike any animal Dmitri had encountered, low, guttural, and filled with a malevolent intelligence. It reverberated through the trees, unsettling even the most stoic of hunters. One frigid night, Dmitri encountered the source of the terror. Emerging from the shadows was an enormous, shadowy creature, its form towering and indistinct, but its glowing red eyes unmistakable in the darkness. The creature moved with a predatory grace, its presence overwhelming the quiet forest. Dmitri's sled dogs, his trusted companions, vanished without a trace that night. Their disappearance left him isolated, vulnerable in the vast wilderness. The creature's howl returned, louder and more menacing, as if claiming the forest as its own domain. Terrified but resolute, Dmitri documented his experiences in a journal, detailing the creature's behavior and his own dwindling hope for survival. He described the forest as alive with unseen eyes, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. Each night, the creature's presence grew more tangible, a shadow that stalked his every move. As the winter dragged on, Dmitri's entries grew increasingly desperate. He spoke of strange footprints, larger than any known animal, and of a coldness that seemed unnatural, a chill that seeped into his bones beyond the biting air. His final notes hinted at a plan to leave the area once the thaw arrived, but the creature's howl lingered, an unrelenting reminder of the forest's dominion. Dmitri's story is a stark testament to the dangers hidden within Alaska's wilderness, where isolation can expose even the strongest to forces beyond comprehension. His encounter with the shadowy beast serves as a warning. In these remote lands, some predators are not of this world, and the forest's silence can conceal horrors that defy explanation. As we continue our exploration of Alaska's darkest mysteries, Dmitri's tale reminds us that the wilderness is not always the refuge we seek. Sometimes, it is a hunting ground for entities older and more terrifying than we dare imagine. Stay with us as we uncover more unsettling stories from the heart of the last frontier on Untold Fears. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. As our journey through Alaska's darkest and most mysterious frontiers continues, tonight we descend onto the frozen surface of Lake Iliamna, where veteran ice fisher Selena encountered something ancient, haunting, and utterly inexplicable beneath the ice. Selena had spent years braving the brutal Alaskan winters, drilling holes through thick ice and patiently waiting for the elusive fish that sustain local communities. Lake Iliamna, with its vast expanse and frigid depths, was a familiar haunt, isolated, silent, and seemingly timeless. But beneath its frozen surface, Selena discovered a presence that defied natural explanation. One bitter cold morning, as Selena was setting up her usual fishing spots, she began to hear something unusual, faint, melodic singing drifting up from beneath the ice. The voices were ethereal, haunting, and unmistakably humanoid, weaving through the stillness like a forgotten lullaby carried on the wind. Intrigued and unnerved, Selena drilled multiple holes in a strange, deliberate pattern, hoping to trace the source of the voices. Peering into the dark water beneath, she caught fleeting glimpses of shapes, shadowy, humanoid forms moving gracefully in the depths. They were unlike any fish or creature she had seen before, their movements fluid and eerily synchronized with the haunting melodies that filled the cold air. The water seemed alive with something ancient, watching and waiting. As the singing grew louder, Selena felt an overwhelming pull, a connection that transcended fear and curiosity. She sensed that these beings were guardians of the lake, perhaps remnants of an ancient pact between the land and its waters. Yet their presence was not benign. It carried a warning, a message hidden within the beauty of the song. Suddenly, the ice beneath her cracked sharply, a violent reminder of the lake's unforgiving nature. Selena scrambled to safety as the hole she had drilled opened wider, the water churning beneath her feet as if stirred by an unseen force. The humanoid shapes vanished as quickly as they had appeared, but the echo of their song lingered, a haunting refrain etched into her memory. Shaken but alive, Selena recounted her experience to local elders, who spoke of legends passed down through generations, tales of water spirits and ancient guardians who dwell beneath the ice, protecting the lake and its secrets. They warned her that the singing was both a call and a caution, a reminder that the lake's depths were sacred and not to be disturbed lightly. Selena's story spread quietly among ice fishers and villagers, many of whom have reported similar experiences: strange melodies, fleeting shadows beneath the ice, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. These encounters hint at a hidden world beneath the frozen surface, alive with entities that defy human understanding. Her tale serves as a chilling reminder that Alaska's wilderness is layered with mysteries, where ancient forces linger in places we think we know. Beneath the ice of Lake Iliamna, the past and present intertwine, and the line between natural and supernatural blurs. As we continue to explore these unsettling truths from Alaska's remote frontiers, remember that some songs are meant to remain unheard, and some waters are better left untouched. Stay with us as we delve deeper into the unknown on Untold Fears. Good evening, and welcome back to Untold Fears. Tonight, we conclude this chapter of our journey through Alaska's most chilling and perplexing mysteries with the story of Selena, whose haunting encounter beneath the ice of Lake Iliamna revealed the presence of ancient, otherworldly guardians. But as one mystery fades, another emerges from the heart of the Iditarod race, where Pavel Petrov's experience shattered his understanding of reality and the boundary between worlds. Pavel, an endurance racer with years of experience navigating Alaska's brutal trails, had signed up for the Iditarod with the determination and grit required to conquer the grueling course. Yet during one particularly fierce leg of the race, something inexplicable happened, an encounter that would haunt him long after the finish line. As the blizzard raged, Pavel's sled team approached a checkpoint that should have been bustling with support crews and fellow racers. Yet the area was eerily silent and strangely distorted. The checkpoint appeared phantom-like, its structures faded, the flags hanging limp as if caught between dimensions. Paul's radio crackled with static punctuated by whispers, voices not belonging to any living person. Confused but pressing on, Pavel soon found himself crossing through a series of alternate realities layered over the familiar terrain. The snow beneath his sled seemed to shimmer, and the landscape twisted in impossible ways, trees bending at unnatural angles, shadows moving just beyond his line of sight. Time itself felt fractured. His watch spun erratically, minutes stretching into hours and collapsing back again. At one point, Pavel glimpsed other racers who appeared translucent or distorted, their faces blank or contorted in silent screams. These phantom competitors moved in eerie synchronization, as if trapped in a loop where the race never truly ended. The air was thick with a palpable anxiety, a liminal space where the living and the spectral converged. Desperate to escape this nightmarish realm, Pavel pushed his team harder, navigating treacherous ice and hidden crevices. But the more he fought to return to the known world, the more the alternate reality pulled him in, whispering promises of eternal competition and endless pursuit. The line between the race and something far darker blurred, threatening to consume him. Finally, with immense effort and a moment of clarity, Pavel broke free from the phantom checkpoints and the distorted landscape. He emerged back onto the familiar trail, battered and shaken, but alive. His experience left him with a profound knowledge of a hidden layer to the Iditarod, an alternate race played out in shadows, accessible only to those who glimpse beyond the veil. Pavel's choice to return to reality was not without consequence. He carries the burden of knowing what lies beyond, haunted by spectral racers and the knowledge that the boundary between life and something else is thinner than anyone realizes. His story is a chilling reminder that even the most familiar challenges can hide otherworldly dangers beneath their surface. This journey through Alaska's darkest and most disturbing stories has taken us from the shadowed forests of Denali to the frozen depths of Lake Iliamna, from cursed ice roads to time-warped settlements and spectral races. Each tale reveals a land alive with mysteries that defy explanation and dangers that lurk just beyond the edge of perception. As we close tonight's chapter, remember that Alaska's wilderness is not just a place of stunning beauty and relentless cold. It is a realm where the past and present collide, where unseen forces watch and wait, and where the thin veil between worlds can be torn by the unwary. Thank you for joining us on Untold Fears. Stay vigilant, and until next time, beware the shadows that dwell in the last frontier.